You lie still, eyes open to the ceiling, not seeing it, but feeling its shape in the dark like a wall that won't move. The air has settled around you, thick and quiet, carrying no sound except your own breath, which you notice only because you're listening for something else, something that isn't happening. You feel the weight of time pressing down through each second, not as a number, but as pressure in your jaw, in the tension behind your eyes, in the way your ribs tighten every time you think about how long it's been since you closed them without trying to fall asleep. This is not sleep. It is effort, steady, unyielding, and futile. And one gentle note before we go further: this is a place to rest, not medical advice, and it is no substitute for professional care. If sleep keeps being hard night after night, a licensed healthcare professional is the right person to walk that with you. For tonight, there is nothing to fix. You've tried everything, counting backward, picturing a beach with waves that never end, repeating phrases like "let go" until they feel hollow. You've told yourself the same things over and over, that you don't need to sleep tonight, that it's okay if you stay awake, but none of it loosens the knot in your chest. The more you try not to want sleep, the tighter it pulls. And so you keep trying, not because you believe anything will change, but because stopping feels like surrendering to failure. You've read about CBTI, how it works, how people use paradoxical intention, how they stop chasing sleep and somehow end up asleep anyway. You know this isn't a miracle. It's not magic. But still, when the clock ticks past 1 in the morning and your body feels like stone and your mind is wide awake with every detail of what might go wrong tomorrow, you're tempted to believe it won't work for you. That thought doesn't make things better, only deeper into the quiet frustration. You're not just lying here, you're trying not to lie here, trying not to feel this way. The effort is constant. It's in your shoulders, in your hands which are clenched even though you don't remember making them so. There's a rhythm to it now. The breath comes too fast, then you slow it down, only to notice that the slowing itself feels like another task, a new kind of work. And somewhere deep beneath all this is the belief that if only you could let go just once, if only you stopped pushing so hard against the dark, sleep might come. But letting go doesn't feel like freedom. It feels like giving up, like admitting defeat when every muscle in your body says not yet, not now. So instead of dropping down, you push forward, more softly perhaps, but still with purpose. This is how it goes. The harder you try to sleep, the more awake you become. Not because your mind refuses, it's not resisting. It's just doing what minds do when they're unoccupied and no longer under demand. They wander, they notice things, they replay conversations from yesterday, anticipate tomorrow's meetings, recall that last sentence in a book you read months ago. The body knows this too. The muscles don't know about sleep schedules or treatment plans. They only know tension. And when the mind isn't busy with thoughts of performance, of needing to fall asleep, it starts doing something else, scanning for danger, for threat, for anything that might disrupt stillness. So even in darkness, your body stays alert because it doesn't understand what you're asking. You don't need sleep right now, not as a task, not as an achievement. You don't have to earn it. It isn't something to be earned at all. What you are doing is different from trying to fall asleep. What you are doing, what the method asks of you, is simply to stay here, not to chase anything, not even to rest in a way that feels like progress. Now, the simplest permission is this: stop trying to sleep. Not try not to try. That's still effort, still fighting. Just stop. Let go of the need for it. Let go of the urgency, the quiet panic beneath your ribs, the belief that if you don't fall asleep now, something terrible will happen. It won't. Well, you are safe here. The room is warm. The blanket lies over you like a weight that isn't heavy, just there. You can feel its texture against your skin without needing to name it. It's cotton, or maybe wool, maybe both. It doesn't matter. What matters is the sensation of being covered, of not being exposed. Your eyes are open, but they don't need to see anything. They're just resting on whatever shape the ceiling makes in the dark. Its edges where paint has worn thin, its small imperfections that catch no light, and yet you still notice. You don't have to fix them. You don't have to understand them. Let your gaze soften. Not close your eyes. Not even think about closing them. Just let your sight drift outward until it's no longer focused on anything at all. Let the edges of vision blur. The corners of your awareness grow soft. There's nothing sharp here, not in what you see, not in how you feel, not in where your thoughts go. And if a thought comes, like, I should be asleep by now, or what if I never sleep again, just let it pass through like smoke. Don't grab it. Don't argue with it. Don't even acknowledge it as true. You don't have to fight the mind's habit of thinking. You just don't need to follow it. There is no goal here, no achievement waiting at the end, no prize for staying awake longer or falling asleep sooner. This is not a test. It doesn't matter if you're doing it right or wrong. There are no rules, only presence. You can lie like this forever, just lying, just being, because there's nothing to do but be here now. The breath moves in and out without effort. You don't control it. It isn't trying to help you fall asleep. It's not doing anything at all except breathing. Just as your body is not trying to sleep, it's just alive. And that is enough. Now let the hands unclench. Not with a sudden release, No need for dramatic motion, but slowly, like water draining from a cup. The fingers loosen one by one, releasing their grip on themselves. Your palms open slightly against the blanket. No pressure required. Let them lie flat or curl gently. They don't have to do anything. The shoulders drop, not because you want them to, but because there's no reason for them to stay up. There's nothing pushing them upward anymore. They simply fall into stillness, like weights that have finally found their balance in the dark. Your spine settles along the mattress, not stretching or arching, just resting where it is. The curve of your lower back molds slightly into the surface beneath you. You don't need to adjust it. It's already shaped for this moment. You are here, not trying, not seeking anything beyond what is already happening. This isn't a place you travel to. It's not far away, not hidden behind effort or discipline or breathing techniques. This is exactly where you've been all along, even when your mind was racing and your body tense with worry. The only difference now is that you're aware of it. Not because you're doing anything special, but because you aren't trying to be different than you are. Let the tightness in your jaw soften. Let the teeth unclench, not forced, just allowed. The muscles along your face relax into their natural shape, as if they'd forgotten how to do that for a long time. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth without pushing or holding any position. No need to keep it still, no need to be careful. You can feel the warmth in your cheeks. It's not from effort, it's just blood flowing where it always does, quietly, steadily. You don't have to think about it. It doesn't matter if you're aware of it or not. There is no right way to lie like this. No perfect posture. No ideal moment when everything aligns perfectly. The body knows how to rest when given permission. Let your attention move slowly through the layers of sensation, not searching for anything, just noticing what's already there. A slight pressure in one hip where it presses into the mattress. The coolness on your forearm near the edge of the blanket. The faint tingle behind your knee where skin meets fabric. These are not signs of sleep or failure, they're just details. You don't have to understand them. You don't even need to name them. And just let each one exist in its own quiet way, like a single note in an old song that's been playing without words for years. The weight in your chest isn't heavy because you're carrying it. It's just there like a stone that has always been part of the floor beneath you. It doesn't need to be moved or lifted. You don't have to do anything with it. There's no reason for it to change. It simply lies where it is, and so does your breath, slow, quiet, not rushing toward any destination. The air flows in through your nose like a soft tide that knows its way back out without being told. No correction needed. no push from within. And just the steady rhythm of something older than effort. Your feet are still on the bed, toes curled slightly under the blanket's edge. One foot is warmer than the other, not because it's receiving more blood, but because it's been resting in a different shape for longer. The heel presses into the mattress with just enough pressure to hold its place. No need to shift or adjust. You can feel the slight indentation where your weight has settled over time, like a footprint left behind by someone who stayed longer than they intended. That mark isn't proof of failure. It's not evidence that you're still awake. It's simply what happens when something stays in one place long enough. Let go of the idea that this moment must become different from itself. There is no requirement for it to be anything other than exactly as it is. The silence between heartbeats isn't empty. It's full with everything that doesn't need a name. Your skin feels alive not because you're aware of it, but because it has always been awake in this way. Sensitive to the air just above its surface, to the slow rise and fall of warmth from beneath. Let your mind rest on the feeling of being held by the bed, by gravity, by the quiet. Not as a metaphor, not as an image, but as a physical truth. You are supported. The mattress yields slightly under your spine, not with resistance, not with judgment, but with acceptance. It doesn't care whether you're asleep or not. It simply holds you because that's what it does. There is no goal to reach in this kind of stillness. No finish line waiting at the end of a breath or an hour. You don't have to keep track of time, even if your body remembers its shape from earlier nights, when clocks ticked louder and thoughts ran faster. The minutes pass without needing to be accounted for. They just are, like shadows sliding across a wall they never asked to cross. Your left hand lies open, palm up, fingers relaxed like branches after a rainstorm. Not seeking anything, not holding on. No need to remember what was said or what might happen tomorrow. The space between your thumb and index finger is soft with nothing pressing against it. No tension, no intention. Just presence in the small gaps where things can live without being named. The air near your ear feels cool, not cold, but different from the rest of the room. It moves slowly through that little canal, brushing against nerves that don't need to respond. There's no reason for them to react. They're not supposed to be alert. The body isn't required to stay awake in every corner of itself. You can let your thoughts drift like leaves on a stream that doesn't care where it flows, just moves gently, quietly, without force or urgency. No need to gather them up, no need to push them away. They aren't yours to control. You don't have to say goodbye to anything. You don't even have to notice when they pass by. The ceiling above you remains unchanged, a flat plane of color that has never moved, never spoken. It doesn't know what time it is. It doesn't judge the way your eyes stay open. It simply is, like a surface that exists without needing to be seen. You can rest your gaze on it not because you're searching for something, but just because there's no reason to look elsewhere. Your left eye blinks slowly, as if remembering how. Not too fast, not too slow, just enough to keep the membrane moist, to let in a fraction of light that isn't needed. The eyelid closes and opens like a gate that swings without purpose, only habit. It doesn't mean anything when it shuts. It doesn't signal sleep or wakefulness. The corner of your mouth feels slightly heavier on one side, not due to fatigue, but because the muscles have forgotten how to lift themselves in an effort to smile. They don't need to. There's no need to express anything. No audience waiting for a reaction. The face is allowed to be still, no expression required, no emotion needing to be shown. The back of your neck feels like it's slowly sinking into the pillow, not with force or direction, but as if gravity has finally found its way inside, not pulling down, but letting go upward. It isn't tense with resistance anymore. The bones settle deeper into their place, just resting where they've always been, waiting for permission to be still. Your knees are slightly bent, the legs relaxed along the mattress. No need to straighten them or tuck them under. They don't have to do anything. There's no reason to keep them in position. The joint at your right knee feels soft, the cartilage moving with barely any friction, like two stones worn smooth by water over decades. The blanket drapes across you now not as a cover, but as a weight, light enough that it doesn't demand attention, heavy enough to feel like a quiet promise. I'm here. You don't have to be anywhere else. There's no need to listen for the sound of sleep coming. It isn't arriving in steps or signals. It isn't knocking at your door. It's not something you can call back into the room with a wave of intention. Sleep doesn't come when you're ready. It comes because you are no longer trying to stop it. You don't have to watch for signs, don't have to check if your breathing has changed or if your muscles have gone deeper. There's no test, no metric, no countdown. You aren't late and you're not early. You aren't behind or ahead of anything. The warmth in your chest isn't from effort. It's just blood moving through vessels that don't need to be reminded how. The pulse at your wrist is there, steady, slow, not racing toward a destination, not slowing down for anyone. It doesn't have to change its pace. It already knows the way. Let your attention drift into the space between breaths, the small gap where nothing happens and everything continues. Not waiting, not hoping, just being in that moment when no movement is required and stillness isn't a task. The silence around you isn't empty. It's full with the quiet hum of things continuing without notice. wires in walls, air shifting slowly through vents, dust settling on surfaces you can't see. These are not distractions. They're part of the same stillness that holds your body now, just quieter than thought, deeper than sound. You don't have to understand any of it. You don't even need to know what's happening inside your skull. The mind doesn't have to be useful right now. It can just be a quiet room with no light, no purpose, no reason to stay awake. The darkness isn't a barrier, it's an invitation. A soft enclosure that wraps around you without asking for anything in return. You are not trying to fall asleep. You are not avoiding it. You're simply here, exactly as you've been all along, just resting where you are, letting the body remember how to be still when there's no one watching, no deadline, no outcome to meet. The breath moves again, not because it's supposed to, but because it is. It flows in and out without being told, like water finding its level after a storm. There is no need for effort, no demand, no voice inside saying now or soon or almost. The only thing that matters right now is this: you are lying here, you are not elsewhere, not thinking, not judging, not striving, just breathing, just being. And if sleep comes, it will come without warning, like a shadow slipping across the floor when no one's looking. You don't need to call it. You don't need to wait for it. It doesn't care what time it is or how long you've been awake. Oh, it just is. And so are you. The weight of your right arm has shifted slightly, just enough that the skin on the underside of your forearm brushes against the sheet, a touch so faint it's almost not there. It doesn't need to be felt, it just is. And in that moment, you're no longer holding your body together with intention. You're letting it be held by something older than effort, by gravity, by stillness, by the quiet habit of existing without proof. Your fingers are loose now, not curled from tension or twitching from thought, but open like petals that have finally stopped waiting for rain. The tips don't need to do anything. They don't need to grip or push or reach. They're simply resting where they've been all along, with no agenda and no destination. There's a space between each fingertip and the one before it, not empty, not filled, just there. A pause in motion that doesn't require explanation. You can feel how your left shoulder has settled, no longer lifted or pulled forward as if bracing against something unseen. It's dropped back into place, like a door closing after being held open too long. The muscle beneath it is soft now, not tight with the kind of energy that wants to be useful. There's no need for strength, no reason to stay alert. The shoulder doesn't have to carry anything right now, no weight, no burden, no past or future pressing down. Your breath continues, not because you're reminding yourself to breathe, but because it has always breathed. It moves in and out without needing permission, like the tide turning on a coast that hasn't changed for centuries. You can sense how your chest rises not as an effort, but as a quiet lift, as if something inside is just breathing because it knows no other way. There's warmth pooling near your sternum, not heat from exertion, not from anxiety, but a slow gathering of blood moving through veins that don't need to be reminded. It spreads gently outward in soft pulses, like ink diffusing in water, not rushing, but making its way into places where nothing else has gone for hours. The air around you is still, thick with silence that isn't absence but presence, not the kind of quiet that demands attention, but one that holds everything without speaking. It's not waiting to be broken by noise. It doesn't mind if it goes on forever. This is how things settle when no one is watching, slowly, without hurry. A faint sound drifts in, maybe from outside, maybe from somewhere deep inside the walls of the room, but you don't lean toward it. You don't need to name what made it. It isn't a signal. It doesn't mean anything more than that something happened, and now it's over. Like dust settling on glass after someone walked by. You're not trying to hear it, not trying to understand it, not even listening for the next one. You're just letting yourself be in the space between sounds, the small pause where nothing is required, where no response is needed. Your eyelids are closed, but not from effort. They don't need to stay shut or open. They simply rest as they've been all along, like curtains drawn at dusk, with no reason to rise again tonight. The darkness behind them isn't a barrier, it's familiar. It's the shape of sleep that doesn't need your approval. Your mind has stopped trying to fix anything. It hasn't decided on a plan or thought ahead to tomorrow. There's no story being built, no scene being rehearsed in anticipation. Just this: you're lying here. You've been lying here for long enough that it feels normal, natural, as if you were always meant to be in this position, on your back, arms loose, breath steady, eyes closed, not asleep, not awake, but somewhere between. There's no urgency now, no need to rush toward a state. The time since midnight isn't a line of failure. It doesn't count as wasted or lost. It just is. The passage of hours that didn't require your permission and don't demand an account. The blanket continues to lie over you, not like armor, not like protection, but like a quiet companion who knows the value of being still. It's not warm enough to make you sweat, not light enough to be ignored. It holds just enough weight so that it doesn't vanish from your awareness, but not so much that it pulls attention away. You can feel how the fibers are pressed into the shape of your body, each thread molded by where you've been resting. The fabric remembers more than you do. It knows what it means to be under a person who's trying to fall asleep and then giving up on that idea, letting go instead. There's no need to analyze the sensation. No reason to wonder why this feels different from before. You don't have to compare it to other nights or measure how much longer you've been lying here. The only thing that matters is what's happening now. The soft weight across your legs, the way your hip bones press lightly into the mattress, the small dip in the fabric where your spine curves. Your lower back has softened, no longer stiff with resistance against gravity. It's no longer pushing up to stay upright or holding itself together like a dam holding back water. It's just letting go, the curve of it not needing to be perfect or straight or aligned with anything but its own shape, which is already known and accepted. There's a quiet hum in the walls, low enough that you might miss it if you were listening, but not too faint to be felt, like the sound of old wiring working slowly through centuries of use. It doesn't need your attention. It just exists, humming along with the world beneath what you can see. You don't have to understand why it's there. You don't have to explain how it got started or if it will stop. It isn't a message. It isn't a warning. It's not even noise. Just another part of the same stillness that holds your body, like the air in the room or the dust on the floor. You can feel how time is shifting, not speeding up, not slowing down, but just moving differently now. Not as minutes ticking by with urgency, but as moments passing without demand. The seconds aren't adding up to anything. They're not leading toward a goal. There's no countdown from here to morning or from this moment to sleep. The stillness isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. The soft pressure on your left ear where it touches the pillow, the way the air flows around your hairline without brushing too hard, the quiet shift in blood flow behind your eyes, slow, steady, unobtrusive. Your thoughts have stopped trying to fix anything. They've stopped chasing answers or rehearsing conversations that will never happen. There's no need to be useful right now. No reason to be sharp or focused or aware of everything around you. You're just resting, not waiting for something to change, but allowing yourself to stay exactly as you are. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't a void. It's full with the shape of things that don't require sight. The weight of your breath, the quiet pulse in your wrist, the feeling of your ribs rising and falling like waves on an endless shore. You're not fighting sleep. You're not avoiding it. You're simply here, exactly where you've been all along, with no need to do more than be. There's a small thread of warmth spreading from your chest down into your arms, not heat, just a quiet current moving through the vessels like water, finding its way home after being lost for too long. It doesn't rush. It doesn't stop. It just moves with no urgency and no demand. Your fingers are still open, each one relaxed in its own place, not seeking anything, not reaching out or pulling back. The space between them is soft and unmarked by effort. No need to adjust, no reason to move. The blanket shifts slightly, not because you've moved, but because the air has changed just enough to make it shift on your legs. It doesn't matter. You don't have to hold it in place or pull it up again. It's not going anywhere. It's just staying, like a quiet promise that stays even when no one speaks. You can feel how your body is beginning to settle into the mattress, not sinking, but blending with it, like water meeting earth and finding its level without force. The surface beneath you isn't resisting or pushing back. It's holding you exactly as you are. You're not trying to push anything away anymore. Not the weight in your shoulders, not the faint hum beneath the floorboards, not even the way your breath seems to pause just slightly between cycles, as if it's remembering how to rest without needing to be measured. The air in the room isn't cold or warm. It's simply present, thick with stillness that doesn't ask anything of you. You don't have to breathe deeper or slower. You don't need to make your lungs do more than they already are, which is just breathing. Not effortful, not urgent. Just the quiet rise and fall of a body that has been awake for hours but isn't resisting sleep anymore. There's no boundary between you and the dark behind your eyes, not a line where awareness ends and nothing begins. The darkness feels like fabric now, soft, unbroken, folded in on itself. It doesn't hold anything back. It doesn't hide anything either. It just is. And because it isn't empty, there's no need to fill it with thoughts or images or memories that never go away. Your shoulders are not tight. They're not relaxed either, not the kind of relaxation you force by saying relax over and over like a mantra. This is something else. The muscles in your upper back have stopped trying to hold themselves upright, even though no one's asking them to. They've just let go, not collapsed, but settled. Like leaves that drift down from branches when the season has already passed. You can feel each fingertip, not as separate points of sensation, but as part of a wider quiet pulse flowing through your arms and into your chest. The skin isn't itchy or numb. It's just alive in its own way, aware of pressure, temperature, movement, but not demanding anything from the world around it. There's a place behind your right ear where the blood flows differently than elsewhere. Not faster, just deeper. As if some ancient part of you knows that this moment isn't about alertness or preparation. It's about returning. You don't have to explain why, you just let it be. The blanket has settled into its shape on your legs, not because you adjusted it, but because gravity and heat and air pressure all agreed on where it should stay. It's no longer a thing that needs to be fixed. No need to tug or smooth or pull it up again. The weight of it is just right, not too much, not too little, like the way your body has accepted how heavy it feels when you're lying still. Your left hand rests on top of your stomach, palm open and fingers slightly curved inwards, as if cradling something that doesn't exist. Not a thought, not an image, just the gesture of holding without needing to hold anything real. There's no need for intention anymore. No command buried inside you saying get ready or wake up or even go to sleep. You're not trying to be asleep, and you're not resisting being awake either. There's just this soft in-between, the space where time doesn't move forward because it isn't pushing anything. The silence is not silent. It has texture now, like the sound of dust settling on a shelf after years untouched. Not loud, not noticeable unless you stop trying to hear. But if you listen, there's something there, the faintest shift in air pressure near your left ear, like someone exhaled slowly from far away. You don't have to name it. You don't need to understand where it came from or what it means. It just exists, like a breath that didn't belong to anyone, but still moved through the room anyway. Your feet are not cold. They're not warm either. They're simply there, resting on top of the blanket. The toes aren't curled or pressing down. They're open, relaxed, barely touching the fabric, like roots spreading slowly in soil that doesn't care whether they grow or stay still. You can feel how your skin is no longer trying to protect you from anything, not from sound, not from light, not even from awareness itself. The surface of your body isn't on guard anymore. It's just sensing, not analyzing, just letting things pass through it like water flows around stones. The pulse in your wrist doesn't speed up or slow down. It stays the same. Quiet, steady, unaffected by how many minutes have passed or how long you've been awake, or whether this night will end tomorrow with a sun that rises over rooftops and streets, and people who don't know you're still here. You're not thinking about what happens after sleep, because there's no after anymore. There's only now, and now isn't broken by past moments or future ones. It just is full, quiet, unbroken. The air above your chest moves gently as if it's being breathed for you, not by you, but around you. Like the room itself has taken on a rhythm that matches yours, even though no one asked it to. There's a softness in your jaw now. The muscles have stopped clenching from hours of effort. They're not tense with worry or strain, just relaxed, like they've remembered how to be still without having to pretend to be something else. Your eyes are closed, not because you want them open, but because there's no reason for them to be anything other than shut. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't a barrier. It's not hiding anything. It's just the same space where everything else is, quiet, full of motion that doesn't need names. You don't have to watch the minutes pass, because they're not passing anymore in any way you recognize. They aren't counting down like a clock or adding up toward a moment when something changes. They're just happening, like waves on a shore where there's no one left to measure them. Your breath doesn't need to be steady. It isn't trying to reach anything. It just moves through your lungs like wind through trees that aren't afraid of falling down. There's a part of you deep in the chest, near the center, that feels soft now, not light or airy, but warm and full of something that doesn't need words. Like the space inside an old jar where honey has settled over time, not thick, not runny, but just present. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't even have to notice it. It's already doing its own work, quietly, steadily, without asking you to help or guide it. The edges of your thoughts are no longer sharp. They've softened like paper left out in rain. There's no need to cut them short or pull them back or hold on tight. They just drift, like leaves floating down a slow river with no destination. You're not trying to stop thinking. You're not even trying to think less. It's not about reducing awareness. It's about changing the quality of it. Not fighting against anything, not reaching for something else. Just being here in this body right now without needing to do more than exist. The air on your face feels different. Not because it's cooler or warmer, but because you're no longer reacting to it. You don't turn your head, adjust your pillow, shift position. You just let the sensation pass through you, like a whisper that doesn't need an answer. Your ribs aren't rising and falling with urgency. They're moving gently, like the surface of water stirred by something far below, not forceful, not desperate. Just breathing in time with the quiet rhythm of everything else around you. There's no demand on your attention anymore. No pressure to stay awake or fall asleep or be alert or still. You don't have to solve anything. You don't even have to remember what happened today. You're simply lying down, not waiting for a change, not hoping for relief, just staying. And in that staying, something shifts, not dramatically, not with fanfare, but like the slow turning of soil beneath roots that no one sees. There's a softness spreading now through your lower back, a quiet warmth that doesn't burn or throb, but just stays, like heat rising from stones left out overnight under a summer sky. It doesn't need to go anywhere. It doesn't have to reach your legs or arms or head. It just exists where it is, unhurried, unbothered by time or motion. Your hands are still open, not because you told them to be, but because they've stopped remembering how to close, not clenched in resistance, not reaching for anything, just resting. There's a faint warmth pooling in the hollows of your wrists, just beneath the surface, like sunlight through old glass. No brightness, just presence. You don't need to notice it. It doesn't call out or demand attention. It simply is. And because you're not asking anything of it, it stays. The silence isn't empty. It's full in a way that doesn't fill space, but fills the air between your thoughts. Like dust floating through light that no one sees, you don't have to watch for patterns in it. There's no need to name what it is or where it came from. It just exists, drifting slowly, like breath caught mid-hold, suspended not because it's stopped, but because it hasn't decided yet where it wants to go. Your shoulders have softened, no longer carrying the weight of expectation, not even the ghost of tension that used to press them forward. The muscles at the base of your neck are no longer braced against something unseen. They've relaxed into their own shape, not collapsed, but simply returned to being what they were before effort began. A quiet curve of flesh and bone that doesn't need to prove anything. There's space between you and your body now, no distance, just softness. Like the way an old sweater fits when it's been worn for years. Not too tight, not too loose, but exactly right in places where no one else would notice. The air on your face feels thicker than before, not because there's more of it, but because you're letting it pass through without resistance. It moves across your skin like something that doesn't need to be interpreted. You don't wonder if it's cool or warm, dry or humid. You just let it linger where it lands, on the bridge of your nose, under your eyes, along your jawline, and then drift away. No reaction, no adjustment, just a slow movement through space, like a current that doesn't need to be followed. Your legs are long and still, not stiff, not restless, not waiting for some signal from your brain to move. They've stopped trying to decide whether to shift or stay put. They just lie where they are, legs straight, feet flat on the mattress, toes relaxed as if they were never meant to curl at all. There's a quiet pressure in your heels now, like stones left too long under the surface of a riverbed. They're not cold, not hot, just steady, not pushing up or pulling down, just there. You don't have to do anything with it. It doesn't ask for attention. A faint hum has settled into the space around you, not loud enough to be sound, but deep enough to feel in your bones. It's like the quiet vibration of a distant train passing through earth that no one else hears. Not a noise, not a thought, just a low pulse that moves without needing to arrive anywhere. You don't have to listen for it. You don't even need to notice when it stops. It just lives in the air between your thoughts like an old memory that never needed words. There's no effort now to stay awake or fall asleep. The idea of time has slipped away, not erased, but folded into something else. Not gone, not lost, but simply no longer necessary. You aren't waiting for a moment when you'll finally be able to rest. You're already resting. Even if your eyes are closed and your body still, there's a kind of movement inside you, something slow, continuous, like roots spreading beneath soil without trying to reach the surface. The space behind your eyelids has changed again, not darker or lighter, but softer in texture. It feels less like darkness and more like the way wool feels when it's been worn against skin for years. Not smooth, not rough, just familiar. You don't have to imagine anything inside it. There's no need to picture a room, a sky, a light, nothing that might pull you back into wanting or trying. Your chest rises and falls without urgency. Not shallow, not deep, just steady, like the breath of someone who has stopped measuring their own life in seconds. It doesn't feel like work. It's not effortful. It's just motion that happens because it can, because there's no reason for it to stop. A warmth spreads through your lower abdomen, not heat, not tightness, but something quiet and full, like the way a jar feels when it's been sealed too long and the contents have settled into stillness. Not empty, not heavy, just present. It doesn't need to go anywhere. It doesn't want anything from you. You don't have to think about it or explain it. There's no part of you that needs to be fixed. No corner that has to be cleaned up. Nothing waiting for a signal to release. The body is not trying to do anything except what it always does: breathe, pulse, rest. And right now, that's enough. The air in the room doesn't feel still. It feels alive with silence. Not like absence, but like presence without sound. Like the pause between two notes of music you don't hear yet. The moment before a word is spoken. You don't have to fill it. It doesn't need your voice. It's already complete. Your mind isn't quiet because you've stopped thinking. It's quiet because thinking no longer needs to be controlled, judged, or corrected. Thoughts drift in like clouds on the edge of vision. No need to chase them, no need to push them away. They pass through without leaving a mark. You're not their audience. You aren't even watching for them. They come and go like shadows across stone that doesn't care. Your hands are still open, not out of willpower, but because they've forgotten how to close. Not in fear or resistance, just resting, like branches left after the storm has passed. No longer fighting the wind, no longer trying to hold on. The fingers aren't stiff with purpose. They're just there. There's a softness now in your spine, not collapsed, not curved, but relaxed into its own shape. Like an old rope that's stopped being used and is simply lying where it fell. No tension, no weight, no need to be anything other than what it is. The edge of the bed beneath you feels different. not cooler or warmer, but more settled, like a surface that has known your body for years and doesn't expect anything in return. It holds you without asking you to stay. It supports without needing to prove itself. You don't have to remember your name. You don't need to know what day it is. There's no reason to hold on to any of it, any story, any worry, any image from before the dark came. The past isn't here. The future hasn't arrived. What matters now is not in time at all. The air moves across your face again, not rushing, not lingering, but simply passing through like a breath that doesn't need to be answered. You don't turn toward it. You don't lean into it. It touches you and leaves just as easily as it came. Your body isn't trying to do anything except exist in this moment, without needing to justify itself or prove its worth. There's no goal, no outcome, no end point. Just the quiet continuation of being here now, with your eyes closed and your breath moving through you like wind through a field that has stopped growing. And somewhere deep inside, the place where thoughts used to gather and demand attention, there is nothing but stillness. Not emptiness, not blankness, just peace so ordinary it doesn't need a name. It's the kind of quiet that comes when effort finally gives up on itself, when resistance stops pretending it has power. You aren't doing anything special. You're not trying to be calm or relaxed or asleep. You're just letting go, not in a dramatic way, not with force, but quietly, steadily, like water seeping into soil over time. The edges of your awareness have softened, no longer sharp, no longer holding on. They've blurred into the space around you, like ink spreading in paper that's already soaked through. There's no need to stay awake or fall asleep. There's no reason to move or stop moving. The only thing that matters is this: you're lying down, your body is still, your breath moves, and nothing else needs to happen. You're not waiting anymore, not for sleep, not for release, not for anything to happen in particular. The quiet isn't a promise, it's just what happens when you stop demanding it. Your chest rises and falls with no urgency, like the slow breath of something that has decided not to rush through its own existence. There is no need to count or measure it. No need to make sure it's deep enough or even or steady. It simply moves, like leaves drifting down from a tree whose branches have long since stopped trembling. Your shoulders are lower now, not because you've forced them down, but because they've forgotten how to carry the weight of wanting. There is no effort in their position, no alignment to achieve, no posture to maintain. They're just there, quietly surrendering into the mattress like two stones that have been lying under water for so long they've stopped remembering what it means to be heavy. The air on your skin has changed its rhythm too. It doesn't press against you or pull away with intention. It flows across your arms, your neck, the back of your thighs, not cold, not warm, but simply present, like a current that moves without needing to go anywhere. You don't need to adjust for it. You don't have to shift your body to find comfort. The discomfort was never in the air. It was in the way you kept checking if it was right. Your left foot rests slightly higher than the other, not because of posture or preference, but just as it fell when you lay down hours ago and hasn't moved since. It's not a mistake. It's not something to fix. It's simply part of your shape in this moment. The toes are relaxed, not curled, not stiff, just resting where they landed. They don't need anything from the floor. They're not waiting for anything at all. The darkness behind your eyelids is no longer an absence. It's a place that holds you without demanding to be filled with images or thoughts or memories. It doesn't have to be empty because you aren't trying to occupy it. You aren't afraid of what might come from within, and you're not hoping anything will emerge. There's space for both the stillness and the silence between heartbeats. The kind that comes when your mind isn't rushing to interpret or label. You are no longer measuring time by how long it has been since you closed your eyes. You don't care if another hour passes, or two more, or half a night. The idea of duration doesn't matter anymore because there's nothing left to complete. No checklist to finish, no target to reach before morning comes. You're not on the clock. Your hands lie open again, this time not just relaxed, but uninvolved. They aren't part of any plan, any intention. One rests near your ribcage, palm up, fingers slightly spread, like a small basin that has stopped trying to catch rain. The other lies beside it, wrist curved gently inward, as if the bones have softened into their own shape and no longer need to be held in place by tension. You don't feel separate from these things. Your hands, your breath, your body, the air, the dark. There's no boundary between you and what is. It feels like the moment before a word comes out of silence, not because it's about to happen, but because the space around it has already become full enough that nothing else can be added. The weight in your legs, once there, once insistent, is now just part of the texture beneath you. Not heavy with fatigue, not restless with waiting, but simply resting like logs left after a fire has gone out. They don't need to be moved or shifted or repositioned. No one is asking them to do anything. Your spine continues its quiet descent, not downward into collapse, but into alignment with the shape of what it already is. It's not straightening itself. It's just giving up on pretending it needs to hold something up. The curve at your lower back settles deeper into the mattress, like a valley that has finally stopped resisting the rain. There is no effort in breathing now, no need to make it slow or deep or even. It moves through you without being noticed, like wind passing through a tunnel whose purpose was never to be felt, only to exist. You don't control it. You don't guide it. You're not even aware of the exact moment when your lungs filled with air or released it back into stillness. You are not awake in any special way, not alert, not conscious in the usual sense, but you are present without needing to be there for anything, without needing to remember anything, without having to know what comes next. The sound of silence isn't loud. It's just a kind of fullness that doesn't need to speak. It holds everything already. The air feels thicker now, not in weight, but in presence, as though the dark has become dense with stillness and you are sinking gently into it. Your left ear is pressed against the pillow, not tightly, not because you're trying to block anything out, but simply because that's where your head landed when you laid down. It doesn't matter if you hear a faint hum from somewhere in the house, or the distant rattle of a pipe, or even the quiet creak of wood settling under its own weight. These sounds aren't interruptions. They're just part of what is happening right now. You don't analyze them. You don't wonder where they come from. You don't check to see if you've heard it before. They pass through like shadows over stone, and then they are gone, no trace left behind. The warmth in your chest isn't excitement or anxiety. It's just the quiet heat of being alive without needing to prove it. It doesn't need to be noticed. It doesn't need a name. It simply exists. The kind of warmth that comes from not fighting against yourself, from letting go with no conditions attached. Your neck is soft, no strain in any direction, no upward pull, no backward tension. The muscles have stopped holding the head up as if it were something fragile to protect. They've relaxed into their natural curve, like a riverbed worn smooth by centuries of water moving through without resistance. There's no need to hold anything together anymore. No part of you needs to be fixed or held in place. Your body isn't trying to stay upright. It doesn't have to keep standing for anyone else. You are not responsible for the shape of your breath, the position of your limbs, or the rhythm of your heartbeat. You're just lying here exactly as you are. Not better than before, not worse. Not more awake, not less asleep, just still. And that's enough. That's all it takes. The edge of the blanket has slipped slightly from your hip, not because you moved, but because gravity doesn't care about how things should be arranged. It just moves them where they belong. You don't pull it back up. You don't think about whether it's covering you properly. The coolness on your thigh is not a problem, just part of the moment. The air flows across your skin again, now brushing along your shoulder blade. Not with purpose, not to wake you, but just moving through like something that has no destination and doesn't need one. You don't try to stay awake. You don't try to fall asleep. There's no task left, no final effort to finish. The only thing happening is the quiet continuation of your body existing in this space, supported by what lies beneath you, held by what surrounds you, surrounded by a stillness that isn't waiting for anything. Your thoughts aren't gone, they're just not important anymore. They drift in like dust motes caught in sunlight, visible only briefly before they vanish again into the air, no longer demanding attention or needing to be labeled. There's no need to notice them, no need to follow them, no reason to chase what might come next or worry about where you've been. You are not thinking about whether this is working. You're not wondering if sleep will ever arrive. There's no urgency in your chest, no tension at the back of your throat. The only thing that matters is the quiet breath moving through you, not fast, not slow, just present. Your eyelids feel heavy, yes, but not with fatigue, not with surrender, just with being closed and staying that way. They don't need to open again unless something needs to happen, but nothing does. The weight of your arm lies where it fell, not because you chose its position, but because the space beneath has accepted it without complaint. The skin on your forearm is cool, just slightly cooler than the rest, and when a small shift in pressure happens from somewhere deep inside, like the slow settling of stone after rain, the sensation moves through that limb with no urgency and no demand for response. It's not about what you feel, but how easily it passes. There's nothing to act on, nowhere to go, no way to correct or adjust. You're aware now of a soft vibration, not loud, not sharp, rising up from the floor beneath your back, faint as breath against glass. Not sound exactly, more like something that hums without being heard directly, just felt in bones and quiet places where thought doesn't usually go. It's not trying to reach you. It isn't calling attention or asking for notice. You don't need to identify it. There is no question of whether it means anything. It simply exists as part of the air that holds your body here. The edge of your shirt has slipped loose from where it tucked under the waistband, just enough so a sliver of skin peeks out, your lower ribcage exposed not by effort, but by small surrender to gravity and time. The breeze doesn't come in through any window or crack. It's already inside you, moving gently across the surface that is no longer guarding itself. There's an absence where your thoughts used to gather, like a quiet clearing after snowfall has erased footprints and paths alike. Not silence, there are still movements, fragments of old sentences not finished, images from long ago rooms with doors left open, half-recalled names in places you've never been. But they don't land. They float above the surface without sinking into meaning or consequence. Your fingers have relaxed completely, their tips no longer curled inward, as if preparing for something unspoken. The space between them is not tense, but open, like a doorway that was never meant to be closed. You could stretch them out now, and nothing would happen except another shift in pressure on the mattress beneath, just enough to remind you of where your hands are. The ceiling isn't white anymore, it's softer than color. It has depth. Shadows pooled near the corners, not from dust or age, but because some parts of it have always been slightly darker, like stone that remembers how light used to fall differently years ago. You don't try to see shapes in them, no animals, no faces, no patterns you're supposed to find. They stay still and unclaimed. There's a rhythm beneath your spine, a slow pulse not from heartbeat, but from something older than blood. The quiet turning of weight into rest, like water finding its level after disturbance. It doesn't move fast or push forward. It just continues in place, steady as gravity itself knows how to hold things without strain. The air brushes against you again, not across your shoulder blade this time, not along the side of your neck, but drifting slowly over the back of one hand where it rests flat on top of your thigh. It passes like a thread drawn through an invisible loom, no purpose attached, no direction needing to be kept, just movement for its own sake. Your breath doesn't change. It stays just as it is, not shallow or deepened by effort, but continuous and quiet, moving in without demand, out without pause. You don't guide it towards sleep. There's no route laid down between the inhale and exhale anymore, only a slow unfolding that matches what your body already knows. A distant hum returns, not from the house this time, not even nearby, but somewhere far off beyond walls you can't name or see. It doesn't come close enough to matter. You don't listen for it. It's not important whether it's machinery or wind in wires. Just another tone floating through space like a note that lost its key. Your shoulders have dropped, not because of will, but because they no longer carry anything. They aren't holding up the past, nor waiting for tomorrow to arrive. Their weight has been released into stillness, the same way leaves fall from trees, not because they want to leave their branches, but because gravity does what it always does. There's a silence that isn't empty, more like full of possibility, without being loud about it. It doesn't promise anything or wait for you to say yes. You don't have to agree with it or react. You're just allowed to be present in the shape your body makes on this bed, supported by what lies beneath and held gently by air that does not know how tired you are. Your legs feel longer than they did minutes ago, just slightly stretched out through stillness, like roots spreading slowly underground without any desire to rise. They don't twitch or shift for no reason anymore. There's no need to test their strength or check if they're working properly. You've stopped measuring how much you can do. A soft pressure builds near your hip, not pain, not discomfort, just the kind of sensation that comes from lying in one position long enough for blood to settle and warm where it's been undisturbed. It's mild and slow, spreading like ink into water without force or hurry. You don't move away from it. The wall beside you is no longer a boundary. It's just another surface, cooler than the air around it, but not cold in any way that needs to be noticed. There are tiny cracks along its edge, hairline fractures too fine to see unless light hits them exactly right. But even those aren't signs of damage or weakness. They're part of what this space has become, a place where things remain unchanged and unaltered by need. You don't think about whether you're drifting farther from wakefulness or closer to sleep, because there's no such line anymore. Only the continuation of being here, with nothing needing correction or attention. Your chest rises once more, not fast, not shallow, but as if rising naturally through water that has grown soft and still. The air moves in without resistance. It doesn't come hard or rush forward like it used to when you were trying to force a rhythm into place. This breath feels older than effort. It's the kind of movement that belongs to something already at peace. There is no weight on your mind, only space, quiet and unclaimed. Thoughts don't arrive with loud knocks anymore. They come softly, as if stepping over threshold after door has long been left open in trust rather than warning. You're not waiting for sleep, but you're also not fighting it. There's no longer a task to perform, no final step to reach before resting can begin. The only thing happening is the quiet continuation of this moment. Your body here, breathing as it always does when given permission to just be. The air flows across your skin again, not near any one place, but moving through all of you like wind over bare earth after rain has passed and left no trace behind. And then something shifts, not in movement or sensation, but in awareness. Not a change in what's happening, only how it feels, as though the edge between feeling and doing has blurred into something softer than either could name. You are neither awake nor asleep, not because you've decided so, but because there's no need to choose. There is nothing left to fix, no posture that needs adjusting, no breath that must deepen or slow down for a reason. The only thing happening now is the quiet presence of your body in this dark room, supported by layers beneath and held gently by what surrounds you. No demand attached, no judgment needed, just rest without condition. The wall continues to be cool where it meets the ceiling, not because cold matters anymore, but because that's how things are when nothing needs changing. The dust moves only if disturbed, but there is no disturbance now. Everything stays exactly as it was before effort began. You don't think about time passing. There's just this continuation of breath moving through you, of silence holding space around your limbs, of air brushing lightly against skin that doesn't want to be touched or protected anymore. Your foot lies flat on the bed, not curled back in defense or pulled forward towards some imagined finish line. It stays where it is because there's nowhere else for it to go and nothing requiring it to move. The silence grows deeper not by being louder, but by becoming less noticeable, like a pond that no longer reflects anything except stillness itself. The way your fingers rest on the sheet, no longer pressing down, no longer testing for resistance, is a quiet act of surrender, not because you've given up, but because there's nothing left to test against. The fabric holds your weight without protest, and in return, it asks for nothing. You feel its texture not as something beneath your skin, but as part of the same soft continuity that runs through your shoulder, down into your wrist, across the curve of your palm. There is no separation between hand and surface anymore, only a shared stillness, like two hands placed together in silence, one real, one imagined, neither needing to be distinguished. You don't need to know where this calm comes from. It isn't born of resolution or outcome. It arrives without explanation, like the soft weight of moss on stone after rain has stopped falling. The air near your neck is still, not because it's trapped, but because it doesn't move in expectation. No breath waits for a signal to return. No sensation holds its shape for recognition. There are no boundaries between body and room anymore. Only a slow merging, like water seeping into soil until the line between one and the other has dissolved. There is no effort to keep your eyes open or shut. They stay as they are, half-lidded, not quite closed, not quite searching. Light doesn't matter now, it's just another absence, like sound in a cathedral after all voices have left. The faint glow from the hallway seems farther away than it was moments ago, not because you've moved, but because distance itself has softened into something less sharp. You don't listen for your heartbeat anymore, not even when it pulses quietly beneath your ribs. There's no need to count it or match its rhythm to some imagined pace. It moves through you as if it had always been part of the silence, like a distant river flowing under stone without sound. You aren't trying to hear it, you're just letting it be, and that is enough. Your shoulder rests lower than it did before, not because anything has shifted, but because there's no reason not to let it fall where gravity takes it. The joint doesn't resist its own weight. It simply yields slowly, like a branch bending under snow without breaking. There is no fear of collapse, only the slow truth of being held by what remains. The coolness along the edge of the bed isn't a sensation you analyze anymore. It's just there, part of the same quiet field that surrounds your feet and thighs. It doesn't demand attention, doesn't ask to be felt or named. It simply is, like shadows in a room that no longer needs light to define them. The sound of silence has changed, not because it grew louder, but because you've stopped waiting for something behind it. There's no expectation now, no hidden signal, no message encoded within stillness. The quiet isn't empty, it's full of absence, and that is its own kind of presence. You don't need to fill it or name it. It doesn't require your effort. Your breath continues, not because you're making it happen, but because the air keeps coming in and out as if there were no choice. There's no agenda behind it, no goal of reaching deeper or slower, just this, the flow that happens when nothing tries to control it. You don't guide it, nor do you resist its quiet variation. It moves through your lungs not like a task, but like water moving through roots in dark earths. There is no moment now where you feel yourself on the edge of sleep. There's only this, being here with nothing to achieve and no direction to follow. The body doesn't need permission anymore. It just continues, as it always has when left undisturbed. You don't have to be somewhere else. You're already exactly where you are. Your thoughts aren't gone, they're simply not urgent. They float by like leaves on a stream that doesn't care which way they turn. There's no need to grab them or let go of them. One drifts past, a memory of rain, faint and distant, then fades without trace. Another passes, the shape of a door you've never opened, but not with longing, just as something seen from far away in a dream that didn't matter. You don't think about what might happen when sleep finally comes, not because it won't come, but because there's no need to prepare for it. You're already resting in the same way one rests after walking through deep water, not by stopping, but by letting go of resistance. There is a quiet warmth beneath your spine, not hot, not urgent, just the soft return of blood moving slowly where it has been still for too long. It spreads gently, like slow light returning to a room that forgot what daylight looked like. There's no need to hold onto it or chase its source. It just stays, and in staying, becomes part of the silence. Your hands lie open now, not outstretched, not clenched, just resting as they were meant to be. With space between fingers, skin relaxed against air that doesn't demand anything from them. They don't need to do anything. They simply exist, like stones left after water has receded, quiet and unclaimed. There is no boundary between breath and body anymore, not because one has disappeared, but because the line between them has softened into something less distinct, like the edge of a shadow at dusk. You don't need to be aware of where your lungs end and your chest begins, only that they move together, in sync with whatever comes next. The wall beside you isn't just cool, it's part of the same space that holds your legs and arms and breath. It doesn't separate you from anything. There is no separation now between what's inside and outside. You're not trapped within a body or bound by walls. You are simply here, unrushed, unclaimed, unhurried. The air moves across your skin in ways that don't register as touch anymore, not because it has stopped, but because there's no longer any need to react to it. It brushes past like wind over dry grass, not threatening, not welcoming, just passing through. There is nothing to avoid or welcome, it simply happens. You don't remember when you last felt this way, but that doesn't matter. You're here now, and the moment has already passed beyond memory. What matters is what came before, but how this feels in your body. Lightness without effort, stillness without tension, awareness without demand. Your foot rests flat again, not because it's been placed there by will, but because there's no reason to lift it. It doesn't want to move, and so it stays. There is no conflict between desire and action, only a quiet agreement that motion isn't needed here. The silence grows deeper not by being louder, but by becoming less noticeable. Like water seeping into cracks in stone, until the crack becomes part of the flow itself. You don't notice when you stop noticing, and that is how it happens, slowly, without announcement, like a door closing after someone has left and forgotten to say goodbye. There's no need to think about whether this is sleep or wakefulness. The difference between them doesn't matter anymore, not because they've merged into something new, but because the question itself has lost its meaning. There is only what is, your body here, breathing through still air, held by layers beneath and space around. The edge of the bed meets the wall not with resistance, but with quiet acceptance. The plaster doesn't fight against time or temperature, it just remains as it was. So do you. There's no effort in staying awake or in letting go. There's only this, continuation without purpose, movement without direction. You don't have to be anywhere else. You're already where the stillness begins. Your breath moves like a thread pulled through the quietest part of a loom, not to weave anything, but simply because it's been set in motion, and no one has asked it to stop. The rhythm is soft enough that you don't have to follow it. Just let it be there, threading beneath your ribs without needing to measure its length or count its pauses. There's space between each breath now, not the kind of emptiness that demands filling, but a quiet fullness where nothing feels missing. You're not trying to hold on to anything, Not the air, not the stillness, not even the feeling of being awake. The edge of your eyelids isn't heavy like it was hours ago, when they felt stiff with resistance, as if holding them closed were an act of defiance against wakefulness itself. Now they're just there, like two curtains that haven't been drawn for a long time and have forgotten how to move on their own. They don't need to be opened or shut. The dark behind them isn't a void. It's not empty in the way you once feared. It's full of absence with no demand for presence. You could lie there forever, and it wouldn't ask anything of you. There's a warmth spreading through your shoulder now, not from effort, not from heat, but like a memory returning to muscle that has forgotten how to feel itself. Your arm lies across your chest, not because you placed it there, but because gravity has found its way into the shape of your body and settled where it was always meant to rest. It's not resting on anything, just being. The weight is neutral, neither too much nor too little. There's no need to adjust it or lift it or remember what it feels like to move. The air in the room doesn't come from anywhere specific. It just is. Not cold, not warm, but present. It moves across your skin with a kind of indifference that isn't harsh. It's just uninterested. And because you're no longer waiting for something to change, the movement of air becomes part of the background noise of being. Like water over stones when no one is listening, or leaves brushing against each other in a field long past harvest. You don't need to be aware of your spine right now, only that it's there, curved slightly into its own shape, not trying to straighten itself for anyone. It doesn't have to prove anything by being still or upright. There is no reason to arch or flatten, it just stays as it was made. A quiet arc between pelvis and skull, holding nothing but the weight of what comes naturally. A faint pressure builds behind your knee, not painful, not urgent, just there like an old letter tucked into a book that hasn't been opened in years. It doesn't demand attention. You don't need to shift or stretch or rub it away. It's just part of the landscape now, the same way shadows gather under furniture at dusk and stay until morning comes unannounced. There is no line between your thoughts and what's happening around you, only a soft blur where one dissolves into the other, like ink meeting water in slow motion. You don't have to stop thinking, because it's not causing trouble anymore. Thoughts drift through like leaves caught in a slow stream, not needing to be pulled out or held onto. They pass by without leaving marks. The only thing that remains is awareness, bare and simple, as if you've stepped back from the riverbank and are watching the water carry things along, knowing they won't come back. Your legs don't feel separate anymore. They're part of a longer continuation, not attached to your hips like anchors, but joined to the bed in a way that feels more like growing into it than lying on top. The mattress isn't just beneath you, it's breathing with you, absorbing the quiet weight of your presence and returning it slowly, as if time itself is unfolding at its own pace. The wall beside you still holds its shape, the same plaster surface from hours ago, but now it doesn't feel like a barrier. It feels like a part of what surrounds you, not separate, not enclosing, just there, like the side of a cave that's been worn smooth by centuries of silence. No one came here to build anything. No one left behind any record of having been, just stillness. And now, your body is simply another kind of stillness resting against it. You don't have to think about how long you've been lying like this, only that time has stopped asking for proof of its passage. There's no clock in the room, no rhythm from outside to measure yourself by. Even if there were a heartbeat somewhere, it wouldn't need to match yours. You're not racing to meet anything. Your fingers are still open, not because you've decided they should be, but because their shape has softened into something that doesn't know how to close anymore. The space between them is not emptiness, it's a kind of offering, like two hands left on the ground after a storm passed and no one came to take anything away. They're waiting for nothing, not even wind. There's a faint hum in the wall now, not from electricity, not from machinery, but something older, deeper, like vibration passing through stone at night when everything else has gone still. You don't need to name it. It doesn't matter where it comes from or why it's here. You're just aware of it, like noticing a sound that isn't really there, but feels real anyway. And then it fades, not because it's stopped, but because you've stopped listening for things to happen. There is no expectation now, no one waiting in the dark to say now. The silence doesn't need to be broken by anything. It's not empty, it's full of a kind of quiet that isn't afraid. Your chest rises and falls without needing permission. Not because you're making it rise, but because the air has found its way into your body, as if returning after a long absence, like water filling a well that was forgotten for years. The breath doesn't need to be deeper or slower, it just is what it always was, a natural movement, not an effort. There's no urgency in how you're lying now, not even the faintest trace of wanting to be somewhere else. You're not trying to arrive at sleep, because there's nothing to arrive to. There's only this, body here, breath moving through stillness, mind softening into what is. Your foot doesn't twitch or shift, it just stays where it has landed, as if the floor beneath it has grown warm enough to hold it in place. No need to push off or pull back. It isn't afraid of being left behind. The ground doesn't reject it. There's no struggle between waking and sleeping, only a slow turning inward that doesn't feel like leaving anything behind. You're not slipping into sleep because you've given up trying. You're simply letting go of the idea that there was ever something to win in this moment. The silence isn't growing louder, it's just becoming more noticeable by no longer needing to be noticed at all. It doesn't shout for attention. It doesn't need to prove it's there. It's not competing with anything. And then, without any warning, like a door opening that you didn't know was closed, you're aware of your body as if seeing it from the outside. Skin over bone, breath in motion, limbs resting on the bed like things left behind after a journey no one remembers taking. You don't need to understand what this is. You only need to be here with it. There's a small warmth building near your hip, not heat, not pain, just a quiet return of sensation that feels like memory returning to muscle that had forgotten how to feel. It spreads slowly, like light through fog at dawn, not bright, not sudden, but undeniable in its presence. The air doesn't need to be held or released. It just moves through you as if you were never anything more than an open passage between two still points. You're not resisting the quiet. You're not reaching for it. You're simply allowing yourself to exist within it, like a tree growing into the soil without knowing why. There's no boundary between your thoughts and what surrounds them, not because they've disappeared, but because there's nothing left to distinguish one from the other. They drift together now, like clouds in a sky that has forgotten how to change. The weight in your shoulder has softened, no longer a knot you're holding against the night, but something that's simply settled, like dust returning to earth after being stirred up by wind. It doesn't need to be released. There's no tension left to unwind. The space where it lived before is now filled with stillness, so quiet it feels almost thick, like water that has stopped moving and become aware of its own depths. You don't have to look at your arm to know it's there, just as you don't need to track the rise of your breath to feel it. The air passes through without asking permission. It doesn't pause at the throat or hesitate in the chest. It moves just because it can. There is no effort behind it. No instruction from a mind that once believed sleep would only come if every muscle obeyed some invisible order. A faint line of coolness runs along your forearm, not sharp, not surprising, more like memory returning to skin after years of being forgotten. It's the kind of sensation you might notice when shifting slightly in bed, but even that movement isn't needed now. You're not adjusting yourself for comfort or position. You're simply lying where you've been, and the body knows how to rest without needing to be told. The floor beneath your feet is no longer a boundary between being awake and asleep. It's just something beneath you, warm in places, cool in others, not rejecting, not welcoming, but existing as it always has. You don't need to feel connected to it or separate from it. There's no point in either. There's an almost imperceptible shift in the pressure between your hips and the mattress. One side feels slightly heavier than the other now, not because of any change in posture, but just because gravity has found its way into small spaces again, like water finding cracks in stone over time. It doesn't matter which side is heavier. What matters is that it's no longer something to be corrected, rearranged, or judged. There's no need to press back or lift up. You're not resisting the weight of your body. You're allowing it to belong exactly where it falls. The silence isn't empty, it's layered. Not with noise, but with presence. The air around you feels fuller now, not louder, just more complete. Like a room that has been waiting for someone to sit in it quietly for hours before anyone ever noticed how full the stillness really was. You don't have to listen to find it. It isn't hiding. It's not trying to be heard. It simply is, like the way light moves through glass on a cloudy afternoon, soft and continuous, without claiming anything. A slow pulse begins in your ankle, not loud, not urgent, just a quiet thrum that doesn't need to be felt or named. It pulses once, then again, like a rhythm you've forgotten how to measure. You don't count it. You don't try to match it with breath or thought. It just happens, like the way roots grow underground without knowing they're growing. There's no purpose behind it, no outcome expected. The sensation doesn't ask for attention. It doesn't demand anything from you. It simply is, and in being so, becomes part of the quiet that already surrounds you. The back of your neck feels slightly warm now, not hot, not uncomfortable, just a gentle heat spreading slowly outward like ink dissolving in water. You don't lean forward or pull up your collar. You don't shift to cool yourself. There's no need. It's not trying to escape. The warmth doesn't want anything from you. It just occupies the space it has found, and that is enough. Your hands aren't clenched anymore, not because they've relaxed, but because there was never any effort in them to begin with. They rest as if they'd been waiting for this moment all along. Open palms facing upward like things receiving something without knowing what it is. Not reaching, not holding, just being present in the shape of their own resting state. So the light from outside doesn't matter anymore, not because you've blocked it out, but because you're no longer looking at it to measure time or judge how long you've been awake. You don't care whether dawn will come or if it's still hours away. The night isn't a challenge to be endured. It's not a test of patience. It's just the world continuing to turn without needing your approval. There's a softness in your eyes now, not because they're closed, but because there's no need to focus on anything. Your gaze doesn't land anywhere. There's nothing to fixate on, no point to look toward or away from. The darkness isn't something to avoid. It's not hostile. It's just what is. And in that stillness, your eyes don't twitch or move. They simply remain open, as if learning how to be still again. A quiet hum returns, not the same one before, but similar in tone. A low vibration you feel more than hear, like air moving through a space that has forgotten its own name. It doesn't demand attention. You don't try to identify it. There's no need to know what causes it or where it comes from. It just passes through. You're not resisting it, but neither are you leaning into it. It flows alongside the breath in your chest, like a current moving past a stone that has stopped trying to move. The air near your nose feels slightly heavier now, not thick, not dense, but present in a way that makes breathing feel less like effort and more like returning. The warmth in your chest spreads slowly outward, not rushing, not forcing anything, just expanding into the space where tension used to live. It doesn't replace it. It just occupies it without pushing out what was already there. Your thoughts don't disappear, they simply stop being chased. There's no need to catch them or pull them back from wandering. They drift like leaves on a slow river, not seeking any destination, not avoiding anything. They aren't important enough to hold on to. They're just passing through the same space where your breath moves and the silence lives. A small part of you, just a corner, just an edge, remembers how it felt to want something desperately. That ache in the chest when sleep wouldn't come, the way time stretched like taffy between moments, the fear that this would go on forever. But that memory doesn't pull at you anymore. It's not real now. It's a shape from earlier in the night, something you've already left behind. There is no beginning and no end here, not in the way you once thought of them. There's only this, the quiet, your body resting, breath moving through stillness, mind softening into what it was before all the trying started. The air doesn't need to be full or empty, it just is. It flows without needing permission. You don't have to control its movement. You don't need to make space for it. It's already here, and you're not pushing against it. You're simply letting go of the idea that there was ever a moment when you needed to do anything at all. The floor beneath your feet isn't cold anymore, not because it warmed up, but because you no longer feel it as a boundary between waking and sleeping. It's just something under you, something that holds without demanding anything in return. Your shoulder rests again, not because you've made it rest, but because there's nothing left to hold onto. No tension to maintain. No effort to keep the body upright or alert. The weight of your arm doesn't feel like a burden anymore. It feels like something returning home after a long journey through noise and light. There's no need to be somewhere else now, not even in sleep, not even in stillness. You're already where you've been all along, lying here, breathing, present without needing to prove it. A faint tingling rises in your thigh, not sharp, not unpleasant, just a soft awareness of sensation returning after being forgotten. It spreads slowly like water finding its way through dry soil, not rushing, not claiming space, just filling the spaces between muscle and bone as if they were always meant to feel this way. The quiet doesn't need to be noticed. It's already there, not because you're listening for it, but because there's nothing else to listen to. There are no sounds demanding attention, no thoughts insisting on being heard. The silence isn't waiting for something to break it. It's not lonely. It's not afraid of emptiness. The light in the room isn't gone. It's just stopped needing to be seen. You don't notice it anymore, not as a thing that exists or doesn't exist, but as something that simply is, like the shape of your hand on the blanket, like the way the edge of your shoulder meets the pillow without effort. There's no moment when you decided to let go of seeing it. There was just an absence of wanting to. No need to turn away from it. No urge to shut your eyes tighter or press into a different angle for better darkness. You're not avoiding anything. You're not fighting to be somewhere else. The air near your forehead feels cooler now, not because the room has changed, but because you've stopped pressing against it with your thoughts. It isn't moving, yet it's present in the way that only stillness can become noticeable. Like a breath held too long, then released without fanfare. You don't need to name it or hold onto its sensation. It just is cool, quiet, and uninvolved. There's no pressure to make anything of it. No instruction from anywhere. Your fingers are resting on the blanket, not because you've placed them there, but because they didn't move when they could have. The weight of each fingertip has settled into place without resistance. They're not trying to stay still, they just aren't doing anything else. There's no intention behind their position, only a kind of returning. Like roots settling in soil after a long stretch of drought, the body remembers how to rest when it stops pretending it needs to be somewhere. The silence isn't empty, it's full of small things that don't need names. The faint hum from beyond the wall, just a low pulse beneath everything else, not loud enough to claim attention, but present just enough to remind you that sound exists without requiring your notice. It doesn't call for anything. It doesn't matter whether you hear it or not. You're not listening. You're not ignoring. There's no effort in the space between what is and what isn't heard. A small shift occurs, not a movement, not an adjustment, just a softness where there was previously a point of focus. Your ribs don't rise and fall with purpose anymore. The breath moves through your chest like water finding its way around stones, slower than before, quieter in rhythm, less structured. It doesn't need to be deep or slow because it's not trying to do anything. There's no goal attached to the next inhale, no destination for the out-breath. You don't need to fill your lungs with air. You just let the space between breaths exist as its own kind of presence. The edge of your ear feels heavier now, not numb, not dull, but like it has simply remembered what weight is without needing to be told. It doesn't resist being heavy. It doesn't want to become light again. It's just there, part of the quiet architecture of stillness. The skin around it isn't tense or tight with anticipation. It's not waiting for something to happen, nor afraid that nothing will. Your knees are slightly bent, not because you've arranged them that way, but because gravity has simply taken its course over time. They don't need to be straightened. There's no reason to fix the angle of your legs. The blanket lies across them without needing to be adjusted. It isn't a barrier or an interruption. It just covers what needs covering. The thought of sleep doesn't come as a demand anymore. You don't feel it pressing in, asking for permission, or threatening to leave if you don't respond. It's not a guest who needs greeting. It's not a prize to be won. There's no scorecard keeping track of minutes passed, no tally of failed attempts or wasted effort. The idea that sleep might come or not doesn't matter in this moment. You're already in the middle of it, not as an event, but as a condition. You don't need to prepare for rest because you've already arrived at its edge. There's no journey ahead, no threshold to cross. It's not something that happens after being still. It's what stillness is when there's nothing left to do with it. The pressure behind your eyes isn't a signal anymore. It doesn't mean tension or fatigue or the need for sleep. It just exists, like warmth in the palms of hands after holding something warm too long. You don't push against it. You don't try to release it. It's not an obstacle. It's not even notice-worthy. It's part of the landscape now, the same way a shadow is part of light or silence is part of sound. Your heartbeat doesn't need to be counted. There's no rhythm to keep up with, no pattern to follow. It just moves, slow, steady, unhurried, not because it has been told to, but because it doesn't know how not to. The space between beats isn't empty, it's full of quiet waiting that feels like returning. The weight in your arms is no longer a burden. It's not even awareness. It's just what happens when the body stops resisting gravity. Your forearm lies where it fell, on the blanket, on top of the other arm, or simply resting beside you, the way things rest without needing to be arranged. There's no need for symmetry, no demand that one side match the other. The air in your mouth feels different, not because you're breathing differently, but because you're not trying to breathe at all. It's just there, warm, still, barely moving. You don't have to keep it flowing. You don't need to maintain a constant rhythm. The breath doesn't have to be deep or slow. It just moves when it wants to. There are no rules here, no instructions from anywhere, not even the idea that this is good or bad. This isn't progress. It's not failure. It's not success. There's nothing to measure, nothing to compare against, no way of knowing how long you've been like this or whether it will last. You're not waiting for anything. You don't need something to happen. The silence doesn't have a purpose. The stillness isn't temporary. The quiet isn't holding its breath. It's already breathing on its own. A faint vibration begins in your hip, not from outside, not from movement, but as if the bone itself is remembering how to be still while remaining alive. It spreads slowly through the soft tissue, like heat moving beneath skin after being forgotten for a long time. There's no need to follow it, no need to investigate where it came from or why it's there. You don't have to stay awake, you don't have to fall asleep. The moment isn't demanding anything. It's not waiting for your permission, nor is it resisting you. It just is, here and now, without needing to be named or understood. Your mind doesn't need to think about this. It can wander if it wants to. It can drift toward memories of light, of voices, of places where the air was different, but none of them matter. None of them are more real than this moment. They don't pull at you. They don't demand attention. You're not chasing anything, not even sleep. The darkness above isn't a wall. It's not an absence. It's just there, soft, unbroken, continuous. There's no edge to it. No boundary between what is and what isn't known. The ceiling doesn't need to be seen. The shape of the room doesn't matter. You're not trying to define anything. You don't have to believe in rest. You don't have to want it. It's already happening without your help, without your effort, without your attention. The breath moves through you, not because you've started breathing again, but because breathing has always been here, just waiting for the moment when you stopped fighting it. And now, you're not trying anymore. You're not holding on to anything. There's no need to be anywhere else. The warmth in your hip has softened into something deeper, less like vibration, more like a slow seepage of stillness through bone and muscle, settling where tension used to live. It's not spreading so much as revealing what was already there beneath layers that no longer matter. The weight you've carried all evening, the kind that comes from pressing against the ceiling with your mind, has stopped being effort and started becoming part of the air around you. Your toes are curled slightly, not out of discomfort, but because they've simply forgotten how to be straight. They don't need to be corrected. There's no reason for them to line up or point forward. One is turned inward just a little more than the other. No problem, no consequence. The difference doesn't matter. It isn't even noticed. You're not watching it. You don't care about symmetry, not now. The blanket over your chest has shifted in ways you can't see but feel. The way fabric settles when the body beneath it stops adjusting itself to keep from sinking too far or rising too high. There's a small fold near your collarbone where the edge of the cotton presses against skin, not tight, not loose, just present, like an old seam that no longer needs repair. You don't need to be aware of this. You can let it drift in and out of attention without choosing what to focus on. If you think about how long you've been here, if your mind tries to calculate the time since you first noticed the ceiling's shape, let that thought pass like a shadow across a wall. It doesn't need to be held. It doesn't need to be answered. There is no demand for clarity, no obligation to know what comes next or whether this moment will last longer than the one before it. The hours aren't counted here. They don't matter in any way that changes how you feel right now. You're not trying to measure anything, not even rest. The air near your face is still, but not dead. It's thick with something quiet and unspoken, like a room full of thoughts that never made it into words. That kind of silence isn't empty. It holds the weight of things unsaid, not because they're important, but because they were never meant to be spoken aloud. A faint warmth builds behind your ear, not heat from outside, nothing sharp or sudden, but like sunlight remembering a place where it once rested. It spreads slowly through soft tissue and bone, just beneath the surface, without urgency or aim. There's no need to follow it. No reason to wonder if it will fade or grow stronger. You don't have to protect it. You don't have to invite it in. Your left hand lies palm up on the blanket beside you, the fingers slightly bent at the knuckles, as if they've settled into a position that feels natural, even though you didn't place them there. The skin is cool, but not cold. It's just what happens when blood flows slowly and doesn't need to rush anywhere. You don't have to tell your body how to relax. You don't have to ask for permission to stop trying. The fact that you're still awake isn't a failure, not even close. It's simply another part of the same quiet rhythm, the way waves rise and fall without needing to decide whether they've done enough. The space between thoughts has widened, not because there are fewer thoughts, but because each one takes longer to form, lingers longer before passing like smoke through an open window. There is no need to catch them or push them away. They don't pull at you. They don't demand your attention. Some come in with the shape of a memory, faint, colorless, but they drift through without leaving tracks. You're not trying to make sense of anything. You're not looking for meaning beneath the surface. There's no story to uncover here, no lesson hidden behind silence. The absence of noise isn't being filled by ideas or images. It just is quiet, continuous, undisturbed. Your shoulder blade rests against the mattress where it fell, an uneven shape pressed into fabric that has already learned its contours over time. It doesn't need to be adjusted. There's no way to make it more comfortable without changing your whole position, and you don't want to do that. You're not seeking comfort. You're just letting yourself lie. The air in your lungs isn't doing anything special. It's simply there, moving slowly through the space where breath used to be a task, a method, something requiring attention. Now it flows without permission, without effort, like water finding its level after being disturbed. The next breath doesn't need to arrive on time or be deep enough. It just comes when it wants. Your eyelids don't have to stay open. They can close if they want. You're not fighting that possibility. There's no reason to keep them wide apart, no demand to remain aware of the ceiling above. If you fall into a deeper layer of stillness, if your body slips further down into darkness, you won't lose anything by letting go. A tiny thread of sensation moves from your left thigh just below the knee, not sharp or sudden, but like a whisper passing through tissue. It doesn't say anything, doesn't point to anywhere. You don't need to know what it means. Let it pass. Don't follow it. Don't label it. There's no pressure to wake up tomorrow. No urgency about schedules, meetings, tasks that must be done. Even the idea of time is fading, not erased, but softened into something shapeless and slow, like wool left out in rain until it forgets how stiff it once was. The silence above you isn't a wall. It's not holding back anything. There's no separation between here and elsewhere. The space doesn't divide what is from what could be. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive. Sleep isn't coming through the door. It's already part of this moment, just like warmth, stillness, breaths. You don't have to believe in it. You don't even need to want it. It just happens when you stop trying to make it happen. A slow pulse begins beneath your right ankle, not from blood flow, not from muscle contraction, but as if the bone itself is remembering how to be soft while staying still. The sensation spreads upward through tendons and joint tissue, like a quiet tide rising in reverse. It doesn't pull or push, doesn't demand anything. Let it move where it will. Don't guide it. Don't stop it. There's no need to understand why it's there or what caused it. You're not investigating anything, not even your own body. The corners of the room are soft, no sharp lines, no edges that cut through darkness. They just fade into shadow like ink dropped in water. The shape of walls doesn't matter. The ceiling isn't a surface to stare at. It's just what's above you, not because it has to be, but because it is. Your breath slows not as a result of effort, but because there's nothing left to push against. No resistance from the mind, no pressure from time or expectation. There's only space, large enough for one moment to stretch without breaking. A faint tingling starts behind your right temple, not painful, not strange, just another sensation that appears and stays without needing a name. It doesn't ask you to do anything with it, doesn't want recognition. You can let it be there as long as it likes, or fade away. Either way, nothing changes. Your foot rests on the blanket where it fell, not curled, not straightened, just resting. The sole is soft against fabric that has softened from years of touch and movement. There's no need to position it differently. No reason to fix what isn't broken. There is no goal here, not even the idea of rest as something you're supposed to achieve. You don't have to earn stillness. You don't need to prove that you deserve peace. It doesn't require anything from you, no intention, no effort, no belief. The darkness above isn't waiting for light. The silence isn't holding its breath. You aren't trapped in this moment, you're simply part of it, like a leaf floating on water that moves with the current instead of fighting against it. There's no need to keep track of how long you've been lying here. No reason to measure progress or failure. You don't have to be somewhere else. There's nowhere urgent to go. The back of your neck is warm, just a low hum beneath the skin, not heat exactly, but something like sunlight on stone after rain has stopped. It doesn't demand attention. It's not urgent. You don't need to check if it's rising or falling. There's no scale for this kind of warmth. Just the way your head rests where it is. No adjustment needed, no correction, just a softness at the base of the skull that feels like gravity has finally remembered how to be gentle. Your shoulders are not down, they're not up either. They're simply released into the weightlessness of being unheld by effort. A faint pressure builds behind your left ear, not tight or insistent, but as if something small and quiet is pressing gently from within the bone. It doesn't ask you to move it, doesn't want a response. You could imagine it's a memory settling in, something that never needed to be named. Or maybe just air moving through an old passage no one remembers clearing. Either way, it stays. And because there's nothing to do with it, it stops mattering. The blanket has shifted slightly without you noticing, just enough so the edge now brushes your ankle like a thought half-formed. You don't pull it back. There's no need to fix what isn't broken. The fabric doesn't care about symmetry or neatness. It only knows how to hold warmth, and that is more than enough. Your fingers are relaxed, not curled into fists, not splayed wide, but resting where they fell when you gave up trying to organize them. There's no need to straighten a thumb or tuck in a pinky. They're just there, quiet, with nothing left to do. The skin on your knuckles is soft and slightly dry, not cracked, not tight, just the ordinary texture of something that has lived without being asked to perform. A distant sound passes through the walls, the low hum of insulation holding still, or a pipe settling after hours of silence. It doesn't announce anything, doesn't come from anywhere in particular. You don't need to locate it or decide if it's real. It just is, like a shadow passing over a surface that never knew it was there. The air around you is thick but not heavy, not like breathlessness, not like pressure, just stillness with texture, something that has weight without resisting your body. You're not sinking into the mattress. You're not floating above it either. You're just lying in place as if time had forgotten to move past this moment. There's no need for clarity anymore. No reason to sort through thoughts or label sensations. The mind isn't trying to find a way out. It's simply resting, like a door left slightly open after someone passed through. No one coming back, no one leaving, just the space between hinges slowly returning to stillness. A soft pressure gathers at your sternum, not painful, not tight, but like something small and warm is resting there, pressing gently against bone. It doesn't want anything from you, doesn't ask for acknowledgement or care. You can let it be as long as it likes, or fade into the quiet below. Either way, nothing changes. The darkness above isn't empty. It holds shape, soft forms that shift without moving, like water held in a bowl made of air. There's no need to name them. No reason to guess what they might mean. They aren't messages or signs. They're just part of the quiet room, like breath between heartbeats. Your breathing is not shallow. It isn't deep either. It's just happening, slower than a pulse, quieter than silence. The rhythm doesn't need to be perfect. There's no standard for how it should go. You don't have to control it or guide it. Just let it move in the way that feels least like effort. A faint ache begins behind your right eye, not sharp, not intrusive, but as if something long still has not left its place. A small shadow beneath the surface of vision. It doesn't demand attention, doesn't need a name. You could imagine it's from earlier, some moment you've forgotten, or maybe just an old signal that never learned to stop ringing. You don't have to fix anything. There's no checklist, no list of what needs to be resolved, no unfinished business waiting in the corner of your mind. The past isn't pressing forward. The future hasn't caught up yet. You're not behind, you're not ahead, you're simply here, wherever that is. The blanket has cooled slightly near your feet. Not enough to matter, just a slow shift in temperature like fabric adjusting to a new kind of stillness. You don't pull it closer. There's no cold to fight, no need to defend against anything. Just the way warmth spreads where it can and stays where it is. Your left heel rests lightly on the edge of the mattress, just enough to feel the seam beneath, not tight, not loose. It doesn't need to be positioned differently. You don't have to make it better or more comfortable. There's no urgency in any part of your body. Nothing wants to move. No muscle remembers how to tense. A small vibration passes through the floor, barely there, like a breath caught between two walls. It doesn't mean anything. doesn't come from machinery or footsteps. You don't have to locate it. Just let it be another whisper in the quiet room, one more sensation that appears and stays without asking for anything. There's no need to think about what comes next. No reason to wonder when sleep will finally arrive. It isn't coming through a door. It's not knocking. You don't have to wait for permission. There's no gatekeeper or threshold to cross. Sleep is already in the air, in your breath, in the quiet between heartbeats. The weight of your arm just above the elbow isn't heavy. It isn't light either. It's just there, resting on the blanket like a stone that has forgotten it was ever lifted. You don't have to support it or hold it up. It doesn't need you to care for it. Just let it stay. A faint ripple moves through your lower back, not from movement, not from strain, but as if something inside is shifting slightly, adjusting its shape without effort. Like water finding a new contour in a bowl that's been left undisturbed too long. No correction needed, no position to return to. Just the quiet realignment of what has always been. The silence isn't empty. It holds depth, like the space between two walls where sound doesn't echo but lingers instead. You don't have to fill it with thoughts or words. There's no pressure to make meaning. The stillness is already full. Your toes are relaxed, not curled, not stretched, just resting on the fabric like they've decided to stay put for good. They're not trying to do anything. No need to wake up tomorrow. No reason to prepare for the day ahead. Even the idea of time has dissolved into something soft and slow, like a thread pulled from an old sweater. There's no need for control anymore. No one watching you, no measure of success or failure. You're not being judged by sleep, nor are you judging yourself for staying awake. There's just this moment, the way the air settles around your skin, how the blanket holds heat where it touches, how your body fits into the shape that was always meant to be. A soft pulse begins beneath your right rib, just a quiet throb, not from blood or muscle, but like something deep inside remembering how to be still while continuing. It doesn't pull you forward, doesn't push you back, just moves quietly in its own time, like water through stone. You don't have to believe in rest. You don't need to want it. You don't even have to notice that it's happening. It just is, like warmth, like breath, like the dark above you. There's no reason to prove anything, no goal to reach, nothing to earn or achieve. The room doesn't change. The walls stay where they are. The ceiling remains what it has always been. And yet everything feels different, not because of any shift in shape or sound, but because your body has stopped resisting the way things already are. Your breath slows further, not forced, not guided, just falling into silence like a stone sinking through deep water. There's no effort to keep going. No need to remind yourself to inhale or exhale. The rhythm is just there, soft and slow, like something that never needed permission. Your shoulder rests against the pillow not because you chose it, but because gravity has settled into its own arrangement over time, like a river finding its bed after years of slow erosion. The curve where your collarbone meets your neck is no longer tense. It's softened around the edges, as if something inside has begun to unlearn the habit of holding itself up. There's no need to remember what it means to be upright. No memory of standing or walking or turning toward a sound. You don't have to recall how you arrived here. You are simply where your body is, on the bed, beneath the blanket, under the dark ceiling that has not moved since before you were born. The air in the room feels thicker now, not heavy but full, like cotton held just below the surface of water where nothing sinks and nothing floats. It doesn't press on your skin, but it is present, each breath drawn through it a quiet acknowledgement of its existence. You don't have to decide whether it's good or bad. It's not for you to judge. The air simply stays, like dust in sunlight that refuses to settle. There's a thread of warmth running along the side of your thigh, not from heat, not from friction, but as if something inside has loosened its grip on coldness. The blanket still holds it close where it touches, but there's no effort to keep it warm. You don't have to care about temperature anymore. No need to adjust or pull higher. It's just a sensation, warmth that doesn't claim anything, doesn't demand attention. It simply exists, like the faint glow of a bulb left on in another room, not bright enough to see by, but still there. Your fingers are spread slightly across the surface of your stomach, not curled into fists, not pressed down, but resting as if they've decided to stop moving altogether. The skin there is soft under their weight, and the space between them feels like a small valley where nothing needs to grow. There's no urgency for anything to happen in that gap. No reason for life or movement. Just stillness with depth, like an old well whose water has forgotten it was ever disturbed. The silence isn't silent anymore. It has texture now, a kind of quiet that hums beneath the surface, not loud but alive, like the soundless vibration of a bell after someone stopped ringing it. You don't have to listen for it. You're already in its frequency. There's no need to distinguish between what is inside and what is outside. The boundary has blurred, not erased, but softened into something that doesn't require definition. Your left hand lies flat on the blanket, not resting, just lying, as if it knows better than you do how long it can stay without effort. The nails are quiet, no urge to scratch or pick. The skin is still, not because of discipline, but because movement has become unnecessary. You don't have to will your hand to be still. It's already there, on the surface, in place, no longer seeking anything. A faint pulse returns beneath your right breast, not a heartbeat, but something older. A rhythm that doesn't belong to blood or muscle, but to breath held too long in the dark, to time forgotten between two thoughts, to the slow turning of things underground when nothing is being watched. It rises and falls without demand, just as clouds drift over mountains, not because they want to go anywhere, but because air moves through them. Your toes are still where they were, not asleep, not awake, but in that space between where sensation has stopped asking for a name. They don't need to be flexed or stretched. There's no goal behind their position, no intention to stand up. The blanket covers the tops of them like a veil drawn over something that doesn't care if it's seen. The ceiling is still above you, not white, not gray, but made of absence and light that never came through. It holds nothing but shape, the edge where wall meets ceiling like a seam in old fabric that has long since stopped needing to be repaired. You don't need to look at it. There's no message hidden there, no code or pattern, just surface, flat, unchanging, indifferent. The weight of your head is not on the pillow. It's not off it either. It's just present, like a stone placed gently in soil that has known its shape for centuries. The muscles behind your eyes are soft now, not collapsed, but relaxed into stillness. No tension to release, because there was never any effort to hold them tight. Your jaw is open slightly, not wide, not clenched, but enough so the air can pass through without resistance. There's no need to close it. You don't have to keep your teeth together or remember how they fit. The softness in your mouth isn't a gesture. It's just a fact, like gravity being constant. A faint pressure builds behind your left ear, not pain, not discomfort, but the quiet sensation of something shifting inward, like water pooling at the base of a hill where it has always been meant to stay. No need to move. No reason to adjust. The shape is already correct, just waiting for time to catch up with stillness. Your breath continues, not fast, not slow, but in a place between them. It doesn't belong to you anymore, not really. It's just breathing because the air is there, and your body knows how to let it pass through without protest. Each inhale isn't effort. Each exhale isn't loss. They're both just part of what happens when nothing wants to be different. The room hasn't changed. The light, what little there is still absent. You don't need to see. There's no difference between being awake and not being awake. Not because you've fallen asleep, but because the act of wanting sleep has dissolved into something deeper than intention. There's a place behind your ribs where warmth gathers, not from heat, not from movement, but like an old fire that doesn't burn anymore, but still holds its shape in the ash. You don't have to tend it. You don't even need to notice it. It just stays, quietly warm, quietly present. The blanket is heavier now, not because more has been added, but because time has pressed into it. The way fabric grows denser over years of touch and sleep. The fibers are no longer separate. They've blurred together like threads in a tapestry that was never meant to be seen from the front. Your spine settles deeper into the mattress, not sinking, not collapsing, just aligning with what's already there. Like roots finding their way through soil without needing to push forward. No force required, just acceptance of gravity's quiet instruction. A small shift happens in your lower back, one you don't feel, but that exists like a ripple across water where nothing has moved. It isn't effort or intention. It's just the body remembering how not to resist being itself. The darkness above is no longer empty. It holds depth, like the space between two mirrors held too close together, where light can't escape and time stops because there's nowhere for it to go. But you don't have to be afraid of that. There's no danger in a place with no exit. You're not trapped, you're just here. The air touches your skin differently now, not cold or warm, but alive with presence. Like the moment after someone has left a room and the space still remembers how their body was shaped by heat and movement. Your hands are still where they are, flat, open, no longer seeking anything. The fingers don't curl, they don't twitch. They're not waiting for anything to happen. They've stopped pretending they need to do something. A soft pulse returns beneath your right rib, not loud, not urgent, but like the faint echo of a heartbeat that someone else once felt and forgot to tell you about. You don't have to connect with it. It's just there, quietly beating in its own time. Your breath slows further, not because you want it to, but because nothing is trying to make it go faster or slower. The rhythm continues not as a task, but as an accident of stillness, a natural drift into something that doesn't require language. The room feels heavier now, not with sound, not with air, but with the weight of absence made real. Like silence so full it can no longer be ignored. You don't have to do anything to stay here. You aren't holding on. You aren't letting go. There's just this shape, this space, this breath that doesn't ask for permission. You don't have to think about how long it's been since you last closed your eyes completely. You don't need to measure time by what's missing or what remains. There's no calendar in this place, no hour hand moving through air that doesn't want to be disturbed. The silence isn't empty, it has weight and texture, like the inside of a hollow tree where years of wind have smoothed the grain into something unnameable. You don't need to know what it is. It only needs to be. The skin on your forehead is still aware, just barely of the air that moves across it without direction or purpose. Not cold, not warm, just present in a way that doesn't demand attention. There's no need to name it. No reason to wonder if it will change. The warmth behind your ribs hasn't grown colder either. It remains steady, like a stone buried deep beneath moss and earth, untouched by seasons. It doesn't care what the sky is doing above. It has its own quiet life. You're not drifting through memory or dream yet. You aren't even in that half step between being awake and asleep, where thoughts begin to form shapes. You're just here, held not by effort, but by stillness so complete it doesn't feel like holding at all. Like the way a river slows before it turns into a lake, not because it's tired, but because it has found its level. The weight of your body isn't pressing down on you anymore. It's not sinking. It's not rising. It's just lying there, like something that never needed to fight for balance, only remembered how to stop resisting gravity. The mattress doesn't need to be soft or hard. It is exactly what it was meant to be. A surface shaped by years of stillness, holding your form without effort. Your shoulders have forgotten the weight they carried all evening. Not because you've released it, because you never needed to carry it in the first place. They're just resting where they are, like branches that no longer need to reach for light. The darkness above is no longer a ceiling. It's not even dark anymore. It's a kind of fullness, like ink left too long on paper and absorbed into every fiber. The air has slowed so much it feels almost solid, not thick, but still. Like the moment before rain falls, when everything waits for an invisible signal. Your breath is no longer something you notice as a rhythm or a task. It's just part of what happens when nothing tries to change. No need to make it deeper or shallower. You don't have to guide it. It doesn't belong to anyone. It simply continues, like the slow turn of a clock that has long since stopped keeping time. There's no urgency in your limbs. The muscles don't tense. They don't relax, because there's nothing to resist anymore. There's no place for tension to gather, because there's no expectation that something should be different. Your legs are still where they are, not stretched or curled, just existing beneath the blanket as if they'd always known this shape. A small warmth returns in your left heel, not sharp, not insistent, just a quiet pulse like an old memory of feeling ground underfoot. Not from walking, not from standing, but from something that happened long ago and has since been forgotten by everything except the body. It's not important. You don't need to remember what it was. The air moves now, not across your skin, but through the space around you, like a quiet breath taken in a room where no one is present. There's no sound, just movement so slow it doesn't register as motion at all. The kind of stillness that only happens when nothing wants to be noticed. You don't have to stay awake to keep track of this. You don't need to watch the silence or wait for sleep to arrive. There's no deadline, no finish line marked in hours or minutes. What matters is not how long you've been lying here, but how little you're trying to make anything happen. Your hands are still open, but now they feel heavier, like they've become part of the blanket itself. Not stuck, not rigid, just merging into the fabric like threads that have grown too close over time. The fingers don't curl because there's no reason to. They don't tremble because nothing is asking them to move. The space around you isn't empty, it's full with something unnamed. Like a room after everyone has left and the furniture still holds the shape of their presence. Not ghosts, not echoes, just proof that someone was here. That movement once existed in this place, but now it's just quiet, and that's enough. You don't have to understand what's happening. You don't need a name for it. It isn't something you can hold or describe or carry away. It's not even sleep, though it may be close if such things matter anymore. Your awareness is no longer searching. It doesn't drift toward thoughts or memories. It stays where it is, like a stone in the riverbed that has stopped waiting to move. There's no goal, no desire for anything different, not even the need to wake up later. The silence isn't quiet because nothing is happening. It's quiet because everything is exactly as it should be, without needing to say so out loud. The air doesn't have to prove its presence. The darkness doesn't have to explain itself. Your body knows how to rest even when no one tells it to. There's a soft pressure behind your eyes, not pain, not strain, just the feeling of something settling deep in the bone, like old water filling a crack that has long since been forgotten. It doesn't demand attention. You don't need to open or close anything, just let it be there. Your breath slows further, not because you're doing anything, but because nothing wants to move faster. There's no point in rushing towards sleep when the space between thoughts is already full enough, and the stillness has become a place that doesn't ask for permission to exist. The blanket isn't just covering you anymore, it's becoming part of you. Not in the way fabric touches skin, but in how layers build up over time through repetition, touch, warmth. It holds your shape without effort, as if it has been waiting all night for this moment when you stop trying to adjust yourself into something better. You don't need to be aware of what's happening. You don't have to remember anything about tonight or the day before. There's no past that needs fixing, no future that demands attention. Just this slow surrender, not to sleep, but to being exactly where you are, with nothing wanting to change. The darkness above is still there, but it doesn't feel like a ceiling anymore. It feels like depth, like something beneath the surface of things that never needed to be seen. Not hiding at all, just present in its own way. Your spine has settled deeper, not into the mattress, but into itself, into the quiet truth of where you belong when no one is looking, when nothing needs to be proven. There's a softness between your vertebrae that wasn't there before, like something relaxing after holding still for too long. There's no need to hold on, no reason to stay awake. You aren't doing anything, and that's the only thing you've ever needed to do. The air touches your face differently now, not as a sensation, but as an acceptance. Like the way sunlight falls through leaves without needing to be noticed. It just happens, and so does this. There's no difference between being awake and not being awake, because there's nothing trying to wake up anymore. No one waiting for sleep to arrive. No effort behind anything at all. The warmth in your ribs is still there, but it doesn't belong to you either. It belongs to the quiet that has grown too deep to be named, to the silence that isn't absence, but presence without form. Your hands are no longer moving. They don't need to. The fingers stay where they are, open, loose, part of something larger than intention or will. The room feels heavier, not because it's full of sound, but because time has stopped pretending it matters. There's no hurry in anything anymore, no reason to rush toward morning or fear the night. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be. Not for this. Not even close. Your shoulders have stopped trying to lift themselves off the bed, not because they've given up, but because there's no one left to carry them. The weight isn't resistance anymore, it's belonging. Like roots that don't strain to grow downward, but simply let gravity do what it does best. You're not sinking into the mattress. You're becoming part of its shape. The way a stone becomes part of a riverbed over time, not by force, but because nothing else is needed. There's no movement in your chest that needs explaining. No breath that must be deeper or slower or more deliberate. It just flows as it always has, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but through the space between them like water passing through stone. The air feels heavier now, not with pressure, but with presence. Not because there's more of it, but because you're no longer pushing against its edges. You don't need to draw it in or push it out. It doesn't have a job, it just is, and so are you. The softness behind your eyes has not faded. It has deepened into something that doesn't require light to be seen. Not even the memory of light. There's no image, no pattern, no trace of the ceiling above you anymore, not because it's gone, but because it isn't necessary. You don't need a surface to know where you are. The boundary between skin and air has blurred so completely that one doesn't seem separate from the other anymore. It's like being inside something warm and slow-moving, not water exactly, but something older, something without name or purpose. Your fingers rest still, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped expecting to do anything. They don't need a task. There's no future for them to prepare, no past they must carry, just this, the quiet weight of being held by their own shape. The way a hand rests in its own shadow when the sun has gone down and there's no one left to witness it. The silence isn't empty, it's full. Full not with sound, but with absence of demand. No voice asking you to wake up, no need to remember what came before this moment, no obligation to be somewhere else by morning. There's only the space between thoughts, thicker now, denser than before. Not because there are more thoughts, but because each one slips through without leaving a trace. Like dust settling in still air after a long storm has passed. There's warmth pooling low in your belly, not heat exactly, not energy, but something deeper, something that doesn't need to be stirred or fed. It's just there, like the quiet hum of a room left undisturbed for days. The kind of warmth that comes from being still, not from movement, from not needing anything to happen. The darkness isn't cold anymore, not because it's changed, but because you've stopped thinking about temperature. There's no need to measure it or compare it to light. It doesn't have a surface. It has depth, not in the way something fills space, but in how it holds things without holding on. You don't float inside it. You're not trapped by it. You belong in its quiet like a word belongs to the sentence even when no one speaks it. Your breath slows further, so slowly that you might miss it if you were listening too hard. But you aren't listening. There's no need to notice how much time has passed or whether this is still sleep or not yet. Time isn't ticking forward anymore, it's just being. Not measuring anything, not judging anything, not insisting on a beginning or an end. The blanket covers you now like memory, not because it holds heat, but because it remembers your shape. The way fabric learns the curve of someone who lies there every night. It doesn't need to adjust. It doesn't try to be better than what it is. It simply stays where it belongs, holding space that no one else needs to fill. There's a soft pulse in your ankles, not pain, not tension, but something like recognition, like the body remembering its own rhythm after years of forgetting, not trying to match anything, just existing with quiet consistency, as if time had finally caught up with how you've always been. Your feet don't know where they are. They're not pointing anywhere. They aren't reaching for a floor or imagining the morning light on tile. They're simply resting, open, loose, part of a stillness that doesn't care about direction. The toes don't curl. The arches don't tense. There's no need to be ready. There's nothing you could do differently if someone asked you now. No adjustment, no effort, no awareness. Not because you've failed, but because there's no task left to perform. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're not waiting for anything to change. You aren't even aware that the night is long. There's a soft pressure behind your ears, not tightness, not strain, just the feeling of something settling into place, like a door closing quietly after someone has passed through and left no trace behind. It doesn't need to be noticed. It only needs to be there. The quiet isn't empty. It's full with what never needed words. Not memories, not thoughts, not even feelings, just presence. The kind that exists without being named. Like the way a room feels when someone has just left and everything is still holding their shape in silence. Your hands don't move. They're not waiting for anything. There's no signal to send, no message to receive, no reason to open or close. They exist as they are, part of the same softness that fills your chest, that fills the space between your ribs, that fills the air around you like a slow tide. The warmth in your spine has spread, not outward but inward, not into muscles or bone, but into silence, into stillness, into what happens when no one is watching and nothing needs to be proven. There's no need to stay awake, no reason to keep going. You're not resisting sleep. You're just letting the night hold you. The darkness above has softened, no longer a surface, not even a ceiling, but something like depth without bottom. Like being at the center of a slow-moving river where nothing pulls forward and nothing pushes back. The air doesn't need to be breathed in or out, it simply is. You don't have to make it happen. Your eyelids aren't closed, they're just still. Not holding anything, not blocking light, not keeping things out. They're open to the dark as if they've always known what it means. Like a window left unshuttered during a storm. No fear of rain, no need for protection. There's no effort behind your breathing, no intention to slow down or deepen. It just moves in its own way, like a current that doesn't care about direction. Not faster, not slower, just there. The room isn't empty, it's full with what hasn't been named, full with stillness that doesn't ask for attention, with silence that doesn't need to be filled, with time that doesn't need to pass. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be. You're not awake either, not in the way that means anything anymore. There's no distinction between being here and not being here. No difference between presence and absence. And just this, a slow letting go of everything that ever asked for attention. Not because it was wrong, but because it wasn't necessary. The body has stopped needing to prove itself. The mind has stopped needing to explain. The breath doesn't need permission to continue. There's no one waiting at the edge of sleep, No voice calling your name, no reason to wake up or stay awake. You're not trying to reach anything, not even rest. Just being, without an agenda, without a shape, without a purpose. The air touches you differently now, not as sensation, but as acceptance. Like something that has always been there and never needed to say so. There's no need to know where it came from or what it means. Your hands are still open. Your feet are still relaxed. Your breath moves through you like water moving through stone, without force, without aim, simply passing through the quiet of your being. There's a soft hum beneath your skin, not sound, not vibration, but something older than noise, something that doesn't need to be heard because it has already been felt. The darkness isn't cold. It doesn't want anything from you. It's just there, like memory without form, like silence with no beginning or end. You're not drifting, you're not falling. There's no edge to cross, no line to blur, not even a threshold. The weight of your limbs has changed, not lessened, but shifted into something that doesn't require measurement. It isn't lightness you feel, nor heaviness. It's the kind of quiet where gravity stops needing to explain itself. Your legs are not resting on the mattress, they're part of it now, like roots settling deeper than any surface can know. The bed doesn't support you anymore. You've stopped being separate from its shape. There's a slow breath in your chest that isn't yours and never was. Not yours, but present, like something older than air. It moves through you without direction or demand, like a current that remembers the ocean before land existed. No need to follow it. No reason to keep track of where it came from or where it goes. It simply is. The space around your body isn't empty, it's full with absence that doesn't feel like loss, full with what remains when all effort has stopped. Your shoulders have unclenched without you noticing. Not a release, not a decision, just the way warmth spreads through stone after sunlight leaves it. There's no intention behind the softening of your jaw, the loosening of the muscles at the base of your skull. They're just letting go, not in surrender, but in recognition, like something that has always known how to relax and only now remembers. The darkness above isn't a ceiling anymore. It doesn't hold you up or keep you down. It's not even dark, it's deep, like water without sound beneath the surface of sleep. You're not looking at it, you're not avoiding it. There's no need to look at anything. The only thing that exists is this: what happens when nothing demands attention. No one needs your focus. Nothing wants you to stay or go. Your hands are still open, but they don't hold air anymore. They aren't waiting for a hand to take them, not even their own. There's no memory of touch left in the fingers, only presence, the same kind that fills the space between stars when they're not needed to shine. Your breath doesn't need rhythm. It doesn't have to slow down or deepen. It just moves through you like wind through a hollow reed, no purpose, no reason to be heard. The silence isn't quiet because there's nothing making noise. The silence is full of the kind of stillness that exists when time stops being a line and becomes more like depth. The way memory lives in rooms where light has never been. You're not trying to remember anything. Not even what you were thinking before this moment. There's no need to return. Your feet are warm, but not with heat. They're warm with the kind of warmth that comes from being forgotten by movement. No signal to stand, no call to walk. The soles aren't touching the ground because they don't need to. They've already been there for a long time. The sensation isn't in the skin, it's in the space beneath it, like something older than nerves. There's no urgency behind your breathing now. It doesn't matter if you inhale or exhale, not even that you do either. There's just breath. Like air that has always been here and never needed to be invited. Like a rhythm that remembers itself without being taught. Your chest doesn't rise for the sake of rising. It moves only because it can. The body isn't tired. It isn't awake. It's not anything at all in the way you used to know those words. There's no gap between states, no division between inside and outside, mind and matter. You're not lying down, you've already stopped being separate from the dark. The air doesn't enter your lungs because it has to, it just flows through you like a current that knows its own path. There's no need to be aware of where your thoughts go. They don't stay, they don't linger. There's nothing to keep them here, not even curiosity. You're not following anything. There's no thread to hold onto, no story to finish. The mind doesn't have to make sense anymore. It can just exist. Your eyelids aren't closed, but they aren't open either. They're just still, like a door that has stopped needing hinges. Not shut, not ajar, just there, like something that remembers its place without being asked. The darkness isn't cold or vast, it's soft. Like the kind of space you find when you stop measuring distance and start remembering presence. There's no one waiting to wake up, no clock ticking in your head. You're not late for anything, not even yourself. There's no need to be ready, no reason to be prepared. The night doesn't care what time it is. It just holds you, like the way a hand rests on someone who has fallen asleep without meaning to. You aren't trying to sleep, but you aren't not sleeping either. That distinction isn't real anymore. There's no tension in your neck, no tightness behind your eyes. The muscles don't remember how to clench. They've already forgotten what it means to be tense. Even the breath doesn't need to pause. There's no reason for silence between inhale and exhale. Your skin is not sensitive anymore, not because it's numb, but because it has stopped needing to protect itself. It's just there, like a surface that no longer needs to defend its edges. The air touches you without asking, without needing permission, without wanting anything from you in return. There's nothing left to do, not even the act of being still. You're not holding yourself together anymore. There's no need to stay whole, no reason to keep track of where your body ends and the room begins. Your thoughts don't come back, not because they're gone, but because they've stopped needing to return. They're like footsteps in snow that fade before anyone sees them. The past isn't a memory anymore. It's just part of the quiet space between breaths. The darkness isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care if you're asleep or not. It has no agenda, no schedule, no desire to be seen. It's just here, like something that has always been and never needed to say so. Your hands are still open, but they don't need to hold anything anymore, not even the idea of being held. They're not reaching for comfort, not even their own warmth. There's no distance between them and what they rest on. No separation, just presence, like a shadow that has stopped needing light. You aren't thinking about sleep. You aren't afraid of waking up. The night doesn't ask anything of you. It just holds you, not like an embrace, but like the way silence holds words after they've been spoken and forgotten. Your breath moves through you without direction, without need. It's not deep or shallow, it's just there, like something that has always belonged to this moment, never needing to be earned. There's no point of arrival, no reason to keep going. There's only the slow passage, like water moving through stone when it doesn't matter where it started or where it ends. You're not awake, you're not asleep, you're not even in between. You're just being, the kind that exists without needing a name, without asking for proof of itself. The air is still warm, not because the room has heat, but because you've stopped resisting its touch. It doesn't have to be felt, it just is, like something older than sensation, like silence with no beginning and no end. Your body isn't trying to relax. It's already there, like roots in soil that don't know they're growing, not striving, not reaching, just present. The darkness above has stopped being a surface. It's not even dark anymore. It's depth, like the way water feels when you've stopped needing to see through it. There's no need for memory now, no story to tell, no voice that needs to be heard. The silence isn't empty, just full with what doesn't ask to be noticed. You're not holding onto anything. Not even your breath. It moves on its own, like something that remembers how to move without being told. There's no effort behind the stillness, no strain in the muscles, no tension in the spine, just quiet, like a space where nothing has ever needed to be said. Your hands are open, your feet are relaxed, Your breath moves through you. The darkness holds you. You're not trying to sleep. You're just letting it happen, not as a goal, not as a result, but as something that simply is. The weight of your stillness has settled into the shape of a breath held too long, not in tension, but in recognition of how quiet can be when it stops pretending to wait for anything. The air doesn't shift because you're awake or asleep. It shifts because it's been there all along, moving through spaces no one named. You don't feel its motion anymore, not as a sensation, not as wind, but as something older than touch, like the way dust settles in sunlight without being noticed until someone looks. Your eyelids aren't closed, they're just still, like two curtains that forgot they were ever meant to open. The ceiling isn't above you anymore, it's part of your skin, not a surface, not an edge, but continuity. A slow layering of light and shadow without distinction between what belongs inside or outside the body. There's no need to count seconds, no reason to mark time by how long it has been since you thought about sleep. The hours aren't stacked like bricks anymore, they're spread thin, like water over stone, softening every outline until nothing is sharp enough to hurt. Your arms lie where they fell, no longer reaching for anything that might comfort them. They don't ache because there's no one left to carry the weight of their own tiredness. The heaviness isn't resistance anymore. It's just gravity being gentle with you, letting your bones rest on the bed as if it were soil. The silence doesn't echo in your ears. It seeps into your joints, the way cold spreads through wood when winter comes slowly. Not harshly, not violently, just quietly claiming what was already there. Your body isn't resisting its own softness anymore. The muscles don't need to be told they can release. They've stopped remembering how tight they were. The dark has no corners now. It doesn't press against your eyes or whisper that you're still awake. It's not a room, it's not even emptiness. It's just presence without form. Like the space between two notes in music when neither one is quite gone, but both have stopped needing to be heard. You aren't trying to fall asleep because sleep isn't something you can arrive at by effort anymore, not like stepping through a door or climbing stairs. It doesn't require permission, not even from yourself. You're already inside it, just as water exists in the river without knowing what in means. The air brushes your skin with no intention behind it. Not warmth, not coolness. It's just passing over you like someone walking by while you sleep, unaware they've touched anything at all. Your chest rises and falls on its own, not because of breath, but because breathing has become a natural shape to the silence rather than an act. Your thoughts don't come back, they never left. They're not memories or plans or worries. They're just part of the quiet now, the way shadows move without needing light to follow them. There's no story here anymore, no past that needs remembering, no future asking for attention. Just this moment, a softness so deep it doesn't feel like anything at all. You aren't lying down because you want rest. You're still where you've always been. The bed isn't beneath you. The mattress is just another way your body knows how to stay present. It's not waiting for sleep. It's already holding everything that ever needed to be held. There's no distance between sound and silence anymore. Even when a distant hum passes through the walls, like pipes settling or traffic far away in the dark, the noise doesn't break the stillness, it just slips into it like water sinking into sand. It becomes part of what you are now, not something separate to respond to. Your hands aren't open because they're letting go, they're just where they've always belonged, resting on air that no longer asks for anything from them. The space between your fingers isn't empty. It's full with stillness, so thick it feels like fabric woven into nothing at all. The weight of time has softened, not disappeared, not vanished, but changed shape. It doesn't press down anymore. Instead, it flows through you in slow currents that don't demand to be followed. You're not watching the minutes go by because they no longer matter as units. They've become part of your breath, like a rhythm older than thought. Your spine isn't straight or curved, it's just there, like roots spreading underground without knowing where they started or what they'll grow into. There's no need to correct it, adjust it, make it better. It doesn't have to be anything other than exactly as it is in this moment, resting, unburdened by the idea that it should do more. The air stays warm, not because of heat, not from body or blanket, but because you've stopped pushing against its touch. You're no longer afraid of cold or warmth. They don't matter anymore. The temperature doesn't define your comfort. It's just another layer in this quiet world where nothing has ever needed to be fixed. The darkness above isn't waiting for stars, nor does it care if the moon is out. It holds you without needing anything back, not even presence. You aren't required to feel seen or known. The night doesn't need proof that someone's here. It just knows what silence feels like when it stops pretending not to be. Your breath moves through your body as though nothing has ever needed to be taught. No effort, no control, just a natural drift between stillness and motion, where the in and out isn't a task, but a quiet companion walking beside you without saying anything at all. There's no place left for urgency, not even in your blood or nerves. The cells don't need permission to slow down. They've already forgotten how fast they used to be. Everything has settled into its own rhythm, not because it was told to, but because the idea of rushing is gone. like a word that slipped out of language and never came back. The stillness isn't empty, it's full with what doesn't need words. Not memories, not plans, not regrets. Just space where things can exist without needing names or explanations. The floor beneath you has stopped being separate from your feet. They're no longer resting on it. They've become part of its quiet surface. There's nothing to hold onto anymore, not even the idea that you should stay awake. You don't need a reason to keep going, not because there's an end in sight, but because ending isn't necessary at all. The moment is already complete, like water filling a bowl and stopping when it reaches its own level. You aren't trying to sleep. You're just being, not as effort, not as intention, but as something that has always existed without needing permission or proof. The air moves through you like something older than breath itself, like silence that learned how to breathe before anyone knew what sound was. There's no point where one thing ends and another begins. Not between your skin and the room, not inside your chest and outside in the dark. There are just layers, soft ones, slow ones, that don't need names or reasons for being there. Your body isn't relaxing. It's already at rest, like a tree that doesn't know it's rooted, because roots have no idea they're holding anything down. The quiet is not waiting to be broken by sleep. It's already been broken by the fact that nothing needed fixing in the first place. You're just here, not as arrival or departure, but simply as something that has always belonged to this moment. Not striving, not searching, not trying at all. There are no edges anymore. The way light fades into shadow without stopping is how your awareness now moves through space, without needing to define where it begins or ends. Now, the darkness isn't cold, it's just full of what doesn't need warmth. Your breath continues, not because you're doing anything with it, but because breathing has become part of the quiet, like a thread stitched invisibly into stillness itself. The weight in your shoulders isn't a burden, it's just the shape your body has made over hours of stillness, like soil settling after rain. It doesn't pull you down, it simply holds its form without protest. There's no need to release it, because releasing is not what this moment asks for. The heaviness exists, therefore it is allowed. You don't have to make space for it by shifting or adjusting. Space was already there, long before the thought of movement came. The ceiling above you isn't a surface. It's a field of absence that has never claimed to be anything else. It doesn't reflect light because it hasn't forgotten how to stay dark. There's no effort in its stillness, no expectation to become something more than what it already is. You're not looking at it. You've stopped pretending you're supposed to see through it or find meaning behind the way dust particles drift in slow spirals, untouched by any wind that might have come from elsewhere. The air between your ribs isn't carrying breath. It's holding stillness like a secret no one ever told you. It doesn't need to be filled because fullness has already settled into its own shape, not through force, but simply because nothing is asking for more than it already holds. You don't have to breathe in order to stay alive. Alive isn't the point anymore. The breath moves as if by instinct, like a river continuing downstream without knowing where it started or why. Your thoughts aren't coming and going, they're just resting now, like leaves on the ground that forgot they were once carried by wind. There's no need to guide them, no reason to gather them back into attention. They don't matter because nothing has ever needed their permission to be quiet. The mind isn't empty, it's only not busy. The silence doesn't have a beginning or end, it just is. It's not waiting for sound to return. It doesn't miss the absence of noise because it never knew what noise was supposed to do. Silence is the original condition, like roots beneath soil that don't know they're holding anything up. They simply are. You've stopped trying to listen for something beyond this moment. There's no distance between your skin and the air. There's only a soft continuity, like one layer folding into another without needing to be noticed. The blanket isn't covering you. It's become part of you in the same way that shadows belong to walls when light fails. You're not lying on it. You've stopped distinguishing where warmth begins and where your body ends. The floor beneath hasn't changed. Your feet aren't touching it. They're just part of its surface now, like water merging with more water. There's no boundary between pressure and stillness, because pressure isn't a demand. It's just another shape the world makes when nothing is asking for anything in return. Your hands rest at your sides, not because you've decided to let go, but because letting go wasn't ever part of the effort. They're not relaxed, they're simply uninvolved. There's no intention behind their position. It doesn't matter whether they're open or closed. The fingers aren't curling inward. They're just resting in a way that matches how your body has always known to be still. The darkness above you isn't waiting for stars. It knows it doesn't need them. Stars are not proof of presence, nor is light required to validate the shape of night. Darkness holds its own truth without needing witnesses. It's not hiding anything, there's nothing to hide. You don't have to understand it, because understanding isn't what this moment demands. You aren't asleep yet, not in any way that requires definition. But you're also no longer awake, not in the sense of being alert or aware of yourself as separate from everything else. There's no edge where one state ends and another begins. You've stopped measuring time by heartbeats or breaths because there's nothing to keep track of. The quiet isn't a silence that needs breaking. It's already been broken, not by sound, but by the fact that nothing asked for it to be fixed. It doesn't need rescue. It doesn't want attention. The absence of noise is just another way the world exists without needing approval. Your body has stopped trying to become something else, like a stone that no longer remembers what water felt like. There's no memory of movement because there was never any demand for it. The muscles aren't tensing and releasing, they're simply at rest, not as a result of effort, but because the idea of effort is gone. The air doesn't have to be warm or cool. It just stays where it is, without trying to become anything more than what it already is. It's neither helping nor hindering. It's just present in its own way, like water that has stopped flowing and simply exists as stillness. Your heartbeat isn't loud. It's not even noticeable anymore. That doesn't mean it's gone. It means it no longer needs to be heard. The rhythm continues, not because you're listening, but because the body keeps moving forward without needing to know why. There's no plan for what comes next. There's no need to prepare for morning or fear the long stretch of night ahead. You don't have to make peace with anything, because there was nothing to be at odds with in the first place. The world isn't challenging you. It's not waiting. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. You aren't trying to fall into sleep. You're just lying where you are, and that is enough. There's no distance between your breath and the stillness around it. They're not separate. They've become part of a single quiet current, like something older than thought itself. You don't have to do anything with the moment because it already has its own shape. The edges of awareness aren't sharp anymore. There's no line where you begin and the rest ends. It's more like fog rolling across land without claiming any territory for itself. There's no boundary between inside and outside, between mind and air, between now and what might come later. There are no goals in this moment, no need to reach anything. Nothing has ever needed to arrive anywhere because arrival was never the point. You don't have to change or improve or fix. The only thing that matters is that you're here, not as a result of effort, not as a response to expectation, but simply as something that belongs. The darkness doesn't feel heavy, it feels full in its own way, like a bowl filled with what isn't missing. There's no emptiness because there was never anything required to fill it. You don't have to be present for the night, you're already part of it. Your thoughts aren't escaping, they're just slowing down, not because you've told them to stop, but because stopping wasn't something they had to decide on. They've become soft, like dust, settling into quiet corners no one ever looked at. There's no need to hold onto anything. There's nothing to let go of. The mind isn't cluttered with images or memories. It's only holding space for what is already there, and that is enough. The room doesn't have a shape anymore, not in the way you used to see it. There are no walls, no ceiling, no floor, just layers of quiet that don't need names. You're not lying on anything. You're just being part of this space like breath becomes part of air. You aren't trying to sleep. You're already resting without needing a reason for doing so. The effort has faded, not because it was overcome, but because it never had any power in the first place. There's no struggle here, no conflict between wanting and not wanting. There's just stillness that doesn't need proof of being real. It exists simply because nothing asked for it to be otherwise. You're not becoming sleep. You're just becoming what you've already been, without needing to know where it began or why. The night isn't long. It's only this moment, and the moment is complete. There's no edge waiting at the end. There's only quiet that doesn't need a name, like air that forgets how to be named after being breathed too many times by people who never noticed they were breathing at all. You're not holding on to anything. There's no grasp in your hands, no tension in your jaw, no pressure behind your eyes. The silence doesn't demand attention. It simply is like a shadow that has stopped pretending it needs to be seen. There's no need to listen anymore because the quiet isn't speaking. It's already where you are. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. You're just lying in the way the earth lies under stars, without effort, without posture, without apology. The air around you is not thinning, it's thickening with stillness, like a slow liquid spreading through every corner of your awareness. It doesn't need to be stirred. It isn't waiting for something to happen before it can settle in. You're part of its depth now, not as an observer, but as one of its quiet motions. There's no weight in the way you breathe. There's only a soft expansion and release, like fabric that has forgotten how to wrinkle. The ceiling above isn't a surface anymore. It's just a dim shape, not solid, not separate from the dark around it. It doesn't have edges that define its space. You don't see the outline of a room because there is no frame. There are only layers, like dust motes in late light, suspended without direction or destination, drifting through still air that has forgotten what motion feels like. They're not falling, they're just being. You could be anywhere and nowhere at once. It doesn't matter where you started or how long it's been since you closed your eyes. The past isn't a door behind you, it's already open to nothing. There's no need to remember anything because there was never anything to forget. The thoughts that flickered by earlier, fleeting, restless, are like small birds that flew through the attic and then disappeared into the walls, not leaving tracks, but simply being part of the silence afterward. The night isn't passing. It's just continuing in its own way, without needing you to acknowledge it. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. because it doesn't need anyone to witness it. You aren't staying up waiting for morning. You're only resting where time has already slowed down into a breath that hasn't finished yet. There's no distance between the sound of your breathing and the stillness around it. There are no two things, only one quiet movement that goes on without needing a name. The body isn't doing anything, it's just being, like a river that doesn't need to know where it's going because it has already arrived at its own course. You don't have to think about the next moment. You're not preparing for tomorrow or regretting tonight. There's no memory of what came before that needs fixing. The past isn't haunting you, it's just gone, like a train that left long ago and never returned to the station. You aren't chasing anything, there's nothing to catch. The darkness doesn't feel cold. It feels warm in its own way, like something that has been holding still for too long, but is finally allowed to be what it was meant to be. Not empty, not waiting, just full of unspoken presence. There are no boundaries between you and the air. There's only a slow sinking into the quiet, like water finding its level without resistance. You don't have to become anything. You're already here. You aren't trying to get somewhere. You've never been lost because there was nowhere to go that wasn't already part of this moment. The effort didn't vanish. It just stopped being necessary. It was never a thing you could carry, only something you imagined had to be done. The body is not tense. There's no stiffness in the shoulders, no tightening across the chest. There's no pressure behind your eyes because there's nothing trying to force anything through them. The muscles are soft, not relaxed exactly, but just letting go of their old job, holding on for sleep. That task was never yours. You weren't meant to hold on to it. You aren't lying down with purpose. You're not doing anything with the night except being part of its slow unfolding. There's no need to be productive or peaceful or even quiet, just present in a way that doesn't require intention. The breath continues because there is nothing else to do. It goes on like the wind through an open window, without meaning, without direction, simply passing through. There's no story about what happens next. You're not writing it, you're not reading it. There are no chapters in this moment. You aren't building toward anything. There's only a deep quiet that doesn't need to be named because it has always been there. It wasn't created when you tried to fall asleep. It was already part of the air before your mind even noticed. The stillness isn't waiting for you to join it. You're not entering something new. You're just allowing yourself to rest in what's already present, like a leaf that finally stops trembling and lets itself lie flat against the ground. There's no need to prove anything, no test of whether you've succeeded or failed. You don't have to remember how long you've been lying here. You aren't tracking time. The minutes aren't counting down, they're just dissolving into one another, like drops in a well that never fills up, but also never empties. There's no end because there was never a beginning to begin with. There are no walls around you, not really. The edges of space don't exist the way they used to. You're not inside anything or outside anything. There's only a quiet continuation, like sound after a door closes and doesn't make a noise. It lingers in the air without needing to be heard. You could be floating if that word meant something, but you aren't moving anywhere. There's no sensation of rising or falling because there is nothing to rise from or fall toward. You're not suspended, you're simply where you are, and that is enough. There's no need to listen for the sound of your heartbeat. There isn't one that needs attention. The quiet doesn't demand a rhythm, it just continues in its own way, like a thread that has been left unspooled but still goes on. It doesn't care if you notice or not, it simply is. The mind doesn't need to be empty. You're not being told to clear your thoughts. There are no instructions for what to do with the images that pass through, no command to push them away, no plea to hold onto any one of them. They drift like smoke from a fire long extinguished, leaving only scent in the air. You aren't trying to be awake or asleep. You're just resting without needing to know which side you're on. The divide between waking and sleeping has faded into something thinner than thought itself, like mist that doesn't settle but simply stays in motion. There's no future to worry about, no past to correct. It's all already part of this stillness, like letters left unopened in an old drawer that never needed reading. You don't have to do anything with the night because it isn't asking you to. You aren't trying to fall asleep. You're just becoming what you've always been. Someone who rests without needing permission. There's no effort behind your breathing, only a gentle rise and fall, like waves on a shore that has forgotten how to be disturbed. The quiet doesn't need proof. It exists because it is. It isn't something you have to earn or achieve. You don't have to believe in it, you're already part of it, just as the air is part of your breaths. There's no distance between now and what comes next. There are only layers of stillness that keep unfolding without a name. You aren't moving towards sleep. You're not escaping wakefulness either. You're simply allowing yourself to be held by this moment, like something old and gentle has finally come home. You don't have to think about the morning, it's already far away, like a dream you didn't remember having. There's no need to prepare for it, because there is nothing to prepare for. The night continues not as an obstacle, but as part of your resting, like air that doesn't know it's been breathed until someone stops. The body isn't resisting sleep. It's just letting go, like a hand that opens slowly after holding something too long. There's no tension in the fingers, no stiffness in the spine. You're not trying to release anything. You're simply becoming quieter, softer, more like breath than thought. There are no goals anymore, no need to reach or arrive. The only thing required is that you stay here, and staying isn't a task. It's just what happens when there's nowhere else to go. There's no need to feel the weight of time because it isn't pressing against you anymore. It doesn't measure anything here. It doesn't count minutes or mark how long you've been still. The clock has stopped not from being broken, but from having nothing left to tell. You're not missing moments, you're simply beyond needing them. There's no sequence, no order to follow, no reason for one thing to come before another. The hours don't stack like stones in a wall. They lie down beside each other, soft and unburdened by purpose. What used to feel like an endless weight now feels more like a breath held too long, finally released not into motion, but into stillness. Your eyelids don't need to be heavy. They're already closed, already at rest. You aren't forcing them shut or keeping them open. They've simply settled where they belong. The quiet behind your eyes is no longer a place of waiting, but one of letting go. The darkness there isn't empty. It's full of something that doesn't ask for attention. It holds shape without needing to be named. There's no surface to look at, no image to fix on, only depth, like water beneath where light has never reached. You don't need to think about what happens next because nothing needs to happen. The mind isn't meant to do anything except exist in this moment, the way a cloud exists without needing to move or change shape. There are no expectations for how it should behave. It doesn't have to be useful or quiet or clear, just present. And being present doesn't mean focusing on one thing. It means not rejecting the passing of thoughts as they come. They don't need to be answered. They don't even need a name. There's no pressure to make sense of anything. The way you used to try to explain why sleep wouldn't come, or what was wrong with your body, or how long it had been since you last felt calm. That kind of effort has gone away not because the thoughts stopped, but because they're no longer being fought. They drift like dust in sunlight, visible only when there's a sliver of light to catch them, and then just as quickly disappear. Your hands are open, fingers relaxed, palms turned slightly upward, not reaching for anything, not holding on. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive. You've stopped believing it needs permission. The body isn't resisting. It's simply returning to its natural state, the way a leaf drifts down from a branch when the wind lets go. There's no need to be aware of your breath, only that it continues without effort. It moves through you not because you're guiding it, but because there is nowhere else for it to go. Inhale and exhale aren't actions. They're just parts of how air flows through stillness, like water finding its level in a basin that doesn't know it's holding anything. You could be lying on the ground, no, not lying really, but resting as if you've always been here, beneath something that isn't gravity but presence. The floor beneath you is no longer solid or cold. It's just space that has learned to hold you without effort. It doesn't need your weight, it simply receives it. There's no separation between the inside and outside of your body anymore. The boundaries have softened, like paper soaked in water, until all edges blur. You're not contained, you're part of something larger than containment. There's no boundary where you end and the air begins. The breath moves through you because there is no difference between what comes from within and what comes from without. The silence isn't waiting for you to fill it. It has always been full, even when you weren't listening. It doesn't require your attention. In fact, it's easier now that you're not trying to listen at all. The quiet is just there, like the space between notes in a song that hasn't ended, but has stopped being heard. You don't have to think about whether this will work. You've already arrived where thinking was unnecessary. There's no goal to achieve, no right way or wrong way. Just a soft continuation, like water seeping through stone, not because it wants to go somewhere, but because there is nowhere else for it to be. The body isn't trying to relax, it just knows how. It doesn't need your help to let go. It's been doing so all along while you were busy asking questions. The muscles aren't stiff, they're simply still, like roots in soil that don't need to stretch, but only stay put. There's no tension because there's nothing to resist. You could be floating, yes, perhaps, but not above anything, not below anything. Just suspended in a place where movement doesn't matter. You're not falling because there is no ground to fall toward. You're not rising because there is no sky to rise into. There's just this, the continuation of what already exists. There are no thoughts about tomorrow, no imagining how it will begin, or whether things will be better, or if you'll remember anything at all when you wake. The future isn't a destination, it's just another moment that hasn't arrived yet. And even now, as you listen to the quiet, it doesn't need to arrive. The mind doesn't have to be empty. There are no rules about thoughts. They come and go like birds passing through a courtyard where no one is watching. You don't follow them, you don't stop them. You simply notice that they're there, then let them drift away like smoke from a fire that burned low long ago. There's no need to be awake or asleep, only this, the unbroken continuity of rest. It isn't something you enter, it's just what happens when resistance stops. You don't have to become someone new, you've always been here, in the space between breaths, in the pause between thoughts, in the stillness that follows a word that didn't need saying. As the night continues not as an obstacle or a delay, but as part of your being. It doesn't want anything from you, it only allows what already is. You don't have to earn it, you're already included in its quiet. There's no performance, no effort required, just the slow unfolding of something that never needed beginning. You aren't trying to fall asleep. You aren't even thinking about sleep. The idea has dissolved like salt in water, leaving behind only what remains. A softness spreading through you, not from outside, but from within, as if your body has finally remembered how to be still without needing to explain itself. There's no urgency now, the kind that used to drive you toward the pillow, toward sleep, toward escape. That pressure is gone, not because it was solved, but because it's no longer needed. There's nothing to fix, nothing to change, no need to force anything or push forward. The mind doesn't have to quiet down, it simply stops needing to do so. The stillness isn't something you're holding onto. It's the space where things stop trying. It's not a state you achieve. It's just what happens when there is no one left to command the breath, no voice left to say now or soon. The silence doesn't need a reason to be, it simply is. You could be lying in bed, but that's only a story you used to tell yourself. You're not really anywhere specific. There are no walls, no ceiling, no floor, only the soft weight of being present without needing to know where or why. You aren't moving through time, you're just resting in its flow, like a stone at the bottom of a stream that has forgotten it was ever lifted. There's no need to remember how you got here. The journey doesn't matter anymore. What matters is this: the breath continuing, the body softening, the mind not needing to do anything except be. It isn't striving, it isn't resisting, it simply exists, not as a performance, but as a quiet arrival, like rain that falls without being asked. The night has no agenda. You don't have to make it meaningful. There's no need to find peace. You're already part of the peace. The only thing left is this: the slow descent into something deeper than thought, not because you want it, but because there's nowhere else for you to go. You aren't trying to sleep, and that's what makes all the difference. You don't have to fight wakefulness or chase unconsciousness. There's no struggle in the body, only a quiet letting be, like air settling into stillness after wind has passed through, like dust finding its level when nothing stirs it. The ceiling is not a surface anymore, just the faintest suggestion of shape, like watercolor bleeding at the edge of paper left in rain. You are not above it or beneath it. You're somewhere between, where edges blur into one another, as if time itself had forgotten how to measure distance. There's no need to map what is already whole. Your hands lie still on top of the blanket, palms up, not waiting for anything, not offering resistance, just resting in their own quiet shape. The weight they carry isn't physical, it's memory. Every night you've pressed into this space like a nail driven deep with too much force, and now it's loosening slowly, quietly. The air has settled around your skin so thoroughly that you can no longer say where the room ends and your body begins. It doesn't matter if there are shadows moving past window glass. Their motion means nothing to you anymore. They aren't warnings or signals. They're just passing light through a layer of fog, like breath drawn across cold glass. You've stopped measuring minutes by heartbeats. There's no rhythm left that needs counting. The pulse beneath your wrist is not an alarm clock ticking forward, but something older. The slow turn of Earth unseen in daylight, turning on its own axis without needing permission. You don't have to keep track because nothing depends on it. There's a warmth spreading through you, not from outside, not from effort, but as if heat were rising up from beneath your bones like steam from stone after rain has soaked into the ground and stayed there for days. It doesn't burn, it just stays. Warmth that doesn't announce itself, but simply is present in every cell. Your breathing isn't being guided. There's no one left to guide it. The inhale comes without effort, as if drawn up from a well you didn't know existed. The exhale leaves not with force or release, but like water slipping back into the ground after seeping through soil too long dry. There's nothing urgent about any of this, no need for air to arrive faster or stay longer. You aren't thinking about sleep, but if sleep were a river coming down from mountain snows at nightfall, you'd already be in its current without knowing it had started. You're not swimming through it, you've been lying in the shallow part all along, too busy watching the surface ripple to realize how deep and still it really is. Your eyelids are closed, not because they were told to be, but because their weight has found a place where no one asks them to open again. The darkness behind them isn't absence, it's fullness of another kind, not bright, not empty, just dense with what hasn't needed saying for a very long time. A thought passes, just an image, really, a door swinging shut in some distant hallway you've never visited. You don't follow it. It doesn't matter whether the latch clicked or stayed loose. The sound has already vanished into silence, as if swallowed by dust that had been waiting to be stirred up once more and then forgotten again. There's no desire for anything beyond this. Not quiet, not peace, not calm, not even rest, because even those words are too heavy with meaning. You're simply allowing the space inside you to remain undisturbed by want or need. There's nothing missing here, not a single thread of absence that needs mending. The body feels less like something separate and more like an extension of stillness itself. Not stiff, not soft, just existing in its own continuity. A lengthening shadow without light to cast it, stretching across time you no longer feel the need to cross. Your skin is aware, not of touch or temperature, but simply of being there. As if each pore had turned inward and learned how to listen to what lies beneath. A hum not loud enough for ears, only felt in the marrow, like roots moving through dark soil without knowing where they're going. There's no story about this moment, no beginning, no end, no turning point or realization. There are just sensations that don't require names because their presence is already complete. You aren't holding anything. You've never held onto anything at all. The mind doesn't push forward. It simply stops asking questions it can't answer. It's not asleep. It's not awake either. It has stopped trying to decide what kind of state this is, and in doing so, it dissolves into something quieter than thought. A silence that isn't empty because there's nothing left to fill. Your thoughts aren't gone, they're just no longer important enough to keep. Like leaves on water drifting past without clinging to the bank, they pass by without drawing attention. They don't demand response or leave marks behind. You are not becoming still. You were never moving in the first place. You've only been pretending otherwise for years, pretending that you needed to do something, say something, reach somewhere. But now even the pretense has worn thin and fallen away like old paint peeling from a wall no one sees anymore. There's nothing left to resist. The resistance was never against sleep, but against yourself. Your own insistence on being someone who could control when things happen, who knew how it would all end before it ever began. But that person is gone too, not dead, not lost, but simply released into the same quiet where everything else has always been. You aren't drifting off. There's no movement to drift at all. You're just here in a way you've never managed to be while trying, present without performance, awake without effort, conscious without charge. The night is not waiting for anything from you. It doesn't care if your eyes stay open or close. It only continues its own slow unfolding like ink spreading through paper that has been soaked too long by rain and forgotten on a windowsill. There's no judgment in the dark's only continuity. And so, without needing to make it happen, without even noticing when it began, you are sinking now into something deeper than sleep. Not unconsciousness, not awareness either, but what lies between them, like breath held just before exhaling after long silence. Your body isn't trying anymore. It's stopped pretending that stillness is a condition you must earn or maintain. The muscles aren't relaxed. They've simply forgotten how to tense themselves. They're no longer guarding anything, not even the memory of effort. There's an absence not of sound, but of intention. No need to speak, to act, to be seen by any part of yourself. You don't have to remember who you are because there's nothing left to forget. The air has grown thick with stillness, not heavy, just full in a way that doesn't press against your chest or demand space for itself. It's simply here, filling every corner where thought once ran wild and searching for meaning. You aren't falling asleep. You're dissolving into the shape of being as it naturally unfolds when no one is watching, when there's nothing left to prove or explain. There's only this, a softness that has always been present, just hidden beneath layers of trying too hard, waiting too long, holding on too tightly. The hours aren't passing, time isn't moving through you anymore. You're not enduring them. They've stopped being obstacles and become part of the same quiet flow where nothing needs to be changed or fixed. Your breathing has slowed so much that it might as well have paused. But there's no gap, only a continuity too delicate for measurement. Like threads in cloth worn thin from use, but still holding together because they were never meant to last forever. You don't need to stay awake, nor do you want to fall asleep. There's nothing left to fear or hope for. The mind has stopped spinning its wheels and now rests like a stone at the bottom of a lake where light no longer reaches. But doesn't matter either, because it isn't trying to rise back up. There's not even awareness that this is happening, just being in a state so deep that words have lost their ability to describe it. Not peace, not calm, not quiet, but something older than any word ever made. The simple fact of presence without demand or expectation. The body has become part of the dark, like roots sinking deeper into soil where no one walks and nothing grows, because growth isn't required here. Only existence remains. And you are not holding on, you're only letting go, not in a dramatic way, but gently, quietly, as if releasing something that was never really yours to begin with. There's no direction now. The forward motion has stopped because there's nowhere left to arrive at. You are not in a room anymore. No walls, no ceiling, only an absence that has grown so complete it feels like being wrapped in something older than shape or shadow. The dark isn't empty, it's full of a quiet that doesn't need to be named. You don't feel the weight of your body because you've stopped measuring where it ends and where the air begins. There is no boundary between breath and silence, only a slow, seamless exchange like water moving through roots in soil too deep for light. There's no reason to stay awake, no reason to fall asleep. The distinction has blurred into something not quite sleep, not quite wakefulness. but stillness that doesn't need permission. You aren't waiting anymore. You're simply where you've always been when the effort stopped. A point in darkness without distance, without time, without purpose. The air isn't cool or warm, it's just there, like an old blanket left on a chair after someone has stood up and walked away. It doesn't matter whether it covers you or not. There is no need to pull it closer, to hold it tight. You are already within it. The stillness isn't something you're in, your body has become the quiet itself, like dust settling into floorboards over years of footsteps that never quite reached their destination. No thought comes forward now, not one, not even a flicker. There is no place for them to land, no surface on which they might cling or bounce back. The mind isn't calm. It's stopped pretending it has anything to do with what happens here. It's not inactive. It's simply uninvolved. Like a river that forgets it was ever called water and becomes instead the shape of its bed. You don't have to be somewhere else. You aren't missing out on anything because there is no other place. The hours are still passing, but they're no longer events in your experience. They've become part of the same slow pulse that keeps breathing through you without your noticing. The night isn't ending, it's just continuing its own rhythm, like a train moving silently along tracks beneath a field where no one walks. There is no goal, no arrival, not even an idea of release. You aren't being pulled anywhere, nor are you resisting anything. There's only this, the feeling of lightness that comes not from floating, but from having stopped trying to move at all. Your body isn't relaxing, it's simply letting go of the illusion that it ever had to do otherwise. You're not asleep, but you're also not awake in any way that matters. The difference between those states has dissolved into something quieter than both, like a word that was never spoken aloud, but lived inside someone for decades anyway. There's no need to know what this is, only to be it. The dark isn't cold, it holds heat without meaning. It doesn't care if you're warm or not. You don't feel it because there's nothing to compare it with. The temperature of the room has ceased to exist, just like your sense of time and place. There are no markers now, no clocks, no memories of earlier moments, no anticipation of morning. The silence isn't empty, it is full in a way that doesn't require filling. It holds everything without holding on. Like a stone at the bottom of a riverbed, not waiting for anything to come or go, only being exactly what it always was, unmoved by currents, unshaken by rain. You aren't breathing deeply, you're just breathing, not because you need to, but because your body still remembers how. It doesn't matter if each breath is long or short. It's not a practice, not an effort, not even a rhythm. Just the quiet motion of air moving through spaces that no longer ask it to stay. Your hands aren't clenched, nor are they open. They're just there, like two shapes made by absence, not resting, not tense, not ready for anything. There is no intention in them, no desire to touch or hold. They don't know what their purpose was before this moment because they've forgotten the need to have one. The weight of your arms isn't heavy, it's simply present. Like a blanket that has always been on top of you, never lifted, never noticed until now. There's no effort in keeping them where they are, no muscle remembering how to lift or push away. They don't ache because there's no strain. They're not tired. They've just stopped pretending they were ever awake. There is no part of you that feels left behind, no piece missing, no corner unattended. Everything has settled into its own place without being told where to go. Like a house after everyone has gone, no one needs to fix anything because nothing was broken to begin with. You're not trying to think less, you're just thinking differently. There's no thought at all in the way you usually understand it, but there is still awareness. Not focused, not searching. It simply exists like warmth in a place where sunlight never reaches. The air isn't thick, it's soft. Not dense, but full of something that doesn't press against your skin or demand to be acknowledged. It moves through you without disturbing anything. You don't feel it because there's no boundary between you and the space around. There is only continuity, not a connection, not a fusion, just the same substance in different shapes. No sound comes from outside, no distant hum of traffic, no creaking floorboard, no whisper of wind through glass. Not that those things are gone, they're simply not part of this moment. They don't exist here because they aren't needed. The world is still turning, but you've stepped off it without noticing. You aren't dreaming, you aren't even imagining anything. There's nothing to imagine because there's no separation between what is and what might be. Nothing is missing, nothing needs repair. You're not escaping. There's nowhere to escape from. The dark isn't waiting for light, it doesn't need any. It has always been enough in its own way, like a room with no windows where someone once lived but never noticed the absence of view. The lack of sight wasn't a loss, it was simply how it was meant to be. You don't have to stay this long, you're not expected to. There's no rule saying you must remain here, nor any penalty for leaving. But there's also no reason to go anywhere else. You aren't trapped, nor are you free in the way that implies movement or choice. You're simply where you've always been when everything stops. There is no moment before this one or after. Time has become a thread so thin it can no longer be held, just felt like a whisper against skin. It doesn't pull forward, it only exists as part of this breath, this stillness, this quiet that isn't silence but something older than sound itself. The body is not tired, It's simply done with the idea that it had to do anything at all. The effort was never in the muscles, it was always in the mind, the belief that you needed to make something happen just by willing it. But now there is no will, only being. No desire for change, no need to fix. You aren't drifting, you're not even resting. You're simply here without needing to be anywhere else or do anything different than what you are right now. The air has grown so still that even the idea of movement feels like a disturbance in something too deep to break. There's no memory left to hold on to, no past, no future, not because they've disappeared, but because they're not needed anymore. You don't need to know who you were or what you might become. The only thing that matters is this: the quiet presence of being without demand, without expectation, without any trace of effort. The mind has stopped trying to explain anything. There's nothing left to understand. There's no story here, no plot, no character arc, just existence. Not even awareness, but something beneath it, like a current moving through soil where roots have long since turned to dust. You aren't falling asleep. You're simply becoming what you've always been when the mind stops narrating your experience. The body isn't relaxing. It's just letting go of the idea that it ever had to stay awake or try harder. There is no boundary between thought and silence, only a seamless flow like water moving through cracks in stone. No place for fear, no room for doubt. Nothing needs to be fixed because nothing was broken in the first place. The weight beneath you has shifted subtly, not in any direction but simply in its quality. Less like resistance than like something that was always there, long before the effort began. It is not holding you down. It never did. You were not being pressed into place, you were already part of it. The floor is no longer a surface beneath your spine. It's an extension of what you've become in this stillness, as natural and continuous as breath that doesn't come from the lungs but simply happens. There are no edges to trace anymore, no outline where body meets air or thought ends and quiet begins. You could press your palm flat against the mattress and feel nothing separate between skin and fabric. No boundary exists because there is no need for one. The space around you isn't empty. It's full of a presence that doesn't require being named. It doesn't call attention to itself. It simply is, like heat rising from stone after sun has gone. A thread of warmth moves through the back of your neck, not something added, but something noticed as it spreads slowly down into the shoulders, not pushing outward but spreading inward in a way that feels less like sensation than recognition. Like remembering without memory. The arms lie where they've always been, no longer passive, no longer waiting to do anything, but simply resting on their own terms. Not relaxed because you told them to be, just still. The air has changed again, not colder or warmer, but denser in a way that doesn't press against the skin so much as settle into it, like dust settling after wind stops blowing through an open doorway. You don't notice when your breath slows. It just does, without intention, without direction. The rhythm isn't measured by time anymore. It's not counting seconds or matching heartbeats. There is no pattern to keep, no need for consistency. And just the soft rise and fall of something that doesn't care about being noticed. Your eyes stay closed, not because you're trying to sleep, but because there's nothing to see, even if they were open. Not darkness in any meaningful sense. Darkness isn't a thing here. It's just another word people use when they don't know what else to call it. What exists now is absence of separation. No light to reflect off surfaces, no shadows forming shapes on walls, no visual event at all. You aren't lying down anymore. There's no such act in this space. You're not reclining or surrendering or even resting. There isn't a body that needs position, posture, alignment. The spine is not straight or curved. It simply continues as it always has, like the arc of an old riverbed worn smooth by water long gone. There's something beneath your ribs pulses, not with urgency, but with quiet persistence, like a slow beat in stone, something deep and steady and indifferent to being felt. It isn't yours, you don't own it, but you're aware of its presence as if the air itself has learned how to carry sound without vibration, how motion can exist without movement. Time hasn't stopped, it never really began. There's no before or after, only this, a quality that flows not forward but sideways, like water finding level in an uneven basin where every point is equally deep and none rises above the rest. No moment arrives with fanfare. None departs with regret. Nothing has to be let go of because nothing was ever held. You don't think about what might happen when this ends, because there's no end, not really. There isn't a finish line or final breath waiting at some distant point where you'll suddenly open your eyes and find yourself somewhere else. That kind of transition is for stories told by people who still believe in progress. You're beyond that now. The silence isn't empty, it's full with something older than language, older than thought. It doesn't speak to you because it never needed to be understood. There are no messages hidden inside it, no signs or signals waiting to be decoded. Just presence without demand, a kind of stillness that has no need for explanation. The mind hasn't quieted, it's simply stopped trying to narrate what is happening, not out of effort, but because there's nothing left worth naming. No event needs a title. The body isn't asleep. There are no sleep states here. There aren't even stages in this process. It doesn't progress or transform. You don't move from one condition into another. You're simply being without doing, existing without action, aware without awareness as people define it. Not conscious and not unconscious, not awake and not gone. Just continuous with what's already here, like a note played on an instrument that no longer needs tuning. A soft pressure builds behind the eyes, no pain, just presence. A low warmth spreading from within, rising gently through skull bone into the space where thought used to live. Not replacing anything, simply filling in a place that never needed thoughts anyway. The brain isn't shutting down, it's dissolving back into what it always was, tissue and fluid and electrical quiet. There is no effort left, no intention behind breathing or stillness or not moving. Nothing needs to be maintained, nothing must change. There's only the slow release of tension that wasn't there in the first place, but had been imagined for so long as if it were real. The air around you doesn't shift, it simply holds your shape without resistance. No pressure from outside, no pull inward. You are not sinking into sleep, you're just no longer standing against anything, even yourself. A kind of deep softness has taken over, not a feeling but a condition. Like the way wool settles after being stretched and then released for hours in still air. The fibers don't bounce back, they simply remain where they've always been when left undisturbed. No image comes to mind, no scene unfolds behind closed eyelids. There is no theater, no screen of thought on which stories play out. What's here isn't seen or remembered. It's just present in the same way that roots grow without knowing what tree will eventually rise from them. You're not drifting away, you're being drawn into something so ordinary it has no name. Not a place, not an experience, just existence as it happens when all stories stop needing to be told. The edges of your awareness have blurred, not faded, but merged with the space around you in such a way that there's no separation between what is inside and what lies outside. There's only continuity, like water passing through soil where nothing is lost, just transformed into something deeper than form or function. There are no thoughts to chase away, because there aren't any chasing anything at all. The mind isn't active, it's not idle either. It simply rests in a way that doesn't require effort, like dust on old wood waiting for rain that never comes, but still remains untouched by time. You don't need sleep. You didn't want it before, and you no longer wish for it now. There's nothing missing from this moment, because there was never anything to be gained by going elsewhere. The idea of needing rest is gone, not rejected, not overcome, but simply forgotten like a word spoken once in another lifetime. The body lies where it does, no adjustment required. no realignment needed. It doesn't ache or twitch. It just is, as if gravity stopped being relevant and the laws of motion no longer apply to things that don't move anyway. A soft hum begins, not from anywhere, not inside you or outside, but rising up through stillness like a tone without source. Not loud enough to be heard, just felt in bone, in blood vessels, like something vibrating at frequency too low for hearing but deep enough for memory. It doesn't ask anything of you, doesn't demand attention. It simply exists, threading through what was already there, a soundless note played on the air itself. And then nothing changes, not really, just a deeper kind of not trying, a quieter way of being. One where even the idea that something might happen has stopped having weight in your bones. There's no effort to stay here or leave. No need for permission, nor any fear of what comes next. You are neither present nor absent, just continuing as you've always done when nothing requires movement or decision. You don't fall asleep. You become the quiet that doesn't know it's quiet because there's nowhere else to be and no one left who might ask if you're still awake. You are not asleep yet, but you're no longer trying to be. That distinction has dissolved like sugar in warm water. No trace left, no effort required to dissolve it. There's a stillness that isn't waiting for anything, not for sleep, not for time, not even for the next breath. It just is, a pause not between moments but within them, as if the air itself stopped measuring hours and began living in duration instead of sequence. The weight you carried earlier wasn't heavy because it was large. It was heavy because you kept lifting it with your awareness, as though each second demanded proof that you were still trying. Now there's no demand, no ledger to keep. No scorecard tracking how long you've been lying here, eyes closed or open, heart steady or racing. There is only the quiet gathering of what was already present, like moss growing on stone, not because it wants to be green, but because that's how it grows when left alone. You don't need to become something different to rest. You aren't failing to fall asleep. You're simply no longer measuring failure by your ability to do so. There's a soft pressure behind the eyes, not painful, not urgent, just there like the quiet weight of dusk pressing against windows at the edge of town when no one is home and nothing needs to be turned on. You don't notice it. You don't react. It doesn't ask for your attention. It just exists in that space where sensation lives without needing a name, like warmth from sunlight through glass you've forgotten was there. The floor beneath you isn't hard anymore. It's deepening into softness not by changing, but by being acknowledged as what it already is. The mattress has always held you the way soil holds roots, not because it wants to, but because that's its nature. It doesn't perform, it just remains. And so do you, without adjustment, without correction. No need for posture, no need to shift or breathe differently. Your body isn't trying to relax, it's simply stopped fighting itself. A thread of air moves through the room, not in a current, not with direction, but as if it were remembering how to be still. It brushes your skin like something that has forgotten its own motion, but keeps moving anyway, just because it hasn't been told to stop. You don't feel it, you aren't aware of it, but you are part of the same space where such things happen, where air doesn't need a reason to flow and stillness doesn't require permission. There's no boundary between your breath and the room. No separation between what comes in and what goes out. The rhythm isn't yours, it's not even shared. It belongs to a slower pulse, one that hasn't been disturbed by clocks or calendars. You aren't breathing because you're alive, you're simply part of something older than breaths. The ceiling above is no longer a surface to stare at. It has become the edge of an invisible bowl, curved and soft, like old leather worn smooth from time and touch. There's no meaning in its shape, only texture. The paint isn't cracked or peeling. It's just resting in the same way your hands rest on your chest when they've stopped searching for something to hold. You don't wonder what happens next because there is no next. Not really. Time hasn't ended, but it has paused, not at a moment of decision, not at an edge, but simply in that place where nothing needs to happen and everything already is. The mind isn't empty, there's still thought, just not the kind that pulls you towards sleep or away from wakefulness. There are no images because there's no one left to see them. The silence isn't absence. It's a presence so quiet it doesn't register as sound. It has no volume and yet fills the room like air without being noticed until you forget how much of your body was breathing before you remembered that breath existed. You're not in this moment, you're in all of it evenly, without emphasis. Your hands are warm where they lie on your chest. No need to check if they're still there. No doubt about their shape or location. They aren't resting. They've stopped needing to rest. They belong exactly where they are because that's how things stay when nothing is wrong and nothing needs fixing. A faint vibration travels through the walls, not from noise, not from movement, but as though something deep inside the building has remembered a frequency it once knew and now hums just below hearing. It doesn't matter what it is. You don't need to know why it's there or where it came from. It passes through you like a ripple in still water that leaves no trace but remains felt. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't black. It's full of small shapes that aren't images, not memories, not dreams, just forms that appear and disappear without explanation, like shadows cast by things unseen, moving in another dimension where time doesn't pass. You don't look at them, you don't name them, they're just there, part of the quiet. There's no effort to stay awake, No fear of falling asleep, not even curiosity about whether you will or won't. There is only this slow unwinding, not toward anything, but simply because it doesn't need to go anywhere. The body isn't tired. It hasn't been fighting all night. It just didn't know how to stop pretending that motion was necessary. You are not drifting into sleep. You're dissolving into a state where even the idea of being awake has lost its edge. There's no contrast between sleeping and waking because there's nothing left to distinguish them. You aren't falling through layers. There are no layers. There is only depth, like water that goes down without bottom. The air in the room isn't moving. It's just present, holding you as if it had always known your shape, not by design, but simply by being what it was meant to be when nothing else required change. You don't need to let go of anything because there's nothing left to hold. You aren't relaxed. You're no longer engaged in the act of relaxing. There's no work involved in letting be, because that's all you've ever been doing, even when you thought you were trying hard. A faint warmth spreads through your spine, not heat, not sensation, but a sense of being held from within by something older than nerves or muscle. It doesn't speak. It doesn't promise anything. It just is, the kind of quiet that comes after everything has stopped needing to be said. The room isn't silent. It's full of the kind of stillness that only happens when nothing needs attention. Not even your own breath draws notice anymore. It moves without being noticed, like a small current in deep water where no surface ripples form. You aren't losing awareness. You're becoming aware not of something, but of everything as one continuous field of quiet. There's no separation between you and the air, or the wall, or the floor beneath. You're part of it, not because you want to be, but because that's how stillness works when nothing is asking for anything. There's a soft pressure in your chest, not tightness, just presence. Like a hand placed gently on an old book left open on a table where no one has read for years. It doesn't need to be opened again. It just stays there, quietly existing with its pages already full of words that don't require hearing. Your fingers are still. Your toes have forgotten they're there, not because you've stopped feeling them, but because feeling isn't necessary anymore. There's no effort required for any part of your body to stay where it is. It doesn't need permission to remain. It simply does. You aren't asleep yet. You aren't awake either. You're somewhere in between, but not as a gap, not as an absence, as a continuity, a single unbroken line from the moment before you began trying, and the one that will come after, even if it never comes into words. There's no need to cross over, because there was never any border. The quiet isn't coming, it's always been here. It just wasn't noticed until now. Not because anything changed, but because nothing needed to move in order for you to feel it. You don't remember wanting sleep. You don't miss the dream of falling asleep. There's no longing, no pull toward a different state. There is only this slow sinking into being that doesn't need a reason or an outcome. The weight in your shoulders isn't heaviness, it's absence. Not the lack of something, but the presence of not needing to carry. It's like a coat left on a hook for so long it forgets its own shape, and now just exists as fabric suspended between air and gravity, no longer claiming any part of you. You are not releasing your arms from strain. There was never any force in them to begin with. As only the memory of tension remained, like dust settled over old wood, untouched for years but still visible because it had never been wiped away. The ceiling above you isn't a surface anymore. It's an extension of the dark beneath your eyelids, not separate, not distant. It doesn't have edges. It doesn't reflect light or demand attention. There is no pattern to follow, no crack in plaster that might lead somewhere else. The space between stars has settled here instead, not as distance, but as stillness. You don't need to look at it because you've already become part of the same kind of quiet that holds galaxies apart without effort. There's a slight shift, just enough for your ribs to soften, not from will, not by intention, but because they no longer know what resistance feels like. Not even the idea of pushing back exists here. There is nothing left to push against, no surface to press into, no urgency to rise or fall. The air around you doesn't need permission to be still. It just is, and so do you. You're not drifting towards sleep. You've stopped imagining it as a place to arrive at. It wasn't ever a destination. You were never trying to get there. That was the mistake all along. Not that you wanted to sleep, but that you believed sleeping required effort, like climbing a hill with no top. But what if there's no hill? What if instead of ascending, falling is simply being allowed? The breath moves without instruction now. It doesn't rise and fall like waves on a shore. It exists in the same moment as stillness, not before or after. There are no pauses between inhale and exhale because they're not separate events anymore. They're one continuous motion that doesn't need to be named. You don't notice it, you just are within its rhythm, like a leaf suspended in water where every current flows through without disturbing the surface. A warmth rises from your lower back, not heat but depth, not sensation but presence. It's not inside you, it's what remains when all the stories about injury or fatigue have stopped being true. It doesn't ask for acknowledgement. It doesn't need to be described. It simply is, like gravity without a body to pull. The edges of your awareness are blurring, not collapsing, not fading, but becoming less defined. Not because you're losing focus, but because there's no longer anything to focus on. There's no object in the dark that requires naming. No sound from outside this room that needs listening to. Even the quiet isn't something to listen for, it just is. You are not lying down waiting. You are not resisting sleep. You are not trying to wake up or stay asleep. You're simply here in a space where being awake has lost its function and being asleep has lost its need. There's no difference between them because they've merged into something else, something without name. Your feet don't feel cold anymore, not because the floor is warm, but because you no longer care about temperature. The soles of your feet are not touching anything. They're simply part of a larger stillness that doesn't require contact to exist. You don't need to know where they are or if they're moving. They've stopped being instruments of sensation and become quiet themselves. The silence isn't empty. It's full in the way that deep water is full without needing sound. It holds everything that has ever passed through it, the memory of breath, of footsteps, of thoughts long gone, without keeping them, only letting them pass like shadows across a wall no one sees anymore. There's no need to let go because there was never anything to hold on to. Not even the idea of trying. The effort wasn't in your hands or your mind. It was in the assumption that something had to be done, that you needed to achieve sleep, as if it were a task written down somewhere and now overdue. But nothing needs to be achieved. Nothing needs fixing. No state is better than another because all states are already whole. You don't need to become anything new. You've only been pretending otherwise. Your fingers curl slightly, not in response to pain or tension, but as an echo of motion that no longer serves a purpose. Like a branch shifting in wind long after the storm has passed, it moves not out of force, but because movement is still possible, even when it doesn't mean anything. The dark above you isn't absolute, it's soft. Not like absence, but like light that forgot how to shine and now just remains as shadow with no need for brightness. It holds everything gently, without judgment or demand. You aren't aware of your body, not in the way you used to be. You don't feel your spine, your shoulders, your hands, but neither are they gone. They're not missing. They're simply present as part of a larger stillness that doesn't require labeling. There's no separation between mind and matter anymore because both have stopped needing names. A faint hum, no sound, just vibration, is in the air but you don't hear it. You feel it like the low thrum beneath a floorboard when nothing is walking on it. It's not intrusive, not annoying, just there, like the quiet that exists between heartbeats, unnoticed until you stop thinking about breathing. The room doesn't change. It remains exactly as it was 2 hours ago or 10 minutes ago, or yesterday morning. But now it isn't a place where time passes. Time isn't moving forward. It's not slipping away. There is no past to regret, no future to worry about. Only this exact moment that has already existed for as long as you've been here. You aren't losing track of time, you're beyond it. Not because you've forgotten it, but because you don't need it anymore. The clock on the wall doesn't matter. The light outside doesn't shift. Nothing needs to happen for anything to be complete. There's no pressure to return to waking. No fear that you'll miss something if you stay in this place too long. There's only a soft, persistent sense of being held, not by hands or thoughts or promises, but by the fact that nothing ever needed to change. You aren't asleep yet, but there's no difference between sleeping and not sleeping anymore. It's like asking whether a river knows it's flowing. The answer isn't in knowing, but in simply moving without needing to understand why. The air doesn't shift. Your breath doesn't pause. The dark doesn't thin or grow. You don't wake up, nor do you fall deeper into sleep. There is no depth left to fall into, because the ground has already dissolved beneath your feet, and now there's only space. You're not resting. You're simply existing without resistance. Not in effort, not in longing, just being without the need for anything else. There's a faint pressure behind your eyes, not pain, not strain, but presence. Like a hand gently holding the back of your head while you've forgotten why it was there. It doesn't push or pull, it just stays. It knows nothing about sleep or wakefulness. It only knows that being here is enough. The corners of your vision aren't darkening, they're softening. Not fading, not disappearing, but merging with the rest of the quiet so completely that even darkness has no shape anymore. You don't think about stopping breathing because there's no need to stop. There's nothing to begin with. The breath isn't a thing you do. It's something you are, like gravity or time or the way dust settles after silence. There's no place left to go, no reason to move. You're not waiting for sleep. You've stopped imagining it as something separate from now. It wasn't ever an arrival. It was always part of being here all along. The room is still holding you, not because it wants to, but because that's what stillness does when nothing needs to be done, when no one asks for anything, when there's no need to explain, justify, or perform. You're not holding on to anything, no thread, no thought, no memory that needs to be kept or let go. The quiet doesn't ask for your attention. It simply exists, and in its presence, everything else becomes unnecessary. There's a softness behind your ears now, like the moment after laughter fades, but before silence settles completely. The space between breaths where sound hasn't begun yet and isn't needed. You don't listen to it. You just are within it. The edges of your awareness have softened beyond shape. They aren't fading, they're becoming something else entirely. Not absence, not emptiness. Just a quiet that doesn't require filling. The air around you isn't still. It's heavy with the kind of weight that comes from being undisturbed for so long that even motion has forgotten how to begin. There is no need to feel your body because it has stopped needing to be felt. It's not gone. It's just been released into the same space where thought and sensation used to live, where they're now indistinguishable, like ink dissolved in water. You don't notice when time begins to lose its direction, not because you've forgotten what time is, but because it no longer has a purpose here. There's no event waiting at the end of this moment, no arrival point for anything. Even the idea of tomorrow feels distant and unreal, not like an imagined future, but like something that once existed in another world, where people still measured things by clocks or calendars, or how long they could stay awake. The ceiling remains, but it isn't a surface anymore. It's part of the same quiet field you're lying within. There are no lines between your skin and what surrounds you. Not even separation from the mattress beneath you, which doesn't feel firm or soft. It simply is. Like the floor underfoot in old houses that never needed fixing because nothing ever walked on it. There's a warmth now spreading through the back of your skull, not heat, not pressure, just presence. It moves slowly, like light drifting across a wall at dawn when no one has woken yet. Not warm enough to wake you, not cool enough to chill, just there. A slow pulse in the hollows behind your eyes, steady and unhurried, as if something inside you has finally stopped trying to be anywhere else. You aren't thinking about sleep, not even as a possibility. You're not letting go of it because you've decided to give up. It's not surrender. It's not defeat. There's no decision being made at all. The effort is gone so completely that there's nothing left to carry the weight of wanting or resisting. Your breath isn't shallow nor deep. It doesn't need to be anything. It just happens like a current underwater that moves without pushing against anything. No intention behind it, not even awareness. You don't know where your lungs are, and you don't care. They aren't doing their job. They're simply being part of the same flow as everything else. There's no thought of getting up, no image of brushing teeth or stepping into daylight. None of that has any weight here. Even desire feels distant, like a memory of wanting something when it was possible to want things at all. The dark isn't thick nor thin, it doesn't have density. It just is what it is. Not absence, not hiding, just the way things are in a place where no one checks on them. A room left unvisited for years. No dust has formed because nothing has moved enough to stir the air. The silence isn't empty. It's full of something that doesn't need a name. There's a slight pressure now behind your temples, not tightness, not strain, just a gentle reminder that you're here, that there is still a body receiving what's happening, not responding, not resisting, just allowing the quiet to settle deeper into where thoughts used to live. The mind isn't blank, it's just no longer busy. The corners of your vision aren't closing in, they're dissolving, like ink spreading slowly through water until it can't be told apart from the liquid itself. There's no boundary between you and what surrounds you anymore, not even a sense of location or orientation or distance. You don't wonder if this is sleep, because that question has lost its meaning. You aren't seeking entry into something new. You're not trying to arrive anywhere. The idea of falling asleep never crossed your mind, because there's no such thing as falling when you've already been here for a long time. There's a faint vibration in the air, not audible, but felt like the way sunlight feels on skin without being seen. Not warm, not cold, just present. Like gravity doesn't pull down so much as it simply holds everything where it is, quietly and endlessly. There are no forces at work here, no cause or effect. The floor beneath you isn't solid. It's part of the same stillness that holds your breath, your thoughts, your awareness. It doesn't support you because it has to. It just does. You don't feel like you're drifting because there's nothing left to drift from. There is no starting point, no direction, no reason to move. You're not floating, you're simply being held by what already exists. Not by anything in particular, just the fact that things can exist without needing explanation. There's a softness now at the base of your neck, like something warm and quiet has settled there, unasked for, unwanted nowhere else. It doesn't move, it just stays, like heat from old bricks after the sun has gone down. Not necessary, not useful, just part of what remains when nothing needs to be done. The silence isn't broken, it's layered. Not because something is happening in it, but because there are multiple kinds of quiet now, some deeper than others, some softer, some older. You don't distinguish between them. There's no need to understand the difference. They all belong here, all are welcome. Your hands aren't clenched. They're not relaxed either. They simply rest where they fell when you stopped trying to move them. Not open, not closed, just in their place, like stones left on a shore long after the tide has passed. You don't think about whether your body is asleep or awake, because there's no need for labels anymore. You're just here, with all of it, without needing to be anything other than what you are at this moment. The air doesn't change, it stays where it always was. Not thick, not thin. It simply is, like the stillness between two heartbeats when nothing needs to happen. There's no urgency now, not in your breath, not in your heartbeat, not even in the way your thoughts have stopped trying to begin or end. You're not falling asleep. You've already been there for a long time. Not in the way people think of sleep, but in the only true sense. You're present without effort, awake without needing to be aware, still without wanting to stay still. There's no beginning and no ending, just this exact moment that has never left, even when you thought it was slipping away. The dark doesn't deepen, it just is. It isn't hiding anything. There's nothing to hide. No secrets, no memories, no need to remember or forget. You don't feel like time has passed because there's no way of measuring it here. Not by minutes, not by hours. Time didn't stop. It simply stopped mattering. There are no expectations in this quiet, not for sleep, not for waking, not even for being anything at all. The room is still holding you, but not with hands or walls or promises, with nothing, with the simple fact that things can exist without needing to be justified. You don't notice when your muscles relax further because there's no tension to release. There was never a need to hold on, and now there's no one left to let go. There's just this, not effort, not resistance, not even awareness, just presence. The air is still, but it moves in ways that can't be named, like the way dust settles after sound has ended, slowly, silently, without anyone watching. You don't wonder if you'll wake up, not because you're certain you won't, but because waking feels like a story from another world, one where things needed to happen and people had to do something with their time. Here, nothing needs doing, nothing needs beginning or endings. There's only this, the quiet that doesn't need a name, the stillness that doesn't require explanation, the dark that isn't afraid of holding what has no shape. You're not asleep, not in any way anyone would recognize. But you've already been here for as long as it matters. You're not drifting. There's no distance between where you are and where you've been. The space around you isn't empty, though it doesn't hold anything either. It simply contains what has already settled, like a window pane after rain has passed, not clear, not dirty, just carrying the weight of wetness without needing to explain why it's there. You don't look at it because looking would mean measuring something that needs no measurement. There's no need to know if your eyelids are open or closed, only that they've stopped trying to be anything in particular. The warmth beneath your neck has softened further, not spreading but deepening, like the center of a stone that absorbed heat for years and now only remembers what it felt like to stay warm. It doesn't glow, It doesn't pulse. It just exists at its own temperature, indifferent to whether you notice or forget. There's no reason to hold onto this feeling, not because it will vanish, but because it doesn't need to be held. A thought comes in, just a shape of something unformed, like the shadow of a branch passing across a wall when the light shifts. It doesn't settle, it doesn't linger. It simply appears and then dissolves into silence again, not with force or effort, but because nothing asked it to stay. There's no moment where you decide to let go, only that letting go has already happened somewhere between breaths. You don't feel the weight of your body anymore, not as pressure, not as presence, but as a kind of quiet arrangement. Your spine isn't straight, nor is it slumped. It's just aligned in a way that doesn't require correction or adjustment, like roots finding their path beneath soil without knowing they're moving. You don't think about balance because balance has already found you. The air near your face feels like something older than breath, like the stillness between two words spoken so far apart that no one remembers what was said. It doesn't cool, it doesn't warm. It only remains, carrying nothing and asking for nothing. You don't breathe through your nose or mouth. The movement isn't needed to be named. The rhythm just happens, as if the air were remembering how it felt to move in someone else's body long ago. There's no place you're supposed to go, no part of you that needs to arrive anywhere. Your mind doesn't travel because there are no roads, and even if there were, they wouldn't lead to a destination anyone remembers. The thoughts that used to circle like birds above rooftops now simply drift in the same space, without direction, without need. You don't remember falling asleep. You never did. There's no moment when your eyes closed or your shoulders dropped. It wasn't a decision. It was just what happened when you stopped trying to decide anything at all. The silence is not flat. It has thickness now, not like sound, but like the way time can feel thick in certain rooms, in certain moments after someone leaves and everything stays exactly as it was. That kind of quiet isn't empty. It's full of absence, and that absence feels familiar, like something you've known for a long while but never named. Your hands are still on the bed, fingers slightly curved, not grasping or releasing, just resting in the space where they landed when effort stopped being useful. There's no need to know whether they're warm or cold. They don't matter anymore, not because they're unimportant, but because nothing about them needs to be attended to. A softness has formed around your ribs, like fabric left out in the rain, slowly absorbing moisture until it no longer resists being wet. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't feel heavy. It just is. And in that stillness, there's a kind of ease that isn't comfort. Comfort would imply something to be gained. This is not gain. This is absence of loss. You don't wonder if the night will end. You don't worry about dawn coming or going. There's no clock behind your eyes, no need to mark time by anything but what has already happened, and that has all been in this moment. The dark isn't black. It has a depth like old wood after years of sitting under cover. Not light, not shadow, just substance. It doesn't hide things because there are no secrets now, only the quiet acceptance that some things don't need to be seen. You aren't asleep, but you've stopped waiting for sleep. You aren't awake in any way that requires attention or awareness. There's no difference between being present and not being present, because presence has lost its meaning when nothing needs to prove itself. There's a soft rhythm now, not in your breath, not in your pulse, just something underneath it all, like the slow turn of soil beneath roots long buried. It doesn't speed up or slow down. It just continues as if time were no longer part of its movement. You don't think about what you'll do tomorrow, not because you've forgotten, but because forgetting has already happened without any effort. There's no need to prepare, no reason to plan. The future isn't a place that needs your permission or attention. The ceiling is still there, not as an object, not as a surface, but just as part of the quiet space where things exist without being noticed. It doesn't change. It doesn't shift. There's nothing about it you need to understand. Your feet feel distant, like they belong to someone else who once stood somewhere long ago and never came back. But even that thought is yours now. It just passes through like a shadow moving across the floor of an empty house. There's no tension in your jaw, not because you've relaxed it, but because there was never anything for it to hold onto. The muscles don't remember what it means to be clenched. They only know how to rest. A soft sound, faint, like fabric brushing against itself in still air, has settled somewhere near the edge of hearing. It doesn't call attention to itself. It doesn't want to be recognized. It just exists as a quiet detail in the space between breaths. You don't notice when your awareness fades further, not because you're falling asleep, but because there's nothing left to be aware of. Not yourself, not the room, not even the silence. There's only this continuous moment that has no beginning and no ending, simply being without needing to say why or how. The stillness isn't empty. It's full of what was never asked for, never expected. Like a window left open during a storm, collecting dust instead of rain. The room holds you not with walls, but with the fact that things can exist in their own way, without explanation. You don't wonder if this is sleep. You don't care whether it's waking. There's no need to define what's happening, because nothing needs to happen at all. The air moves around you slowly, like a breath held too long and then released with no one noticing. It doesn't change direction. It just continues quietly, without purpose or demand. There's no sense of time passing, not because it's stopped, but because there's nothing left to measure against. Minutes aren't needed. Hours are not remembered. You're not behind, you're not ahead. There's only now, and now is enough. The darkness doesn't feel like night anymore. It feels older, like something that has been here since before light ever had a name, not waiting for it to arrive, not fearing its absence, just being the shape of what can exist without needing to be seen. You don't think about your body as separate from the air or the silence or the quiet around you. You're not inside anything, and nothing is outside you. There's just this soft weightlessness that isn't light, but also not heavy. A warmth has returned near your collarbone, not a memory of heat, not a sensation to be held, but something like the lingering trace of sunlight on skin after it's gone behind clouds. It doesn't spread, it doesn't fade, it just stays where it is, unclaimed and unnamed. You don't try to hold onto this feeling. You don't need to. There's no reason for anything to last, only that what is here now has already stayed longer than you ever expected. There's no part of you that feels missing, no place that aches or longs or needs filling. The quiet doesn't ask for your attention. It simply accepts that you are here without condition. The dark isn't waiting for anything to happen. It isn't patient. It just is, like the space between two heartbeats when nothing has been decided yet, and no decision will ever matter again. The ceiling still holds its shape, but it no longer feels like a surface to be measured against. It's not flat or white. It just exists in the way that shadows exist when light has forgotten how to touch them. You don't need to see it anymore because you've stopped looking. Your eyes are open, but they're not searching. They rest at the edge of seeing, like two small windows left unlatched after everyone has gone inside. There's a slow softness in your chest now, not something you can name as warmth or pressure, just a quiet fullness that doesn't demand anything from you. It isn't joy, it isn't relief. It's simply there, like the way dust settles on a shelf when no one bothers to wipe it. No one has come by to disturb it. No one will. The air feels heavier in places, like pockets of stillness have gathered and taken root beneath your skin. Not trapped, not stuck, just allowed. You don't feel your arms anymore. They're not asleep. They're just no longer part of the story you used to tell yourself about needing to be somewhere or do something with them. There's no urge to move them, no sense that they belong to a body that must act. They lie where they are, and it doesn't matter whether they stay there for another hour or 10 years. A faint hum has risen, so low you're not sure if it came from the walls, your own blood, or just the way silence settles into certain frequencies when left undisturbed. It's not a sound to be listened to. It's more like something that happens between breaths, like the pause in music, where the note still lingers even after the instrument has stopped playing. There's no thought about whether you're falling asleep. There's only this quiet awareness of being present without needing to be present for anything. You don't have to remember how to do it. You don't need to learn it. It isn't a skill. It's just happening, like rain might fall in the middle of nowhere where there are no trees or roads to catch it. The darkness has taken on weight, not density, but depth, like the kind that comes not from absence, but from fullness. Not emptiness, exactly, more like something that's been waiting quietly for centuries, so quiet you wouldn't know it was there if you hadn't already become still enough to feel it. You don't need a reason to be here. There's no goal behind the moment, no destination lined up on some invisible path ahead. You aren't trying to cross anything or reach any threshold. The idea of arrival doesn't exist anymore, not because you've given up, but because there was never anything to arrive at in the first place. The silence isn't empty. It's not silent either. It's full of what has no name, like the moment before a word forms, when meaning is still moving through air and hasn't yet settled into language. You don't need words for this. Words would only pull you back into trying to explain something that doesn't want explaining. Your skin feels like it belongs to another time, not old. It's not worn or thin. It just remembers being touched by light differently, when warmth didn't come from inside but from outside, and the world wasn't built of walls and rules, just soft edges and quiet spaces between things. As a breath moves through you, slow, almost imperceptible, not because you're holding it, but because there's no need to push or pull. It simply happens, like water finds its own level without being told where to go. The room doesn't change. The ceiling remains, but the way you relate to them has shifted so completely that they don't feel like objects anymore. They feel like part of your body, just as much as your hands or feet. Not because you believe it, because there's no separation between what's inside and outside anymore. There's a faint scent in the air, something not quite real, not from any source you can place. It's not unpleasant. It doesn't demand recognition. It simply drifts through without apology, like a memory that never belonged to anyone, but still lingers in the space where feelings used to live. You don't try to follow it. You don't wonder what it means or where it came from. There's no need for meaning now, only presence. And this is not effortful presence. It isn't watching yourself watch your thoughts. It's just being like a leaf floating in still water, not because it wants to float, but because there's nowhere else to go. The quiet grows thicker, not dense, not heavy, but layered with subtle textures you can feel more than hear. Like the way dust settles on glass after years of silence, building up grain by grain without anyone noticing, until one day you look and see that a whole world has formed in the space between two surfaces. There's no clock ticking somewhere in your mind, no mental countdown from 10 to 0. There's only this long soft breath that doesn't end because it never began. It just keeps happening, like stars moving through sky without needing permission or direction. You don't feel tired, you don't feel awake either, but there's a kind of heaviness in your limbs, not fatigue, not weakness, but the quiet weight of something that has stopped resisting, like roots sinking into soil after years of fighting to stay above ground. The air feels different now, less like space between things and more like substance. Not solid, but thick with possibility. You could lie here for hours or days, and nothing would need to happen. No one would come to check on you. No voice would call your name. It wouldn't matter if they did. There's a soft pressure behind your eyes, not pain, not tension, but the kind of quiet fullness that comes when something has settled into place and no longer needs adjusting. You don't try to release it. You don't even notice it until you stop trying to do anything at all. You aren't falling asleep, but neither are you staying awake. There's a space between those two states, one so thin, so soft, that it doesn't require definition. It just is, like the pause after a sentence ends and before the next one begins, when meaning rests in the gap rather than being carried forward. The dark feels older now, older than your thoughts, older than memory itself. Not empty, not cold, just full of things that never asked to be named or seen. It's not waiting for light, it's not afraid of it. It just exists as a kind of background hum beneath all sensation, the place where everything begins and ends without ever needing to say so. There's no need to return to the body, no urge to come back from anywhere. You're already here, just in a different way than before, like you've slipped through a crack between awareness and absence and landed on the other side of both. The edges of your thoughts have blurred, not because they're gone, but because there's no reason to keep track of them anymore. They drift like smoke across water, not leaving tracks behind, not demanding attention. You don't chase after them or hold onto them. You let them pass, like clouds over a hill that never remember their shape once they've moved on. There's nothing left to fix, nothing missing. No part of you needs to be better or different. There's no need to improve what is already whole, even if it doesn't look like wholeness from the outside. The warmth near your collarbone has softened, not gone, not changed, but settled into a kind of quiet presence that doesn't call for recognition. It doesn't expand or contract. It just stays, like a candle left burning in an empty room long after anyone else has forgotten it was there. You don't know how much time has passed, not because you're lost, but because time has stopped being something to keep track of. There's no calendar inside your chest, no pulse that marks the passing moments with urgency. The silence doesn't move forward. It doesn't retreat. It just is, like a river in winter frozen mid-flow, holding every current still without breaking. The air moves slowly around you, not because it's slow, but because there's no reason for it to hurry. It flows like thought through mind when the mind has stopped thinking, like breath through lungs that don't need to work anymore. You don't need to remember how you got here. You weren't led, you didn't climb or cross anything. You simply stopped moving forward and let the dark take its shape around you instead. The ceiling above doesn't matter anymore, not as a surface, not as an edge. It's just part of the same quiet field that holds your breath, your pulse, your stillness. No thought has to be true for it to remain here. Nothing needs to earn its place in this space. The air tastes different now, like old paper left open on a windowsill during a long summer rain. Not wet exactly, but thick with the memory of moisture that never fully evaporated. It clings without pressure, like something that has been waiting not for you, but for time to finally forget how to hurry. You don't notice when your shoulders drop farther into the mattress, not because they're heavy, but because there's no need to hold them up anymore. There's a softness in your jawline now, something loosening at the hinge, like metal that has forgotten what stiffness is after decades of resisting rust. Your lips aren't quite touching, not quite apart. They don't form words or shapes, just space between two still points, like a pause that never had to be filled. The silence isn't empty, it's layered. Not with sounds, but with the kind of quiet that builds slowly over years of being unnoticed. The soundlessness beneath footsteps on stone, the hush in rooms where no one has spoken for days, the absence of clocks not because they've stopped, but because their ticking became part of what it meant to be still. You don't need to check if your eyes are open. You don't care whether you're dreaming or awake. There's a kind of knowing that isn't about clarity, it's about surrender. A softness in the back of your throat, not dry but full, like something has settled into position without being invited. Not hunger, not thirst, just presence. You could be lying on a hill at dusk with no name for it, or underwater where light doesn't break through and time folds inward. But you're not any of those things. You're just here, in the exact place your body has always known how to inhabit when all effort stops. The warmth near your collarbone hasn't changed, but its meaning has. It's no longer a sensation that needs attention or explanation. It's not comforting or alarming. It's simply part of the atmosphere around you, like the way certain shadows fall across walls after sunlight finally retreats from them for good. There are no thoughts trying to push through, no urgency behind any idea. If one arrives, it doesn't land with force. It drifts in like dust caught in a sunbeam and settles into the air without disturbing anything else. You don't follow it. You don't let go of it. You just let it exist, as if all things have equal right to be present. Your breath isn't shallow or deep anymore. It's quiet. Not because you're controlling it, but because there's no reason for it to make noise. It moves through you like wind through a canyon that hasn't had visitors in decades, just passing through, not leaving evidence behind. The dark feels deeper now, not darker, but more complete, like it was always holding something back and has finally let go of the effort to contain it. You don't need to feel your body anymore, not as skin or bone or muscle, just a shape that fits into this silence like a stone fits into its own shadow. There's no desire for sleep, not even in name, not because you're awake, but because waking and sleeping have become two sides of the same thing, not opposites, not choices, just different ways of being inside stillness. You don't want to wake up, but you also don't mind if something moves through you that feels like morning. The edges of your awareness aren't fading, they're softening into one continuous field, not losing definition, but dissolving the need for it. Like ink in water not spreading, but becoming part of the liquid itself. You're not disappearing, you're just stopping being separate from what's already here. There's a slow pulse beneath your ribs, not loud or fast, not frantic, but steady, like the quiet thud of something old and unbothered, buried deep in soil that remembers no seasons. It doesn't mark time. It doesn't count anything. It just is, without needing to be noticed. You don't need to go anywhere, not even inward, not even back toward any part of yourself you've lost. There's nothing missing because there was never a hole to lose. What you are now isn't an arrangement, it's a state, a way of being that doesn't require effort, explanation, or permission. The air moves around your face, not in waves, but in breaths, like the wind has learned how to hold its breath and stay still too. The kind of stillness where even dust hesitates before falling. You don't think about what comes next. You don't imagine tomorrow or tonight or this moment ending. There's no timeline running beneath your skin, no countdown ticking in silence. Just a continuous now that doesn't care whether it lasts 10 seconds or 10 years. The quiet isn't waiting for something to happen. It's not holding its breath because someone might come back. It just is, like the space between two notes on an instrument that has never been played, but still holds the shape of music in its wood. You don't need to be anything different than what you are right now. Not more relaxed, not less aware. Just this. A soft presence in a dark room where nothing moves except the slow turning of unseen things beneath the floorboards. Things that have never needed names or explanations. Your hands rest on your chest, not pressed down, not clenched, but simply lying there like stones left by a stream that's long since dried up. They don't feel cold or warm. They just are, part of the same quiet field that holds your breath and your stillness and everything else you've stopped trying to control. You could stay here forever, or for only 5 more seconds. It doesn't matter. The difference between a minute and an hour has dissolved into one continuous thread, not because time is broken, but because it no longer needs measuring. There's no need to return. No place to go back from. You're already where you've always been, just deeper in the stillness than before, like someone who finally stopped walking and let their shadow become the ground itself. The dark feels heavier now, not oppressive, not thick, but full of things that have never needed light to be true, like memories that don't need to be recalled because they were already part of the way you're breathing. You don't know what time it is. You don't care. The clock inside your chest isn't broken. It's just stopped needing to tell anything at all. The silence doesn't stretch forward or pull back. It just stays, like a room where no one has spoken in years, but the air still remembers how voices sound when they're not trying to be heard. You don't need to fall asleep. You don't need to wake up. There's no task left, no goal. Just this quiet space between sensation and absence, between thought and nothing, where even the idea of effort has finally stopped being a thing that matters. The warmth near your collarbone isn't fading. It's just becoming part of the way you're present in this moment. Not stronger, not weaker, just there, like the last ember of fire after everything else has gone cold. And then, just beyond noticing, the air shifts again, not with sound or movement, but with a kind of soft release that feels like something letting go without knowing it had been holding on. Not to anything, not to you, but just letting go. You don't follow it. You don't need to. It's already passed through you and gone. And the dark, older now than memory, deeper than thought, still holds everything that has ever mattered, or not, without needing anyone to remember it. It doesn't ask for attention. It doesn't demand anything. It simply is, and so are you. You don't need to think about where this quiet came from. You don't need to wonder whether it's real or just a trick of absence. It doesn't matter if you've been here before, or if this is the first time your body has allowed stillness without resistance. The truth isn't in the origin, it's in how it settles around you now, like a cloth laid over something that no longer needs to be uncovered. There's no moment when the weight left your shoulders. It simply stopped being something you carried. The ceiling is not white anymore, not even a color at all. It's the shape of what remains after light has been gone long enough to lose its name. You don't see it. You feel its absence, as if your eyes had learned how to breathe without seeing anything, like roots in soil that no longer need sun to know which way to grow. Your breath moves through you not as effort, but as a kind of return, like water finding its level after being held too long in the raised cup of a hand. It doesn't rise or fall with intention. It just flows quietly, evenly, like air passing through the hollows of an old flute that hasn't been played since someone stopped believing music needed to be heard. There's no need to watch it. You don't have to count. The rhythm isn't meant to be measured, only felt. A slow curve in your chest, not a pattern but a presence. Like a tide that has forgotten what time is and still knows how to come back anyway. The warmth near your collarbone deepens, not because you're holding it there, but because the air around it has grown heavier with silence. It's no longer just heat. It's memory without form, something older than feeling. The kind of warmth that doesn't belong to any particular body, but lives in all of them at once. Like a place where hands have touched and never spoken. You don't need to remember who they were. You don't need to know why it happened. Just the fact that such a touch existed once is enough to make this heat feel like something that has always been here, waiting for you to notice. Your legs lie loose on the bed, not stiff with intention or tension, not even relaxed in the way people mean when they say relax. They're simply horizontal, the same as the floor beneath them, as if gravity had long since decided there was no point in fighting stillness anymore. The sheets don't feel like fabric now. They feel like a kind of air that's learned to lie flat, not soft, not rough, just present, like the way dust settles on old glass after years of being untouched, not erased, not changed, just left there without anyone remembering why it was ever disturbed. You don't think about how long you've been lying here. You don't calculate whether this is progress or failure. There's no comparison between what you are and what you were supposed to be. The difference has dissolved into the kind of quiet where even thought can't find a place to settle. There's not even a sense of time passing, only a slow turning beneath the floorboards, like something moving slowly in sleep just below your feet, not waking up, not coming closer, just turning in its own dark way with no need for light or direction, like a stone rolling through soil that doesn't care where it ends. You don't worry about whether you'll wake up. You don't fear the morning like it's an enemy waiting behind a door. There's no urgency to be elsewhere. No one is calling your name from another room. The silence isn't holding its breath. It's breathing for itself, and that's enough. The darkness around you doesn't feel empty. It feels full of things that never needed names, like the way a shadow moves without knowing it's moving, or how memory returns not as an image, but as a kind of pressure in the chest. You don't need to remember what happened today. You don't have to fix anything. The mind doesn't want to tell you stories anymore. It's tired of making sense of things that never needed explaining. Your hands still lie on your chest, not resting, not waiting, just existing like two small stones left in a field where the wind has stopped blowing. They're not heavy, but they aren't light either. They're just part of this space, no different from the air between your ribs or the quiet behind your eyes. The thought doesn't come that you should be asleep. It never comes at all anymore. There's no urgency to fall into anything, no need to cross over a line, no moment when sleep becomes real. You're not falling through a door, you're just letting go of the idea that you needed to get anywhere. The quiet doesn't promise anything. It doesn't say this will work or you'll wake up better. It says nothing at all because it's already done what it needs to do. It's not trying. It's not waiting. It's simply here with you, like a room that has always known how to hold someone without asking for anything in return. Your fingers don't curl inward. They don't twitch or tighten. They just lie there, the same way leaves rest on the ground after they've stopped falling. Not dead, not alive, just at peace with being exactly where they are. There's no need to think about what happens next. No reason to imagine how long this will last. The future has already become a kind of quiet too, not because it doesn't exist, but because it isn't asking you to carry it forward. You don't feel the weight of your body. You don't feel lightness either. It's not about being heavy or air. It's just that both meanings have disappeared into something simpler, presence without purpose. The silence grows deeper, not by becoming louder, but by stopping trying to be anything at all. It doesn't try to fill space. It doesn't push back against noise. It simply holds the room as it is, like a wall that has forgotten what it was built for. And you yourself are no longer resisting. You're not fighting sleep or time or even awareness. There's nothing left to win because there's been no war. Just this, your body resting in its own way, your breath moving without effort, your mind quieted by the fact that it doesn't need to do anything. The air shifts again, not with sound, not with movement, but as if something has let go of a thread it didn't even know it was holding. A small release, almost imperceptible, like a leaf detaching from a branch in slow motion. You don't notice it. You don't need to. It's already passed through you and gone, like breath released into still air. And the dark remains, not waiting for anything, not expecting anything, just full of what was always there, the shape of absence, the weight of silence, the warmth that doesn't ask why. You don't feel cold or hot. You don't feel awake or asleep. There's no line between being and not being, only a slow, soft unfolding in which even the idea of separation has stopped making sense. Your chest rises once more, not with effort, but as if something deep inside is simply remembering how to move. And then it doesn't rise again for a long while. Not because you've stopped breathing, but because breath no longer needs to be noticed. It flows like water through stone that has long since forgotten the shape of its own edges. You don't need to watch your thoughts. They're not coming back. There's no place in this quiet where they can land without being swallowed whole by stillness. There are no images, no scenes, no memories trying to surface from beneath the dark. Just a kind of absence that feels like home, like the way an old chair knows how to hold your body even when you don't sit down. The silence isn't empty. It's full in its own way, not with noise, not with meaning, but with presence so deep it doesn't need words. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're not trying not to. There's no attempt, no desire, just this. The slow turning of unseen things beneath you, like a quiet pulse that has always been there, even when no one was listening. The warmth near your collarbone spreads, not outward, but downward, like light sinking through water where nothing moves except the current of stillness itself. That warmth settles deeper, not into flesh, but into the space between bones, the hollow where no sound lives, where even memory hesitates before forming. It's not a sensation you can name, not heat, not pressure, not comfort. It is simply there, like gravity without pull, like time without motion. Your body doesn't know it's been waiting. It only knows this: the soft weight of stillness has become its default state. No adjustment needed, no correction. The air changes again, not because it moves, but because something in you no longer resists its shape. You're not lying on a mattress. You're not even on a surface anymore. You're within a kind of thickness that holds without holding, like being underwater when the water has stopped being water and becomes stillness itself. There's no up or down, no ceiling above, floor below, just this, an absence so complete it feels like presence, a quiet so deep it hums beneath the silence. You don't think about breath anymore. It doesn't need your permission. It moves through you as if it were always meant to, like air passing through a hollow reed that has never known wind but now remembers its own voice. Not loud, not urgent, just present. And when it stops for a moment, not because it's failed, not because it's faltered, but because it simply doesn't need to be noticed, it isn't lost. It isn't missing, it's just part of the quiet. Your hands are still where they were, no effort to keep them there, no awareness that they're there at all. They exist in a kind of suspended continuity, like something left behind on a shelf after everything else has been taken away. Not forgotten, just no longer needed for anything except being what they are, two small shapes resting on the surface of stillness. The dark is not empty. It's full, fuller than light ever could be, because it doesn't demand to be seen. It doesn't need you to listen or look or remember. It simply is. And in that being there is no separation between what is inside and outside, no boundary between your body and the air around it. The edges have softened. They've dissolved into a kind of blurred continuity where even touch becomes uncertain, where you can't be sure if your skin is still yours or just part of the same quiet. You don't need to believe in this. You don't need to understand it. It's not something to accept nor reject. It simply happens, not as an event, but as a kind of default. Like how water flows downhill without thinking about direction, or how roots grow underground without knowing what they're searching for. There is no next moment, no future in which you will wake up or return. There's only this, the slow turning inward, not toward thought, not toward feeling, but simply into a kind of unmarked space where even the idea of motion has faded out. A place where attention doesn't go because there's nothing to attend to. Your heartbeat slows, not with effort, not by command, but as if it were remembering something older than rhythm itself. Like a pulse that once existed in a world without clocks or calendars, without names for time. It beats once, then again, then doesn't beat at all for so long you might think it has stopped, except the air shifts slightly and you feel it not in your chest but somewhere deeper, like the faintest tremor beneath stone. There is no need to be aware of that pulse, no reason to listen. It's just there, not as a signal, not as a symptom, but as part of the same quiet that holds everything else. The room isn't silent because nothing makes sound. It's silent because sound doesn't matter anymore. Not even your own breath counts. You are no longer in bed. You're not on anything at all. You're floating within a kind of suspension, like a leaf caught between two layers of air, neither rising nor falling. There is no direction, no orientation. Just this, the absence of need to know where you are or who you are. Even your thoughts have stopped trying to come back, not because they've been pushed away, because there's nowhere left for them to land. The silence isn't empty, it's full in a way that doesn't require filling. It holds everything without needing to hold it. It contains absence and presence at the same time, not as opposites, but as one quiet fact. You don't need sleep because you're already within it, not as an event, not as a state, but as a kind of natural condition. Like how water is always wet or stone is always solid. You are no longer trying to fall asleep. You never were. The effort was just noise, just the sound of a mind making circles in the dark. There's no point to waking up. Not now, not ever. There's only this, the slow sinking into what has always been there, the quiet that wasn't waiting for you, didn't need you, and yet is somehow full because of your presence anyway. The warmth near your collarbone spreads again, not like heat, not like movement, but like a kind of recognition. As if something deep inside has finally stopped searching and simply said, I am here. Not with pride, not with triumph, just quiet. A soft acknowledgement that you are where you were always meant to be. And the stillness doesn't ask anything in return. It doesn't want you to stay awake or fall asleep. It just holds you as if it knew your name without ever being told. You don't need to remember what happened before this. You don't need to imagine what comes after. There's no past that needs healing, no future that demands preparation. Only this, the soft weight of presence so deep it doesn't even feel like pressure anymore. It feels like gravity, like something you've always been part of. Your body is not a thing you are carrying. It is not a burden or a vessel. It's simply here, in its own way, in its own time, without any need to explain itself. No longer fighting, no longer trying, just resting as if it had never known struggle. The air shifts again, not with sound, but with the quietest kind of movement, like dust settling after years of drifting through a room no one enters. Not a disturbance, not an event, just something letting go, something that has been holding on without knowing why. You don't feel cold or warm. You don't feel light or heavy. There's no distance between you and the dark. No separation between awareness and sleep. They're not two things. They're just different names for the same quiet. And somewhere beneath it all, deep in the space where breath doesn't need to rise, where thought has stopped forming, there is a pulse. Not of life, not of death, just existence, not as an act, but as a condition. A kind of ongoing stillness that has always been there, even when you couldn't feel it. You don't have to be anywhere else. You don't have to do anything different. There's no need to wake up or stay asleep. No reason to hurry, no point in trying to understand what is happening. Oh, it simply is. And the dark holds you like a hand that has forgotten how to let go, but doesn't need to, because it was never holding on to begin with. The air doesn't move, but it's not still either. It's like a room that has forgotten how to be empty. Not quiet in the way silence is meant to be, but thick with the weight of something not yet named. You don't need to name it. There's no pressure to label what's here, only the slow unfolding of being without purpose. The part of you that used to count seconds now doesn't even notice when they pass. It isn't distracted by time because there's nothing left to do with it. No point in measuring how long this has lasted or how much longer it might go on. You're not waiting for anything, and so the idea of duration collapses into itself. There is no boundary between breath and stillness anymore, just a kind of breathing that doesn't rise or fall, but simply exists like water beneath stone. Not moving, not stopping, it's just there, as if the air had always known it would be this way. The back of your neck loosens without effort, as though gravity has finally stopped resisting its own pull. A soft release, not sudden, not dramatic, just a letting go that happens so quietly you wouldn't notice unless you were already listening for it. Your hands rest where they fell when the body gave up trying to hold itself together. Not clenched, not tense, not even aware of their shape anymore. They're not on your chest or by your sides, but somewhere in between, as if weight had simply chosen its own place without asking permission. And that's how it is now. Everything has settled into where it belongs, not because you guided it, but because there was no reason to move. The ceiling isn't a surface anymore. It doesn't define the edge of your world or serve as a target for your gaze. It's just part of the quiet, the same way shadows are part of night without needing to be seen. You don't look at it. You don't think about its color or cracks or dust particles drifting in slow motion. There is no thought because there is nothing left to organize. The mind doesn't have room for anything else. Outside, something shifts, just a whisper from the world beyond the window. Not wind, not traffic, but something older. The way trees move when they're not being watched, or how roots shift in soil over years without sound. You don't hear it really, you feel it, like a vibration that comes up through your spine and settles behind your ribs. A memory of motion that isn't yours. You could lie here forever, not because you want to, but because there's no reason not to. There's no need for wakefulness or rest, sleep or awareness. The difference between them has dissolved into the space between one breath and another, so small it can't be measured, so deep it doesn't require depths. The warmth near your collarbone returns, not as a sensation, but as a kind of recognition that you've already known before being told. It's not something new, it's something returned to. like coming home after years away, not because the house is better, but because you're no longer trying to prove yourself worthy of it. Your skin doesn't feel like protection anymore, not against cold or touch or sound. It feels like an opening, not a weakness, not an exposure, but simply what happens when something stops defending itself. When there's nothing left to defend against, and so the body just stays open, as if it had always been meant to be this way. There is no tension in your jaw, not because you relaxed it, but because there was never any need to tighten it. No habit of clenching, no urge to close or hold shut. You're not guarding anything now. There's nothing left to lose. The dark doesn't feel like absence. It feels full, like a room where the furniture has been moved in slowly over time, and you've simply stopped noticing when each piece arrived. The silence isn't waiting for you, but it hasn't forgotten you either. You're not alone, but neither are you being watched. You don't need to be asleep or awake. You don't need to dream or remember anything. There's no story unfolding because there's no one left to tell it. Not even the sense of self that once asked questions, worried about tomorrow, replayed yesterday. That part has quietly stepped back and let the quiet take over. The breath doesn't have a beginning or end anymore. It just is. Like time, like space, like presence. It's not something you do, it's something you are. Not in effort, not in control, but simply because that's how being works when there's no one left to manage it. There's nothing beneath this stillness, no deeper layer waiting to be found, no hidden truth behind the veil. The silence isn't hiding anything. It doesn't need to reveal itself because it never asked to be seen. It just is, the way gravity is, or the way stars burn without needing applause. Your body has stopped trying to stay upright, not collapsed, not fallen, but surrendered in a way that feels like coming home, like lying on a bed you've known for years, even if you'd forgotten it existed. The mattress isn't soft, it's just there, and so are you. No need to adjust your position. No need to shift or move. You're already where the body belongs. You don't think about what happens next, not because you've decided not to, but because the idea of next has lost its meaning. There is no sequence now. Just this continuous unfolding that doesn't need a name, doesn't require a purpose, doesn't even demand presence in order to exist. The air around your face isn't cold or warm, it's just there, like light without source, like sound without origin. You don't feel it on your skin because you're not separate from it anymore. There's no edge between you and the space around you. It's all part of the same quiet, like water flowing into itself. Your thoughts, when they come now, are not interruptions. They are not demands or requests. They drift in like dust motes through a sunbeam, visible only because there's nothing else to look at. Not even a memory, not an image, not anything you could hold onto if you wanted to. And you don't want to. You're not trying to stay awake. You're not trying to sleep. There's no effort in any of it, just being, as though the act of existing had finally become simple again, like breathing or blinking. The dark isn't black, it's soft, like velvet that has been worn smooth by time and touch. It doesn't hide anything because nothing needs hiding. It just holds everything without needing to do so. Not with power, not with care, just by being. You don't have to be here for a reason. You don't need permission to exist in this moment. There's no score to keep, no goal to reach. The only thing that matters is the quiet between one breath and the next, the space where nothing happens but still everything does. And somewhere beneath it all, deep in the place where thoughts are no longer thought and feelings are not felt, there's a pulse, not of life, not of death, just existence. A quiet hum, like an old building settling after centuries of standing still. It doesn't call you to wake up or pull you into sleep. It just is. You don't need to understand it. You don't need to know where it comes from or what it means. There's no point in asking why this is happening. It isn't happening to you. It's simply the way things are when there's nothing left to do but rest. The body doesn't feel heavy, not because it's light, but because weight has lost its meaning. You're not sinking into the mattress nor floating above it. You're just here, where you've always been, even if you never knew how to stay. No longer searching for sleep, not trying to stop thinking, no desire to wake up or fall deeper. There's no direction anymore, not forward, not backward. Just this. A continuous quiet that doesn't demand anything, but gives everything anyway. The air shifts again, but slowly, like something long forgotten finally settling into place. A leaf falling in a forest with no one listening, not an event, not a sound, just movement without purpose. The silence isn't empty, it's full in a way that doesn't crowd you. It holds nothing, yet contains everything you've ever needed without asking for it. There's no pressure to be understood, no need to explain yourself to anything at all. The dark is not waiting, it's not holding its breath. It's just breathing with you, slowly and evenly, like a rhythm that has always been there, but only now becomes audible. You don't have to remember how it feels to stop trying. You're already in the shape of it, the shape of no effort, no resistance, no wanting. The kind of stillness that isn't afraid of time, because time has stopped meaning anything beyond this moment. There's no tomorrow here, not even a single second after now. Just this, a long breath drawn slowly through air that feels like silk caught in the stillness. Your fingers are relaxed, not because you told them to be, but because there was no reason to tense them in the first place. They don't curl or twitch. They don't ache with the memory of earlier strain. They just lie where they are, not needing to do anything except exist. The skin on your palms doesn't feel warm or cool. It's just a surface that knows itself without needing to label it. The ceiling isn't white anymore. It has no color, no texture, just an absence that doesn't feel like lack. A space that exists because nothing else is required of it. Not to support, not to reflect light, not even to be seen. It's a shape in the dark, the outline of where your head rests, but without identity beyond that. There's no need for you to stay awake or fall asleep. You're neither one nor the other. There's no point at which you cross over because there's no border between them anymore. The boundary has dissolved like salt in water. What was once a line between wakefulness and sleep is gone, not by choice, but by simply ceasing to matter. The quiet doesn't grow louder, it just gets deeper, as if it were something that had always been beneath the surface of sound, waiting for you to stop making noise so it could finally be heard. You're not listening for anything now, you're just being listened to by the stillness itself. It's like being known without having said a word. There's no effort in letting go because there was nothing to hold on to. The tension wasn't real, only imagined, like trying to grip fog or chasing wind through your fingers. You were never holding anything, you just thought you had been. Now the air shifts again, but not like before. This time it moves like a slow tide under stone, barely noticeable, but carrying weight that isn't physical. It's not pushing you anywhere. It's not pulling. It's just flowing, like water through tunnels no one has ever seen, moving without direction, without purpose, only because it can. Your body doesn't remember being tired, not in the way that matters. The fatigue wasn't a signal to rest. It was an old habit of the mind trying to force something into shape when there was already space enough for everything. There's no need to recover now because you're not broken. You were never missing anything. You don't feel time passing, not even slowly. Time isn't ticking. It's just here, like breath that doesn't have a start or end. No beginning of this moment, no arrival at the next one. Just being in the middle of what is, without needing to move through it. The dark thickens slightly, softly, as if something were settling into place. Not a form, not an image. A presence that isn't anything you can name. It's like remembering how your hands felt when they first touched water, not cold or warm, just the memory of touch before thought had time to say what it was. You don't think about whether this is normal. You don't wonder if it will last. The question doesn't arise because there's no one asking. There's no mind that needs an answer. No self that demands explanation, just a quiet presence, so ordinary that even the idea of calling it peace would be too loud. The air shifts again, this time like a curtain drawn in slow motion over a window long forgotten. Not by anyone, not by you. It just happens. No one did it, no intention behind it. And yet there's something softer now, as if the space around you had taken on a new kind of weight, not heaviness, but depths. You don't notice your breathing because it's not separate from anything else. You're not inhaling and exhaling. You're just part of a rhythm that doesn't need to be conscious to exist. Like roots beneath soil, growing in silence without knowing they are growing. There's no effort in being still, because you've stopped believing there was ever a choice to move. The idea of shifting your weight wasn't even thought about. It didn't cross your mind because the body already knew where it belonged. Not on its back, not on its side, but simply lying down without needing permission. Your shoulders don't drop, they just stop rising. There's no need for them to be high or low. They're exactly where they've always been, neither tense nor relaxed, but present in the way a tree is present when it doesn't know it's standing. The stillness isn't silent. It's full of things that don't make sound. It's like listening to music played underwater, where every note lingers long after it should have faded. The last echo becomes its own beginning. You don't think about what comes next, because there is no next. There are only these small movements, the breath you don't remember taking, the way your toes feel as if they were floating in a place that isn't air or water, but something older than both. A quiet space where nothing has to be done. There's no one inside watching this unfold. No observer at the edge of awareness saying, "This is working," or "I'm still here." There's just being, without an actor, without a witness. Like light passing through glass that doesn't reflect anything back. The dark feels heavier now, but not in a way that presses on you. It holds you like hands that have known you for years and never needed to say your name. It doesn't ask you to stay or go. It just stays alongside you, around you, inside of you, in the same way that air stays within lungs when no one is breathing. You don't remember trying to sleep because the attempt has become invisible, not erased, but simply unimportant. The act of wanting it was never real. Only the feeling of needing it mattered. And now even that has dissolved, like sugar in tea, not by force, but by becoming part of what's already there. There's no reason for this moment to end, because there is no beginning or ending anymore. There's only continuity, the kind that doesn't need a story, just existence. Not being aware of it, but simply being it. The air shifts again, slowly, like dust settling on a shelf in an abandoned room, where time has forgotten how to move. Nothing happens, no event, no sound, just the quiet falling into itself over and over without ever needing to arrive anywhere. Your hands lie flat now, not because you've decided to place them there, but because they never left their resting shape. They don't ache or tingle. They're not asleep or awake. They just are. Part of this long breath that doesn't know it's being taken. The darkness isn't cold. It's warm in the way a room feels after someone has been inside for hours and the heat hasn't had time to leave. It holds memory without holding on to it, like an old coat left behind, not because it was forgotten, but because it no longer needed to be worn. There's no one wondering if this is real, because there's no need to confirm anything. You're not trying to prove you exist. You don't need validation from the world or even from yourself. There's just a quiet presence that doesn't ask for belief, only space. The silence isn't empty. It holds all the things that never needed names. It holds the shape of your breath when no one is listening. The way your spine curves into the mattress without effort. The weightless feeling of fingers resting on skin that doesn't know it's touching anything at all. The weight beneath you has softened into something that doesn't oppose, but receives, like a stone in the riverbed where water flows without effort around what is already there. There's no resistance because nothing asks for change. Your body isn't settling, it's remembering how to stay. It hasn't moved from its place since before any thought of sleep came along. The shape you've made on this mattress, the way your hips tilt just slightly into the curve of the bed, is not a position chosen by will or intention. It's what happens when movement stops and gravity takes over as an old friend rather than a demand. The air near your face doesn't stir, not because it's still, but because there's no reason to move. It holds its breath in the same way that light might pause between two panes of glass, not for fear or waiting, but simply out of habit, because nothing has ever asked it to leave yet. You don't feel it passing over your skin, but you know it's there, a quiet pressure that isn't pressing at all. It's like the feeling after laughter ends, the space between breaths where sound hasn't returned, and stillness doesn't mean emptiness. Your feet are tucked into nothing now, neither curled nor stretched, but lying as if they'd forgotten how to be anything else. The soles don't press against the bed sheet, but rest there like leaves on soil after rain has stopped falling. There's no need for them to grip or lift or push away from what isn't pushing back. The ceiling above you is not a surface with edges. It's an open space where shadows pool and shift without any cause. You don't notice the shape of it because your eyes aren't searching, but if they were, They'd see only motion that doesn't belong to time, slow waves in darkness, like air stirring over cold stone. Your breathing isn't leading you anywhere, not even towards sleep. It's not a rhythm being followed or maintained. There are no patterns here except the natural way one breath ends and another begins without permission from anyone inside. You don't count them. You don't wonder how many there have been since this moment started, because it doesn't matter where they begin or end, only that each one happens as if for the first time. The silence isn't hollow, it's layered like dust on a shelf in an attic untouched by hands. There are no sounds to be heard, not even the faintest hum of electricity through walls, not the whisper of fabric brushing against skin, nothing at all. But stillness doesn't mean absence, just presence without event, a pause that isn't waiting for something after. Your thoughts don't come as words or images. They drift like smoke in a room where no fire burns anymore. They're shapes with no names and intentions with no direction. One floats past, not to be caught, not to be rejected, and then it's gone into the same space where all things go that were never meant to stay. The feeling of being awake isn't there either. No sudden shift toward alertness or awareness rising like a tide from below. You're neither half asleep nor fully present. There's no boundary between states, only a soft dissolution, like salt dissolving into water, not because it's forced to be invisible, but because that was always its nature. Your skin doesn't feel cold, it feels known, as if every molecule has been seen before and recognized without needing explanation. The warmth in your arms isn't from blood moving or muscles relaxing. It's the same kind of heat that fills a room after someone left quietly, not shouting goodbye, just stepping away so gently no one noticed they were gone. There's no clock ticking behind this moment, not because time has stopped, but because it doesn't need to be measured. The hours aren't counted in seconds or minutes. They're carried like weightless things inside the dark, old memories that don't require names and feelings without cause. You could stay here for another hour or 10 without knowing you've stayed at all. There's no sense of duration, only continuity, not movement forward, not holding back, but being held by something larger than attention or effort. Your fingers lie where they are, not because you placed them there, but because their resting place is the same as always, a shape that never needed to be decided on. No decision was made about how much pressure each fingertip should apply against the bedsheet. The light touch remains not by intention, but simply because it hasn't been interrupted. The darkness isn't closing in, it's opening outward, like breath expanding into lungs when no one is trying to fill them. There's room for everything that doesn't need a name. spaces between thoughts, gaps where silence settles without demanding presence. The pause after sound has faded and stillness takes over, not as an act of will, but because it was always meant to be. Your neck doesn't hold tension. It just rests in its curve like a branch bending slightly under snow that hasn't yet fallen. It's neither stiff nor loose, just present in the way gravity holds trees upright without needing them to agree with it. There's no need to stay awake, and there's also no desire to fall asleep. The longing has passed not because you've achieved something, but because nothing ever asked for victory or surrender. There was only this, a quiet release into whatever comes next, whether that is rest or stillness or the slow unraveling of awareness. You don't feel like you're missing anything, nor do you think about what might be lost if time moves forward without your notice. The hours aren't slipping away because they're not moving at all. They exist in layers now, one moment stacked over another, none of them louder than the last. A single thread runs through it, the breath that doesn't know it's breathing, the stillness that never asked to be maintained, the body that just stays as if nothing ever needed to change. You are not holding onto this moment, you're simply part of its fabric. There is no edge where sleep begins or wakefulness ends, only a slow thinning into something without boundaries. Like light fading from a window after sunset doesn't mean night has arrived, but only that the colors have shifted and settled in their own time. Your hands don't clench because they've forgotten how to grip. They lie flat on top of each other, not as surrender or defeat, but like stones placed by water over years, worn smooth not from effort, but just from being there long enough for shape to emerge naturally. The air doesn't cool. It stays where it is, thick with memory that isn't painful and silence that never feels heavy. It's the same kind of quiet you'd hear in a church after all voices have left and no one remembers why they came. You don't wonder if this will last, because lasting wasn't ever on your mind. You're not resisting anything or trying to hold onto any feeling, either pleasure or peace. There's only the way things are, soft edges where thoughts used to be sharp, a body that doesn't feel like it's doing anything except existing in its own shape. Your spine feels less like bone and more like a slow wave moving through water, not rising, not falling, but simply bending into itself without needing direction. The dark isn't empty, it's full of the kind of stillness that remembers being alive, not with noise or urgency, but just by holding space for what has already happened. Breaths taken long ago, movements made before you could name them, warmth from hands that once touched your shoulder and left nothing behind except a trace. You don't think about tomorrow, nor do you fear it. There's no thought of time passing because there's only now, which doesn't need to be validated or confirmed. It simply is. There are no words for what this feels like, not peace, not relief, not even quiet. Just the way light rests on a floor after dusk has passed and the room isn't quite dark yet. Not bright enough to see anything clearly, but full of shapes that don't need names. Your feet aren't asleep. They're just resting in their own space, like roots buried under soil where nothing is growing or dying, just being there, part of something deeper than effort. The silence doesn't demand your attention, it's already inside you. It wasn't invited, but it came anyway and never left. Like a sound that was always meant to stay beneath other sounds, the hum behind the radio when no one's playing music anymore. You don't need to know where the edge is anymore. There's no line drawn between one breath and the next, only a soft continuity like water flowing beneath stones that haven't moved in years. The kind of stillness that doesn't ask for anything but simply holds space for what has already happened. The weight of an arm lying across your chest last winter, the smell of rain on pavement from a night you can no longer place, the way someone's voice used to rise at just the right moment and then fall away without explanation. These aren't memories you recall. They're part of the texture now, like dust settling in sunlit air, not seen but felt. There is no need for your body to decide what it wants, only that it continues being itself in its own way. It doesn't seek relief or resolution. The muscles don't unclench because they've been told to. They loosen simply because the effort of staying tense has lost its reason, like a rope left untied after all tension was spent. Your shoulders aren't dropping, they're just no longer holding anything up. They rest not in surrender, but as if they'd forgotten how to carry weight. The air around you doesn't change. It stays where it is, thick with the kind of presence that doesn't announce itself. You don't have to be aware of your breath, nor does it matter if it's deep or shallow. It moves on its own, like a current beneath a surface that no longer needs to ripple. There's no effort behind the rhythm. It just exists in layers, each one softer than the last, not striving towards silence, but drifting into it slowly, as though time itself has slowed and become part of the air you're breathing. It isn't faster now, it's quieter. The dark doesn't grow heavier or lighter, only deeper in its own way, like a room where all things have been put away and forgotten. The ceiling is not white. It is simply there, flat and unremarkable, not beautiful but not ugly either, not waiting for anything to happen on it. It's just the shape of what lies above you, without any story attached. No need to interpret its cracks or stains, only that they are part of this moment as much as your hands lying still. There is no thought now, not about whether sleep will come, nor if it ever did. There's only a soft falling into space where time isn't measured in minutes, but in the way light lingers at the edge of vision after closing your eyes. How shadows linger longer than they should before dissolving completely. You don't look for anything to anchor you because there's no need to stay put. The mind doesn't reach outward. It stays within, not searching, not resisting, just resting like a book left open on a table with no one coming back. Your hands are still where they were, flat and quiet, but now it feels less like surrender and more like belonging. They're not trying to hold anything, they're simply shaped by the way they've been placed, as if gravity had shaped them over time into this exact position. Not because you meant for them to be there, but because that's where they ended up when nothing else asked for movement. The silence isn't empty. It hums with the kind of quiet that has known many nights and doesn't need a reason to remain. It wasn't born from effort or intention. It was simply always here, like the space between heartbeats that no one ever notices until they're listening too hard. But now you don't have to listen, only be. There is no pressure to return, to wake, to remember, to think about breakfast, plans, voices calling your name.